was younger, just a bad little kid. My mama noticed funny things I did, like shooting puppies with a BB gun. I'd poison guppies when I was done. I'd find a pussycat, bash its head. And when my mama said,
what did she say?
She said, my boy, I think someday you'll find a way to make your natural tendencies pay. You'll be a dentist. You have a talent for causing things. Some be a dentist. People will pay you to be inhumane. Your temperament's wrong for the priesthood, and teaching would suit you still less. Some be a dentist. You'll be a success.
Here he is, Lois, the leader of the black. What a sucker black ass. Oh my God. He is a ninja special and oh, I can't keep that by the monkey to saw.
Oh, that hurts. Wait, I'm not numb.
Shut up. Open wide. Here I come. I am your dentist, and I enjoy the career that I picked. I'm your dentist, and I get off on the pain I inflict. I thrill when I drill a bicuspid. It's swell, though they tell me I'm maladjusted. And though it may cause my patients distress, somewhere in heaven above me, I know that my mom was proud of me. Oh, mama? 'Cause I'm a dentist, and the six say ah. Say ah. Say ah.
Now spit!
Love that song way too much. Okay. Any echo?
Test.
No echo.
All right. So you know what we're here to talk about, right?
No.
Yes.
Come on.
I don't know.
Talk about it.
I don't know anything about anything.
You don't sound like someone who doesn't know anything about it.
I don't know anything really about anything. If there was supposed to be something I was supposed to talk about on this program, I am unaware of it.
I don't believe
You better start talking if you value your fingers.
I wasn't briefed.
You know, we're gonna have to bring the bolt cutters.
Are we supposed to talk about Big Daddy V?
No.
No. We're supposed to talk about your candle collection.
No. See how it's advancing closer? Each time you get it wrong, you only have about 3 or 4 more tries.
Before he burns his webcam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not scared.
I'll do it.
I'm not scared.
Yet, but you will when you can't see me anymore. Want to guess again?
No, I'm willing to go.
Okay, go then.
For all the pain.
Yeah, yes, then.
I'm ready for the pain.
Okay, then I'm going to take it back a step. Then you got to guess.
We're supposed to talk about Ben's new book.
Nope, it's advanced again, getting closer.
We're supposed to talk about this book that you're working on, Esper.
No, closer. Oh my God,
we're supposed to talk about Phoenix.
Nope. Oh, it's so close now. It's
You
so
gotta-
close you can feel the heat, can't you?
Are we supposed to talk about Jared Barbie?
No. You can feel the heat now.
Yeah, I can. I can feel it. I have no idea, really. I've been like just sitting around all day in a little dark closet.
That doesn't convince you right there that you need to start talking?
No,
Look, I can't take it any closer without.
maybe if it was your male member, it would.
Well, you know how hard. You know how. You know how Han Solo once said he never even asked me any questions. Well, I wanted to be a bit more benevolent, but it looks like you're gonna have to get the. You're gonna have to get the whole shebang.
Okay.
So what were we supposed to talk about again?
I don't know. Talk to Ben about it.
Okay, Ben, what do you know? What were we supposed to talk about?
What do you think I'm a fool? I'm gonna spill it that easily. Put bamboo slivers under my fingernails and I still won't talk.
I think I burned out. There we go.
Bitch.
There we go. There we go.
Go ahead. The heat's not working in my apartment anyway. I could use the heat.
Okay.
What's that? Oh. What are you gonna do? Try to circumcise me with that?
Think about where these have been.
You're supposed to use those on your fingers, not up your ass, dude. I don't know why you would put it up there, but that can't feel good.
No, it can't. So you're going to start talking about what we're supposed to talk about? Okay. Keep being defiant. See where it gets. See what happens. See what happens. Kitty cat. Whoa, kitty cat. Come on. Come on, kitty cat. Meow for me. Oh, meow.
What happened to your heat, Ben?
Oh, actually, it's working just fine. It's just yesterday it was just kind of busted, but it's working fine now. I don't know what
That's
happened.
good to hear.
So what makes a bowl so super?
Yeah, I didn't
When
know
it's got
that
some-
the day was Super Bowl day until I was getting my hair cut.
Mm-hmm.
When it's got some real good weed in it, that's what makes it super.
Well, that's the kind of Super Bowl I could get behind.
Yeah.
Man,
Man,
I don't care about the Super Bowl. I don't really even know who's in it.
By the way, the music was playing all right earlier, right?
Yeah, it was.
Sounded like it.
Yeah, it sounded like what's that? Something about a killer plant.
Yeah. Little Shop of Horrors. The
Oh, yeah.
80s version. That's my favorite. I mean,
The what version?
It was the 80s version of Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh
The-
yeah.
The boyfriend is that beats Audrey one up. He's a dentist, and
Right,
yeah.
he's a dentist for all the wrong reasons. That's
That's the thumbnail. One of the dentist scenes.
Steve Martin.
So
Legend.
was the image on the screen when that was playing? Was that Kermit and Yoda smoking a J-bone?
Well,
Yeah.
Kermit's fishing, to be fair, but yeah, I mean Yoda's gonna share. Share he will. The split.
Yeah, I thought they were. I mean, that's what they looked like. They're doing was sharing a J-bone in the swamp.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Did you draw that?
Yeah, I drew that. Yeah, that was me. All right, that was me. All right. So guess who did come out with a book this week? And no, it's not anyone in the room right now.
Is it anybody that's associated with this awful program?
Well, it was a guy who was real enthusiastic about his first book. You remember the guy we had on that had a book called Station?
Oh
Yeah.
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 Jarrett Brandon Early. He finally released the follow-up to that, the Rott Inertia. Look at that beautiful synthwave type cover there that he did. I mean, amazing.
Yeah, it is pretty nice.
Yeah, I like that cover.
Picks up where Station left off. Yeah, I'm getting into that right now. And you're not going to believe this, but I finished Star Wolf, and it actually wasn't that bad for the cover and the content, and everything that you would imagine it to look like. I swear, I think it's actually a good book. It's like
Yeah,
Star
that cover
Wars.
was something else, though.
Have you seen it? Did I show it to you already?
Yeah, you showed it. You showed it to us last week.
I'm telling you, the cover is nothing. Yeah, it's less than nothing. But this is actually pretty interesting story. It's basically Game of Thrones in space. Yeah, and like Ben pointed out, there's a pack of star wolves in the game Star Fox. But I don't think L.A. Frederick knew that when he.
Well, the thing with not in the Star Fox, not all of the pilots in the Star Fox fleet are foxes. One's a pig, one's a chameleon. A pig, a chameleon, and a wolf.
And on the Star Fox's side, there was
and an ape too.
A frog and a rabbit.
Yeah.
And a
frog, rabbit, falcon.
That was it. Yeah. Also, was reading. I'm slowly progressing through Elektra's Revenge. I'm almost to page 400. God, her and
how long is it in total?
Let's see, 562 pages.
Okay, well you made some pretty good progress then.
She said. That's why she said, you know what, somebody else can edit this. I'm God.
So are you editing it? Are you editing it as you go?
I'm not editing that. You crazy? But I do have an interesting, thing that I've like an epiphany that I've had about this world that she built in that story, and the main character and the people she associates with. I came to an epiphany. There was a really specific scene that cinched this conclusion for me in my mind. And I don't know, maybe I should save it till she comes on, if she comes on. Or should I talk about it?
Save it.
Yeah.
Save it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about it later if she doesn't come on.
Yeah.
Here's another one that you would think is really dumb. And it kind of is, but somehow it still manages to work. This here. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that I've regressed into reading the bottom of the barrel trash literature, and you may be right. However,
does this garbage man have anything to do with the sort of underground comics garbage man character?
I wasn't aware there was a garbage man in the
unlikely.
Comics.
Yeah,
no.
That garbage man is basically like the Punisher except an anarchist.
Huh.
No, I did not. I was not aware that there was a second garbage man. But no, this guy has amnesia. He's knocked out and head trauma, amnesia, and all that. And he's trying to save his wife when he remembers. And this garbage man keeps saving his life. And come to find out, he is a telepath. So I guess he's subconsciously doing it. I'm saying this because I know neither of you were ever going to read this. And this was just interesting enough for me to want to read the second book. There are some people out there who, through self-publishing, allows them to make the mistakes that editors would not let get by, and then as they go on, they learn these mistakes without the use of editors, and that's why I think that some of these garbage tier, books like Star Wolf and Garbage Man are actually good. Because you can see hints of them being good writers, even though it's trash material, and it's still somewhat interesting. And that's as best as I can defend myself on that. I'll accept any prosecution for reading such dribble.
I mean, it might be good. I mean, you're not really selling me on it much, but it might be good.
Well, because look at the covers; they don't look like things that would be masterpieces. And I'm not describing anything that you haven't heard before in better stories. That's why I'm not doing a good job of selling it,
right?
Because I want to be honest. But I mean,
yeah,
I liked both Star Wolf and Garbage Man, even though, well, I really liked Star Wolf. 5 stars. Garbage Man is 3, but it's more like a 3.5 rounded, not rounded up. So
why, like you've got, I don't know, 14,000 books in your Kindle.
Mhm.
Why would you pick up these 2 books specifically of all the things that you have available to you to read at your fingertips?
because they were like really low down in the Kindle pile of now 5,120 books. They were way down in there, and I just selected them at random, just scrolling
Okay,
through.
so they were random selections, and you purchased them long ago.
Yes.
Okay, and then they were random. Okay, that's a fair enough answer.
Yeah.
Random
By the
selection.
way, well, there is a connection that I wanted to make between several books. Sometimes I'm able to find like some synchronicities between authors and books that
Mhm.
were most likely unintended, right?
Right.
I have found these books cropping up all with the same premise, but I don't think the authors knew about each other or their own each other's books. I think it was
Mhm.
like a case of the singularity on this concept in literature. Okay, and that synchronicity is that in the middle of spring or summer, we get a massive blizzard that's accompanied by monsters and strange things in the dark that we can't understand. That's an apocalyptic scenario. Okay.
Mhm.
One is The Cold by Rich Hawkins, which, as far as I could find, is the first. It's Rich Hawkins. I think he's the first goes to him.
Mhm.
And then we got Flint Maxwell. He's already on book 5, but he started with the snow or the dark winter with him. Yeah, that was book 1, and that was in February 2020. So yeah,
Mhm.
his first book came after Rich Hawkins' The Cold, but
Right.
that's not all. There's another one, and I'm not sure where this one started. This may be the oldest here. I don't know. They Came with the Snow by Christopher Coleman, 2017. So he was the first to do it.
Have you heard of Bella's Boys by Tommy Clark? That has a similar premise.
Maybe it's just a really good idea that has been executed with a lot of people not knowing. Like it's pulling from some subconscious pool of ideas.
So what's the premise? So basically another ice age or something?
Yeah, but driven by the supernatural in almost in the first 2 cases. I haven't gotten that far in They Came with the Snow.
So it's like some sort of apocalyptic type thing, but with a bunch of snow.
Yeah, that never stop. I mean, it just keeps piling up. Okay, and there are these phantom things out there in the dark, and at least in Flint Maxwell's series, well, he's already up to like book 5, and the conclusion of book 4, I give him credit. He's advancing as an author because there is an action-packed sequence where he's driving a snowmobile, to the last sanctuary possible in their location, and he's got a pregnant woman who's dying, in the passenger seat, and he just drives through these monsters that are coming in from every direction, and he's just like pushing forward with all he has at the end of book 4 to get to find sanctuary. And so that was book 4, City of Light. So I've got to give Flint Maxwell credit for that. I mean, that it was legitimate tension for me, So I would think that Flint does it the best, but Christopher Coleman did it first. And The Cold by Rich Hawkins is pretty cool too, but wasn't the first. So
Yeah, I mean, I could see where that would be a good premise for a thriller, like a supernatural apocalyptic thriller type of thing.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a feeling most people are going to be watching the bowl that's super.
That's all right.
But Ann was upset that the Packers lost that one weekend that I canceled. She said she was more upset about that.
I mean, Phoenix is probably going to be watching the Super Bowl, so he probably won't come on.
Yeah, something tells me Phoenix won't be watching the Super Bowl.
So since I've been leaving early due to being a lame old man,
Okay.
I don't ever get to talk about what books I've been reading.
Yes, let's do that by all means.
And now it's going to sound like there's something exciting going on, and there really isn't. But I might as well cover it since we don't have a guest at this point in time. Is there supposed to be a guest lined up?
No,
Okay.
not this time. Next week.
All right. So for some reason, and I kind of know why. I read a whole bunch of Shadow comic books, like the Shadow, that comic book character from like the 20s, 30s.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men?
Yeah. For some reason, I read a bunch of Shadow comic books like near the end of the last year and then early this year. I like the Shadow as a character. It's mainly a nostalgic thing because I used to listen to the radio shows when I was a kid. Like I would go to the library and check out like the cassette tapes of the old school radio shows and listen to those. So, and the series that I read was okay. It wasn't like I read another series like in the 80s or something like that with like Howard Chaykin. He was a comic book writer, artist or whatever. He had a good series, related to the Shadow back in the day. And then Bill Sienkiewicz, I don't know how to pronounce the guy's name, but he was also another comic book artist, creator that did a run of the Shadow in the 80s, and that was good. This wasn't as good as that. It was okay.
The Shadow goes further back than that. He goes back to the 40s or 50s, doesn't he?
Yeah. The character is from like I think the 30s or 40s. Yeah.
Radio plays and stuff.
Yeah. Initially, it was written. Originally, he was like the host of like a mystery theater kind of radio show, right? He wasn't really a character at first. He was just like a voice, kind of like the Crypt Keeper kind of a thing, And then they hired this guy. I can't remember the guy's name, but they hired this guy to flesh out the story. And then eventually, this guy fleshed out the backstory of the Shadow, and the Shadow was the actual main character of its own show forever. And then, this guy wrote tons of books. This is like during the pulp era, and the guy that, basically created the whole backstory, I can't remember, but the number of books this guy wrote about the Shadow is like astounding. It's like, I can't remember. It's like 14, well, no, maybe like 40 novels worth or something like that. Like a huge number of stuff. Like, like he just created so much material. Like he created all these, serialized books that ran through all these, mystery magazines or whatever for years. And he also wrote the radio shows. He wrote novels. He wrote everything related to the Shadow. And the guy was like one of these just super prolific pulp writers, like up there with L. Ron Hubbard. You've heard about like L. Ron Hubbard was like just a madman as far as how many words he put on the page when he was a writer in that era.
Yeah, there was like I don't know if it was like just a rumor or what, but they used to say that he would like get a roll of butcher paper and put that behind the typewriter, just so he could write faster. And then when he finished, he would just cut the manuscript into manageable sizes.
Yeah, that's the rumor that I've heard as well. Yeah. So that's crazy, And it makes me feel like a real slob. You know what I mean? Like as far as I'm slower than shit putting anything out, but these guys were maniacs. But I guess there was also a market at that time.
Yeah.
people got paid, right? So
yeah, we pretty much have to like throw our works into the ether and hope we can make enough money to buy a pizza out of it.
Right.
You remember?
We can't pay our rent with it.
You've heard of the Remo Williams character, right?
Oh yeah.
Destroyer. There were 150 different books of that. The Destroyer series. The character Remo Williams. Right. 150. Now they were written by different authors, but I'm pretty sure that the first 50 at least were probably written by the same author.
Yeah, so this guy, the guy that created the Shadow, or at least this backstory for the Shadow's name is Walter Brown Gibson. Mm-hmm. And now what I was saying was not even close to how extraordinary it is, right? He wrote more than 300 novel-length Shadow stories.
Oh, 300?
Yeah. Yeah, novel length shadow stories, and he would write up to 10,000 words a day
How?
That
to
was his
satisfy
full-time
public
job.
demand because the character was so damn popular. He would write up to 10,000 words a day.
Could he have had a regular job, or was that his
No,
regular?
that was his job. I mean, it had
Yeah.
to have been,
That
right?
could be someone's regular job back then.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah. 300 novel-length shadow stories, and then he also, he wrote up to 10,000 words a day. So that dude was a machine. So, yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean,
Is the shadow in the public domain yet?
I think it is. Yeah,
But
That'd actually be
they
kind of
did
cool to write a
1999
shadow story.
They did,
Yeah.
did an Alec Baldwin movie of the Shadow in 1991, I think, and
Yeah.
they may have the movie rights. I don't know about public domain.
yeah. I'd have to look it
Oh.
up because I mean, if it is in the public domain, then I would write a shadow story.
Yeah,
But,
wait, Amazon has a program where you can write for existing franchises.
They discontinued that a couple years ago or so. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it was. I can't remember. It was some kind of shared. You could. If you had a shared universe, you'd like to. Like GI Joe was a universe you could write in at one point, right?
Like so, Man of War from what was it? Was it Top Cow Comics or?
It was called Kindle Worlds, was what it was called,
Yeah.
and that's been
Yeah.
discontinued. Yeah.
Why?
So-
Was there a reason?
I probably just didn't have quite enough interest, or maybe there was too much legal overhead or something. I'm not sure.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Well, I was gonna say, so in the comics, how did they handle his superpowers? Because I know in the radio plays, it's very, it's almost very abstract because it's a case of he can cloud the minds of people, and it's almost seems to be a case of he's just sometimes he's basically just turning invisible. At other times, does seem like he is like doing something to mentally confuse them.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of does both, right? I mean, it's in the comics, he's got different abilities, I think, depending on if it's the radio show or the comic, right? So in the comic, he kind of is able to mentally confuse them or actually kind of get them to tell the truth about something, right? He can kind of hypnotize them essentially and get them to spill the beans on certain things or whatnot, right? So kind of a mental truth serum type of a situation, And he doesn't really have like super strength. I mean, he is pretty tough or whatever, right? But it's mostly he's able to kind of he can kind of like hide in the shadows. He definitely can, do a bunch of like kind of self camouflage things, and he can also kind of throw his voice and terrify people with his crazy ass laugh, and but he also uses guns too, right? So, but one thing I think is cool about him is that he's got like this whole network of spies that is all over the city that work for him, that give him information. So like he's got spies of all different strata of society that feed him information. I think that's kind of a cool aspect of the Shadow.
Yeah, I recently listened to a few of the Shadow's radio plays. I even have a couple of them on vinyl. I think the best one that I heard was, if I remember correctly, I think Orson Welles was playing the Shadow at the time, and it was basically about him facing off with a soldier who has PTSD, and he was being sort of manipulated by his criminal brother and causing chaos and framing the Shadow for it. I remember that's a really good one. Yeah,
I mean the Shadow character is very much like he's very much like Batman. And he's similar to Doctor Strange in a certain way as well, right? They're both both of those characters probably draw some inspiration from the Shadow, I would imagine. I mean they're Batman obviously, since he's like a billionaire, right? Type playboy type character. Lamont Cranston, his alter ego, is as well, and he also went to like some Shangri-La place and learned some crazy ass fighting and mental techniques from some, Tibetan monks or whatever.
Which Batman and Doctor Strange both also did. Huh.
Yeah. So it's very similar.
Shadow was before either of those, though.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I think that Batman's like 39 or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure Batman was very heavily inspired by the Shadow and Zorro.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I read a bunch of Shadow comics. What else have I read as of late? Let's see. I read a bunch of Shadow comics. I had my list up here. Oh, I'm still listening to The Scar by China Mieville. I don't listen to it. I don't listen to audiobooks all that much, but so it's taken me a while to get through it. But I've read it before, and it's a great book, and I love listening to it. The reading it again via the audio format is really I don't know. It's a great audiobook. Has anybody here read anything by China Mieville?
He's been on my list, but not yet.
I heard him on a show read his an intro to one of his books in the first series he was writing, and the language was so incredibly fluid and composed so beautifully. It's like, and he even mentioned at the end when the host was marveling at it in his afterbirth of this, introduction. He said, "I cannot write with that intensity throughout the entire novel. I just like to give a strong opening." So,
right, yeah, he's great. I mean, he's definitely one of my favorites. He's definitely, to my mind, I mean, I personally think that, like, say, Clive Barker has an awesome imagination. I mean, that's part of the reason that I just love reading his books, right? Because of the imagination and the imagery, right? Mm-hmm. And Mieville easily rivals Barker in that, right? I mean,
really?
Oh yeah, he's fantastic. I think you guys both like it. Ben, you might like it specifically. I think you would really dig his Boss Log trilogy, the Perdido Street Station. So
yeah,
the first one, The Scar, is the one I'm listening to now, and then the third one is called the Iron Council. The Scar is the best of the three, in my opinion. It's definitely one of the best books I've ever read. So
did you say one of or
one of the best books I've ever read? Yes, The Scar by China Mieville is definitely one of the best books I've ever read, and it's holding up. Like I'm listening to an audio; it's fantastic. It's just so rich and detailed and imaginative, and it's just got so many great things going on. And then the language is also really great. Yeah.
I've heard him very favorably compared to Italo Calvino, who's one of my favorite authors. So I definitely need to check him out.
Yeah, you should. I mean, Italo Calvino, I don't know. I haven't read anything by him. I know what it is you're talking about, and it's on my list. A buddy of mine also recommends it highly. I don't know how comparable they really are. It seems like Italo Calvino would be more like, the guy that wrote the library books?
Jorge?
Jorge.
Yeah, Borges is pretty good, too. It seems like... Mieville is kind of compared to that, except he apparently works more in a straight up speculative fiction.
I mean, it's speculative fiction to a certain degree, right? I mean, it is. I mean, so the series, the Boss Log series is technically a fantasy trilogy, right? But it's like a fantasy universe made up from whole cloth kind of thing, right? So it's not anything like a Tolkien type fantasy novel, right? It's really it's very, very rich and detailed. It's got all kinds of different creatures. I don't know. It's just great. I mean, I would highly recommend it. That series. And then beyond that, right? He writes, what you would call speculative fiction, in that it's closer to science fiction, like the Embassy Town book is great. I mean, I can't even describe what that book is. It's just like, the guy's obviously a genius, right? I don't see how they could even have an audiobook of that book, right? I mean, I think they do. I don't see how they could, though, because of just one of the conceits of the book is so weird that I don't see how you could even say some of the things that exist in that book. Anyways, so that book's great.
What's the conceit?
I can't even describe it. It's like there's like these. There's a lot of stuff with like numbers with I don't know. You'd have to look at it, dude. Just you'd have to pick up the book and print and flip through it. You'll see what I mean. It's been a while since I read it, but it is fantastic.
Is there like formal experimentation in it? Like he messing around with how the words are arranged on the page and things.
Well,
like that?
it's not as annoying like that. It's not. I wouldn't call it gimmicky like it is. Say like what's that House of Leaves, or I think that's kind of gimmicky. I wouldn't say that because this is like, and maybe House of Leaves is conceptually tied in with the wacky ass formatting and words on the page. Maybe it's all tied in, right? But I couldn't have the patience for that. This is more, I don't know. It just seems like there's like an alien language and they're trying to figure out this alien language or something. It's like there's two different races that exist on this planet. And then there's like, it's been a while since I've read it, but I'd recommend that book, but I would really recommend that you read the Boss Log series or The City in the City. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Now, don't read the premise of that book. I think you should just read that book, right? Like, I think nobody who actually reads that book should ever read what the actual premise is, right? Don't read the synopsis. Don't read the back cover copy. Just pick up The City in the City and read it with not knowing anything, right?
It's not a part of the series, right? Or is it a number one?
No, it's just only a standalone. It's a standalone book.
Okay.
The City in the City.
Don't read the synopsis.
Don't read the synopsis. Don't read anything about it. Just pick it up and read it, right? That's a great book. And it's one of the best books that you could read with that approach, right? That book is fantastic, and it's just bizarre premise. It's just executed so well. That guy's great. So yeah, I've been listening to the Scar, which is the second book in the Boss Log series by China Mieville. And it's like, 25, 30 hours long of the book. It's big, it's fat, it's really great. And what else have I been reading? I've been reading, I don't know how to pronounce this, so I'm going to sound like a big dummy. It's La Morte d'Arthur. I don't know how you pronounce it.
The Legend of King Arthur. I don't know what that means, that pronunciation.
It means the death of Arthur.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so I've been reading that. That thing's massive. It's like, and it's also written in like an antiquated, Middle English, essentially, right? So I've been reading that. I'm enjoying it. It's like 700 pages long, so it's going to take me a while to get through it. Has anybody read that?
No.
I would imagine so. I don't know.
I did read once. I read a book about a knight that was that had a lion for a companion. Does that ring a bell at all?
No, but that sounds like it could be all right. I've not read that.
The Knight of the Lion. That's all I remember.
Is it called The Knight and the Lion?
No, Yvain, or Yvain, the Knight of the Lion, and he had a lion that would accompany him. Yeah.
And it's called The Knight of the Lion.
Yeah.
Huh. I heard of that.
Yvain. That's the title. Yvain, the Knight of the Lion.
Okay, but is it Arthurian or is it just its own thing?
I mean, it seems Arthurian to me. It definitely feels like Middle Age European-ish. But I think he marries this woman, but he has to go prove himself.
It's Arthurian. It says it's like he sets out from King Arthur's court, and defeats some local lord in battle. Blah 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 blah. It's M.T. Anderson.
Worthy for marriage to this girl or something. Yeah.
Is it M.T. Anderson?
I think so. Yeah. It may be older than that. He may have that may have just been the translator or the guy who wrote who like updated the language or something. I don't. Right. I just know I read it. It had a blue cover to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's really you know, like if you get past the language part, you can, and it's not too bad. I mean, it's crazy violent. I mean, it's just insanely violent. Every chapter is about has got somebody getting their
What, the
not
death
just
of
their
Arthur?
heads chopped off, but their heads chopped in two. Like they'll
The,
just
the death of Arthur is?
yeah. It's just super violent, like throughout the the whole thing. It's pretty good.
As you would expect.
Yeah. I mean, people are like, a lot of times people, they don't get their head just chopped off. They get like their head split down the middle, and it like, they split their head down the middle, and then like half their, you know, torso is also gets split. Like, you know, it's pretty crazy.
I missed the little bit of the thread of the discussion, but I heard that you had mentioned China Mayville, and you're
China
asking
Mayville, yeah.
Mayville. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Mayville.
I actually read that book. What was it called again?
Perdido Street Station?
No, The Scar, right?
The Scar, yes.
Yeah. I
Did
read
you
that
like
one.
it?
I did. I thought the writing was very rich and
Oh
detailed.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then that the concept of Armada is fantastic. I mean, has it been a while since you read it?
Yeah, I did read it probably 8 years ago.
Yeah, the Armada or the concept of Armada is fantastic. It's just, I don't know, it's just great. I mean, it's just so rich and just so
Can you refresh my memory, or does that spoil it?
well. I mean, I think it kind of spoils it, right? Because if you don't know what it is, right? Like, I mean, when I came upon that concept in the book, I was like, oh man, that's so good. You know,
Yeah.
like, you know.
So it's worth reading and then listening to the audiobook.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Really? Okay, maybe I'll read it again sometime.
Yeah, the audiobook, the guy that does it's fantastic too.
Yeah.
Yeah, another book that's like that as well. And I rarely have done this, but like the Throne of Bones by Brian McNaughton, that's like one of the best books ever as well. And reading and listening to that on audio is fantastic. Like when you read the text, right? It's a really great book, you know, Throne of Bones, Brian McNaughton. But the guy who reads it is able to like pull out all of the dark humor in it, and it's just, I mean, it's a really funny and disturbed. Yeah, it's really one of the best audiobooks I've ever heard.
That's
You
right.
guys have read that?
I don't know what it was.
Wonder what that
Throne
book
of Bones is what it's
I've
called.
heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, by Brian McNaughton. He was like a 80s horror guy, right? Horror paperback guy, and he disappeared for like 10 years and was just did random jobs out in the world, and then he came back out from nowhere with this crazy ass book called Throne of Bones, won the World Fantasy Award, and then I think he died like the year later or whatever. But man, that book is a masterpiece. It's really one of the best things I've ever read. Definitely. Throne of Bones by Brian McNaughton. It's also another really rich writing. Yeah.
Cool.
That's awesome.
And
Yeah,
it's a horror novel as well, right?
Okay.
And it's got this beautiful, rich writing, and then it deals with the most depraved material, right? It's like it's about ghouls, and it's just explores the idea of ghouls, and you know, like I like a book that really delves deep into a concept and really just, you know, explores that concept in every way it's possible or whatever. And just like really digs deep into the concept, and he really does a fantastic job with that, the ghoul concept in this book. But the writing is just absolutely beautiful and fantastic, and it's really juxtaposed with just such disturbed, depraved goings on of these aristocrats in this bizarre world. It's really well done. It's a highly recommended book.
This is the most I've ever heard you gush about books as you have tonight with these, like first the China Mieville stuff and also the Arthur stuff. It's like I've never heard you gush in multiple sentences about a book quite like that before. So you did say that the China Mieville one was one of your the best.
Oh, it's one of my
you've ever
favorite
read?
books ever. Yeah, the Scar is definitely one of my favorite books ever. And then The Throne of Bones is also definitely one of my favorite books ever. That book is fantastic. Yeah. Yeah.
What is that? Anybody else hear that buzzing noise? Every
Yeah,
now-
I hear it too. I was trying to figure out if it was coming from me.
yeah.
but I
I
don't know.
What
Well,
kind
I mean,
of buzzing noise?
I mean, I don't like a. I don't know how to explain it. Almost like a digital bee.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You try Phoenix. You try describing it. We'll do like impersonations of the sound. You give your best try at it now. I
Would
did mine.
No, I would just copy yours.
No. You got to do your own. You got to do your own. Man.
Is it like a beeping sound?
It's like a buzzing beeping. Do it, Phoenix. Do it.
Yeah, it's a weird distortion.
Do what it sounds like. Phoenix.
If I
I want
can.
to put my headset on mute. Tell me if you still hear it. I'm gonna
I
start
don't hear
now.
it right now. It comes
Yeah, I don't hear it now.
Yeah, it kind of comes a bit randomly.
Oh, okay. I have not heard it.
Because like I thought it might be coming from me, but I don't know how.
Don't
Oh.
change the subject. Make the noise, Phoenix.
I don't know if I can.
But no,
Do it.
No.
Then you try then.
no.
It was like a boop, 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 right?
I hadn't heard it.
Nobody wants to bubble bow with
Maybe
you.
I'm probably too old to
Yo.
hear it.
You called it
You'll hear it in the feed. You'll hear it in the playback.
a digital bee. That's an electric bee. Like, that's a great description.
Nobody wants to bubble bow with me.
No.
Is this like a new language?
I'm trying to describe the
No,
distortion.
it's called having a stroke.
I don't want to talk about that word.
Well, either way, is that everything you've
I
been
don't
reading,
care.
Rigger?
Chubby or something?
Chubby. Who's got a chubby?
You got a chubby?
No.
So I didn't mean to derail, Gregor.
That's all right. I was
were
just
talking
talking
about,
about the book. I mean, I was just going crazy about this Throne of Bones, and I haven't been reading that lately. I don't know why. Yeah.
There was the There was the buzz. There was the boop.
I didn't hear it. Probably
I
too
mean,
old to hear it.
It's not enough to derail the show,
All right.
but it is there every now and then.
And then I don't know if I've ever said that I read this, but it's like We Don't Talk About Her, I think is what it's called. Anderson Prunty.
He's good. He's very prolific himself.
Yeah, I like Anderson Prunty.
Now, I've never heard of this one though. I've never heard of this one.
I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. We Don't Talk About Her. It's like a novella. It's pretty short.
Oh, the guy who's a creep, and he meets the girl. Yeah, right.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, you just read it. You would.
No,
know.
I didn't just read it. It's been a while. Like I said, it's been a while since. Let's see. Yeah. It's about what you're saying. Yeah.
I did read that actually, but
Yeah, it's pretty short.
I didn't. I wasn't feeling anything from it. I felt like they were just words on paper. I didn't feel attached to it in any way. So you liked that?
I mean, I liked it. I mean, it wasn't like A-list Prunty, right? I mean, it was it was Prunty, so I was entertained, but I wasn't like I didn't think it was as good as Fuckness or something, right? Or Squirm with Me. I didn't think it was as good as either of those.
Squirm with Me was a departure for him because it didn't have anything to do with anything weird, science fiction-y, bizarro-y, or anything. I almost felt like he was challenging himself to see if he could actually do it with just set in the real world, and he did it. He pulled it off.
Yeah. It was really good.
But
So I missed the part about you were reading Arthurian folklore.
Yeah, I picked up the Thomas Mallory. Lamort the Arthur. And so I've been reading that. So that's a massive book. So it's going to take me a while to finish it.
Is it? So I have the Norton Critical Edition, which is in the original language. It's nuts.
Yeah, I think this. I mean, I don't know if it's in the original language or not, but it's definitely
Well,
archaic.
you'd be able to tell because it's basically unreadable unless you can read that ancient language. But
Okay, then it's probably
they
not
probably
there.
translated it because they have to.
Yeah.
It's like reading Chaucer,
Yeah. I mean, it's there's a lot of words in there that the Kindle dictionary it cannot find, right?
Okay. That's interesting.
But it's not. I don't think it's in. Technically, it's probably not in Old English, right? It's probably
Okay.
like Middle English.
Yeah, it's probably Middle English or something. I mean, it's definitely like archaic language, but it's
because like Old English, like what Beowulf is written in, it's like almost completely unreadable to a modern English speaker.
Right. Yeah, this isn't unreadable. I mean, you get used to it.
Maybe
with
it's
Middle English, like you can with Middle English, like it's difficult, but if you work at it, you can read it if you're a modern English speaker.
Right.
Yeah, maybe you can actually read the original language then, because I thought it was difficult.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely not like an updated thing, right? I mean, there's like I said, there's a lot of words in it that that's just not even in the Kindle dictionary. How you highlight a word and it looks it up.
What edition is it?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I don't know. I mean, it's like I mean, it's like some book that I got off of Amazon, I think, for like $1 that has like 7 or 8 Arthurian books in it, right? So it's like got like I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 different versions of the Arthurian legends, from the Thomas Mallory all the way up through even Knight and Yankee and King Arthur's Court is even in it, right? So I mean, it's a huge collection of stories or books or whatever, and I can't remember what edition this would be, but I mean, I think that this book was written in like the 1400s. This Thomas Mallory edition.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
I knew of it because I actually took a class on medieval literature, and that was one of the texts.
Okay.
So that was actually pretty interesting because we read a lot of Arthurian folklore. Like there's a lot out there.
There's tons of it out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially during that time, like they wrote a lot of, and I feel like it was actually pretty artistic too how they did it, because like we can see stories as being like beautiful in and of themselves, but the way that they convey it, I feel adds an added aura of mystery. At least the way that Mallory did it in some of these others. There's another one, I can't remember the writer, but it's Yvain and the Night. I think it was like a collection.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. The guy who had the lion, he had a lion for a companion. That right?
I don't remember because it was a while ago, but it was something like that.
That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, we were talking about the Night of the Lion.
Yeah. No, it's fascinating. And I was interested in this piece about the violence because I actually don't remember that, but I can see it because like it was a weird time, not in a bad way necessarily, but like just really different norms.
Oh yeah, I mean it's super hyper violent, and it, also it's what I think's interesting about it is it's like so much like in some respects so much like these video games that exist now, right? Where you go on these side quests, everybody these stupid ass quests, right? They're just like, oh, they meet some asshole in the woods, and they're like, oh, I'd like you to help me out with this problem that I got with this guy in a castle over there. It took my kid or whatever, right? And the night, I mean, there's just a whole bunch of these side quests that are going on. It's interesting. I mean, and everybody's always just getting chopped up, right? Somebody's either getting chopped up or get thrown off their horse and break their neck. I mean, they're just people are dying like crazy in these books.
I find that interesting as a theme, and I don't want to derail you, Gregor, but I am curious because of things like this, like the violence and just like maybe the different norms. Some people refer to in terms of like a period of, in terms of just periods in history, like the Middle Ages were really the Dark Ages because it was like this different time. Do you think that's true? Because
I think that's debatable. I think that there's folks that it's my understanding that is a debatable subject. Like the folks who are experts on the Middle Ages will contest that, right? That the fact that they're called the Dark Ages.
Well, because it's just such a common sentiment, though, and I'm not sure I agree, but I But it is interesting if you're talking about the violence and just the different.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, the levels of violence, right, in this story. I mean, there's like consistent between each chapter or whatever, or little episodes or whatever the case may be. But I mean, the Wizard of Oz also has instances of just amazing hyper violence in them that are in like some scenes are even way more violent than the King Arthur legend that I'm talking about, right? I mean,
yeah.
have you read any of the Oz books?
No, I haven't yet, but I want
The
to.
Oz books are violent?
Oh yeah. I mean, they're not consistently chapter by chapter violent, right? But there are scenes in the books of absolute insane hyper violence.
Oh yeah, like the Tin Man's original story was that he got all of his limbs chopped off and replaced with the tin parts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then when they're slaughtering the monkeys, the flying monkeys, it's just like wow, it's just like hundreds of these things.
It was brief, but do you remember in the movie that when they first started storming the witch's castle, that the Tin Man had a gun?
No,
it was just like a little detail, but it's pretty funny to like consider.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh, the Tin Man's packing.
So I thought he had an axe. So he had a gun too?
Yeah, it was. Well, it might have been the Scarecrow with the gun.
Oh.
But either way, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Like
there's definitely scenes of just whacked out hyper violence in those books. Yeah.
I remember one Oz story where there were these people who grew out of the ground like vegetables, and you would peel the stalks like they were like corn stalks, and they would be people in there. Anybody remember that Oz story?
No, but I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
I mean,
There
there
are a
are
lot of
teacup
Oz
people
stories.
running around and shit too. So I mean, there's all kinds.
They made us read it in school. Is the weird part. It was an Oz story that we got to read in school. It wasn't an annoying thing to read. It was fun, but Yeah,
I haven't read all of them. There's like 14 books that are by Baum, but I've read maybe 7, something like that.
Really, in order, the first 7, or
Yeah.
There's a bunch of characters that don't get as much play as Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman, as he's called in the books.
Right.
Like there's like TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the Return to Oz movie, isn't he?
Yeah, he
The
is.
one with the girl who grew up to look real hot and psycho. Firuza Balk.
Yeah, Veruca Salt or whatever her name is, or
But Firuza Balk, I think.
or whatever. I mix her up with the girl from Willy Wonka, but yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
The
There were
character from Willy Wonka.
Hungry Tiger and Sawhorse.
And hen. There's a hen, the talking hen, and then there's that jack-o'-lantern pumpkinhead dude.
Oh, that Pumpkinhead. He has his own book, and I've been wanting to read that for ages, but no Kindle version, just paperback.
Right.
So.
Yeah, they're entertaining books. I mean, they're and the language isn't so archaic that it's hard to get through or anything. It's really accessible to a modern audience. All those books.
And they were books for kids, weren't they, originally?
Yeah.
So I'd assume they'd be pretty easy to read.
Right. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're entertaining. I mean, they're really kind of weird, and like I said, sometimes exceedingly violent. It's like what, And then, like at one point in time, they find the Tin Woodsman's all of his parts in a chest in this like witch's cottage. They find all of his original parts.
I assume for a while they weren't that concerned with violence in children's media because, we weren't too far removed from fairy tales, and we weren't, too far removed from the pulps, which were violent. And there's also the fact that back then kids probably were expected to see violence, so it wasn't a big deal for them to not, to see it in like a book or something.
Yeah, one thing that I thought I heard was that actually having the violence is actually moral for those kinds of tells. Did you hear that?
Yeah, that was actually a big thing with early Hollywood. I think pre-code Hollywood. You could show as much sex, boobs, and violence as you wanted, as long as there was a moral lesson at the end about how naughty it all was.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Like, I think that's why Haxon got away with it, because it had like the moral lesson at the end of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Which movie was that, or which book?
Yeah, that was a movie about witchcraft. Like, there's a scene in it where witches actually like roast and eat a baby.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, that's an old silent movie.
What movie was this? What movie was it?
Haxon. It's an old silent movie.
It's like a German movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Haxan, right?
Yeah.
It's not real, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's like it's a real
movie.
movie, but it's like a it's like a sort of pseudo documentary.
I've heard of it.
It's almost like a Mondo movie before there were Mondo movies.
Yeah, it's big with that crowd that would watch the full uncut version of Cannibal Holocaust or Faces of Death, while eating spaghetti, That,
Well, it's obviously not quite that violent, but there is like boobs and a scene where witches roast and eat a baby.
Yeah, man, I think you can watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, it's free on YouTube.
There's occult rituals in it. I understand. Yeah.
There's a version where William S. Burroughs narrates it.
Huh. Is that one free on YouTube?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I love listening to Burroughs read his own stuff. I mean,
I watched the original version though, and it does have a sort of moral lesson at the end that was, I guess, for its time, kind of progressive, because it says that a lot of like what was considered witchcraft was likely mental illness, and there's a sort of plea at the end to understand people who are mentally ill.
Well, isn't that what was crazy about that? That's why they were witches, because they were mentally ill. That's insane to me.
Yeah, it would like start with all these like fucked up scenes of occult rituals and witches licking the devil's ass and shit like that, and then it would like go into this like sort of more realistic kind of thing where like a nun in like religious hysteria would start desecrating a cross, and they would kind of realize that and then it kind of transitions into a lot of these people were probably mentally ill, which is why they acted that way.
Yeah, it makes it even more tragic, because like basically like they did this with the Spanish Inquisition too, I think, but it was like if you said that you were a witch, then of course you would be burned, but then if you said you weren't a witch, then you were lying and you'd be burned.
Yeah, they had like a whole sequence in there of like an older woman being accused of being a witch, and the whole like kangaroo court she was put through and everything.
Dang.
I finally found this story that I've been trying. I can't even locate it on my own Kindle. It's so badly titled. I'm sorry, Gregor. Were you still talking about yours, or was the author?
No, I was done with my because that Arthur book's going to take me a while. So
that's cool. You're reading that.
I have been searching for this book in my own collection. It's so horribly titled that I am just now being able to locate it. But when you were talking about history and violence and all that, it put me in mind of this story. It was so good that I think it was in my top 10 like 2 years ago. And look at it. It doesn't even have a cover. It's like more of a historical record than an actual fiction story. It was an actual word-by-word account of what it transpired when these settlers were living in Bar Harbor, Maine, and they were attacked by French and Indians, and the children, basically the oldest children of these settlers who were off on some business deal trip, I guess. These children were left to fend for themselves against the French and the Indians, and they held them off, and it was a pretty incredible tale. But I finally found that. I'm writing that down so I never forget it again. I even put Maine into my search engine on my Kindle, and I still couldn't find it. It's a horrible title. If you're looking for it, you're basically by memory. Defending the Island, a story of Bar Harbor. I'm writing it down so I never forget it again.
So this book was actually written in 1758 then? Or was it?
Thereabouts or after it happened, I guess,
So how long is this book?
Not long actually. I mean, but
Yeah, it looks like 68 pages.
yeah, it doesn't say here. But
What says behind it if you like click off it on the actual?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it varies depending on the edition because I'm pretty sure
Right.
that would be public domain. You know, I heard that you could actually, any one of us could actually take some public domain novel and publish it right now on Amazon. As
Yeah,
long
I've thought
List
about doing
yourself
that.
as the editor, essentially.
Yeah, I've thought about doing that. I just
Like-
don't know.
what could we do it with like Bram Stoker's Dracula? Hasn't it been done with that and a few
Well,
others?
I think the problem with Dracula is that even though it's public domain, because, well, don't quote me on this actually, but my assumption is that it's in copyright still, even though it's public domain.
I
Okay,
think it's in public. The original novel is public domain, at least in the States.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I get a little bit confused on copyright because A, it gets difficult to know what's copyrighted when you're like doing YouTube things and that. But then B, the confusing thing about copyright is that like all the books that I have, like even if they're like Penguin editions, they're still copyright. And the reason I guess is because they translated it, which makes sense. But the difficulty is that it's copyrighted, and so they still have that creative control. So I don't know. I mean, so I think a lot
I mean,
of texts are like
if they've
that.
taken a book from another language, right, that's in public domain, and they copyright it, they have the copyright on that particular translation of that work, right?
You're
but
saying that the
Universal
original.
Studios owns the ongoing caricature of Dracula, don't they?
Yeah, that's why it's confusing.
Yeah,
'Cause the
like
copyright stuff.
I guess the best way to put it, like with Dracula, if you use anything from the book, if you describe him like how he is in the book, it's fine. If you like were to try to use anything from like the Universal movies, then no,
Right.
you're probably going to get in trouble.
Right. If you were going to say do a comic book and Dracula was going to look like Bela Lugosi, you might have to pay a licensing fee to do that.
Wait, you were saying that it's not in copyright then, that you have freedom?
Yeah,
Well,
the
the
Dracula's in
original-
public domain. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
the original
anybody. There's
novel.
so many books that are like Dracula versus Vampirella and all this stuff. You know, these people aren't licensing all that out.
Mm.
Yeah, and obviously, everyone has a different conception of Dracula, but it's actually rare that you see him with a mustache as he's actually described in the book.
Right.
So you could basically do a Dracula fan fiction.
Oh, yeah.
Castlevania
Yeah,
has
definitely.
a Dracula with a mustache.
Nice.
Nice.
Castlevania is nice. Nice.
I won't watch it, but what
You are a fool,
Salem,
man.
Salem's Lot, the Dracula in there's got a mustache. I mean, not the Dracula, but the main vampire in there's got a mustache.
Why won't you watch Castlevania?
I don't like anime.
The video games are
You
pretty
didn't play
awesome.
the video game? You didn't play the
No,
did
I
video
don't
games?
really play video games either.
Never.
Remember,
Well, I have, but I don't generally play video games. I mean, I
You
like.
would just go to the '80s arcade and play like one game, and it was a casual thing, and you don't even think about it now, right?
Well, yeah, but I did go to an arcade within the last month or so. There's this basically almost entirely abandoned mall within, say, like a half an hour of where I live, and like one of the only things that they have in this massive mall is this arcade. That's like the only thing that's open in there, except for a couple of like anchor stores, right? It's got like I don't know, like some kind of outdoors, thing, and a Kohl's or something, right? For the anchor stores, but it's like a 2-story mall, massive, and like almost everything's closed. There's hardly any lighting at all in there because they don't want to pay the heating bills in this mall. And then there's also buckets every once in a while, right, to catch the leaky roof,
I haven't seen a mall
Yeah.
that's not nearly abandoned
Oh,
in
yeah.
years, and it is depressing. Even though I hated going to the mall on a Friday night because it was so packed, I would prefer that to how empty and abandoned and depressing it is to go in there now. And same thing with your mall, my closest mall. It's only in business because of Italian Village, which they've got some really expensive but really great pizza, and then Bath and Body Works downstairs, and that's basically it. Maybe Spencer's Gifts, them two. That's all that's holding that mall together.
Yeah, I don't see how this place stays in business. Really, I mean, it's like a little arcade, right? And you pay like I think $5, and you can play whatever's in there for an hour. You know what I mean? You don't have to put any coins in anything, right? You just pay up front to get into the arcade, and then you can just hop from machine to machine. You know?
So
pretty fun.
So I'm a little bit confused, though. I'm sure you're talking about something different because the malls here seem to do very well. Even the outdoor mall and some of like the smaller malls, like they're usually pretty hopping. Even well, I haven't been to all of them, obviously, but just like when I went to Fashion Place.
Well, you're in Ohio too, aren't you?
No, I'm in Utah.
He's in Utah.
That's right.
But I was just surprised that they were even. It was a very lively place.
This is not lively whatsoever.
But I was curious on if you were hitting on that malls are becoming extinct because I think
they
I've heard
are.
that.
They really
Yeah.
are.
In a lot of places, they are. Yeah.
Really, what's the reason?
But,
I mean, Amazon.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Mainly, I would
Amazon,
imagine.
like obviously COVID-19
That made
took
it
a big
worse.
hit.
That made it worse when Amazon was already on the way with it.
Right.
But it is kind of funny. The one mall that I go to most often because it has a theater in it. It actually seemed to be reviving because for a while it just seemed like dead and empty with only really the theater there. But then the last time I was there were more stores. There was a new arcade that was pretty big and pretty fancy. There were a lot more people there. So I don't know if the last time. Well, that was the time before last time. Last time I went there, it was COVID. Most everything was closed at that time. Only the theater was open. But it seemed to have been on the way to reviving, before COVID-19 happened, which I thought was a little strange.
I guess it just surprises me that with, the engine of capitalism that malls, which seem like this like hugely capitalistic thing, would actually struggle. You
buy
because
stuff online now, right? I mean,
what was that?
I think it's mainly Amazon and the online.
Really
order anything online, right? I mean,
yeah. I guess, but I just would have thought people would have liked going out. I mean, I guess not during COVID, but
even pre-COVID, this particular mall that I'm talking about was exactly like it is right now. It's amazing that it still exists. I mean, I was surprised to hear that it existed at all after COVID, right? I mean,
yeah.
I went there and it's like dark inside there. Like it's just like almost dark, and it's just so strange. It's like something like post-apocalyptic, and it'd
be good to take footage in there for a vaporwave music video.
Yeah. Maybe next time I go, I'll take some video footage so I can show how crazy it is. All these buckets collecting drippy ceiling, drippy roof water.
Play some slow, depressing vaporwave over it.
Yeah. But I mean, the arcade itself is pretty cool because you can just, they have like tons of pinball machines, tons of old school arcade games, and then they've also got, what do you call them? Console games you can play on these, fairly big screen, deal. So I mean, it's pretty cool. I don't really care about it all that much, but it was fun.
Yeah, here the arcade that we have is the up down barcade, which is really popular.
Mm-hmm.
When I got cabin fever bad enough, I went there to play a few games and eat pizza.
That sounds fun.
There was another barcade not too far from that, but apparently it didn't do very well because it closed down pretty fast.
The best arcade I ever went to was in Portland, Oregon, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was a pretty cool name, and it was 2 stories, but it was 2 stories packed like a mansion.
Wow.
It was packed with like a mansion. Every 2 feet there was arcade games. There were rows of arcade games. There were the ones where you could arm wrestle with the machine. There was Rampage beside that. You had X-Men downstairs, in a very obvious spot, visible spot, and in a far back in the corner on the first floor, they had one of the only existing cabinets of like a version of Donkey Kong that the designer made for his daughter, where you would play as a girl instead of the Mario figure.
Huh.
It was the only one of the only few cabinets made but the guy did it for his daughter, and I can't remember the name of it. But
I think the best arcades I saw when I was in Gatlinburg. At the time, there were like a bunch of arcades in the town, and I would hit them up while I was there. Because basically, I'm pretty sure it was like, if I remember right, it was like the summer between like when I was in middle school and high school, I think. And, my grandparents would just let me walk around the town and, go visit like the aquarium and the arcades and shit. And I had a pretty great time.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Yeah, I mean, I suck at arcade games, so I mean, it's not that fun for me, but it's all right. I mean, I'm so bad at it, it's just pathetic. So,
But I think like the coolest concept for an arcade I've seen was one that was themed around the Kowloon Walled City. Apparently, there's one of those that exists in Japan.
Huh.
there it is. Proof it exists.
That's pretty cute.
Yeah.
So we were talking. So because you're all readers, I have a question.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So, because I've really been thinking about this. You were talking about fantasy earlier, maybe in a different context, but you mentioned Wizard of Oz and even just like horror fiction. What are your thoughts on epic fantasy?
Well, I mean, I'm not a big fan of it, I guess, right? I mean,
Really?
it's okay, I suppose, right? I'm trying to think. It seems like, so I'm not a big fan of, say, what you would call like the Tolkien-esque fantasy or, fantasy like, I don't know what you want to call it, with, typical wizards running around and dragons and elves and orcs and all that. I'm not a big fan of those tropes, I'll watch a movie with that kind of stuff in it, or I'll play D&D, but I'm not big into it. But I do like some fantasy stuff, but not necessarily epic fantasy.
Well, what? So the reason why I'm asking is because I've had this novel that I've wanted to write since like I was in 5th grade, and I took a lot of deviations, obviously, because 80 books later, 90 books later, I still haven't written it. And I'm not even just like limiting it to epic fantasy specifically, but I'm just curious, like, well, I guess I have a few questions. One is like, what makes good fantasy? What makes a good book? Because I feel like I have this book, and I guess we know Jeremy's answer about fantasy, which is that he loves it because he like has all of these.
Yeah. This is one of the best right here. This
really?
is
What is it?
Blood plus Pearls.
Okay.
Blood and Pearls. Mark Rogers. He also wrote the Samurai Cat series, which was like Bizarro before Bizarro in the 80s, and he also wrote a book called The Dead, and this is his best work, I think, is the Zancarthus books. You can see up there, it says Zancarthus Book 1, Blood and Pearls. This one is crazy, man. This is like better than Conan right here, this shit right here is better than Conan. This wizard, the main bad guy, warns this one of his minions if he doesn't answer his questions properly about why he failed him, he's going to give him parchment lung. And then because the guy like tries to get away with lying for something, he does it. He gives him parchment lung, and it's like his lungs turn to dust.
Wow.
Like in front of the wizard. It's crazy shit. This is grown-up epic fantasy right here. So your question, Phoenix, I personally love it, but I do hate Wheel of Time.
You do hate it, even though you have it?
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
Did you read the whole thing?
No.
Okay.
But I think I will someday. Robert
Even though you hate it?
Robert Jordan annoys me to no end. Yeah, because it's a story, and stories deserve to end. Stories deserve to end. But I really get annoyed with Tolkien too in some ways, because he's always got to get caught up in all this stuff they did on the road to somewhere, and what they stopped and what they ate and what they were wearing that day, and I don't care. And the scenery, trim it down a little bit. That's I want to get the meat. The meat.
I know. Have any of you read The Princess Bride?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, The Princess Bride,
but I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, the Princess Bride kind of makes fun of tropes like that, because it's the idea is that it's an abridgment done by the author. Like, I'm just acting as the it's like a metafictional aspect of the book. It's like this is a book from another country, and I'm just acting as like a translator and editor, and it would talk about how like there's scenes he cuts out where it goes on for several chapters about, you know, the princess preparing to become a bride and shit like that.
Right.
Or, you know, like long digressions that he talks about cutting out.
Well, I've really struggled with that notion because I know that sometimes, you know, a style that I think is very effective is, you know, concise, very focused stories. But I find myself getting a little bit carried away by the flourish, and I like it, and I can't figure out why.
I mean,
Like,
you can still have a like Baroque language that actually flows and carries you along, and it's compelling to read. But a lot of times, folks, most people can't do that, I guess, is what I'm getting at ultimately.
So then, in your mind, what would make? Because I know some of you prefer horror, or even just like more bizarro, more extreme fiction. But what would like make a good fantasy story? Because I have like an idea of what I want to do. Because I've already written like.
I can give you an example of a fantasy series that I think is good. I mean, other than the Boss Log series by China Mieville, but there's a Price of Spring, I think is what it's called, the series. And it's by Daniel Abraham. Have you ever heard of that or him?
No, I hadn't heard of that one.
So Daniel Abraham is like a fantasy author, science fiction author. He is like half of James S.A. Corey, the co-creator of what is The Expanse. Have you ever heard of that television series?
No.
It's like it's kind of a gritty science fiction series where it takes place in the solar system. Like, we haven't figured out yet how to get, you know, interstellar travel, but like most of the planets have been colonized or have some stations on them, right? So I mean, it was a popular series of science fiction books that was co-authored by, you know, Daniel Abraham and another guy. The other guy happens to be like George R.R. Martin's personal assistant or something, right?
Which series was this again?
It was called The Expanse.
Okay, because it pulled up a few.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I read the first book and it's pretty good, you know. But Daniel Abraham's fantasy series I think it's called The Price of Spring or the
Long Price Quartet.
The Long Price or something. Yes. What is it?
Yeah, the Long Price Quartet.
Long Price Quartet. That's an excellent fantasy series.
Okay. What was it that you liked about those books without spoiling it?
Well, it wasn't like it didn't have this that same type of medieval type of setting, right? That's so typical. It has this weird kind of like a cross between a Renaissance and Asian type of setting. Yeah, it's an interesting kind of, and then it had like these kind of like magicians, I guess, but they were called poets. And they were able to, through, you know, like writing these, you know, I guess poems, essentially, were able to basically create embodiments or personifications of particular concepts, you know. So, like one of the concepts that they were able to, you know, create, right, was this entity called Seedless. And this entity was, you know, it's like a, you know, incorporeal thing, right? It's like a genie almost kind of a situation, right? And they are used for industry kind of thing. So these various cities will have these poets that are able to create these entities. And this is an example, like Seedless was one of them. And basically this entity basically gives that city-state like an edge, an industrial edge over the other cities by being able to have all of the seeds from the picked cotton just drop out of it, right? So they didn't have to expend any labor to get the seeds out of the cotton. So they just dominated from an economical standpoint, right? So that's an example of like one of these creatures that they're able to create. It's very imaginative, very interesting concept, and it's all you know, like, and there's other ones that are created, these creatures that are created that also have that are used in this weird economic type of you know, like a kind of a magical industrial edge. It's a very odd concept, but it's very well done, and it's also the books are like take place over, like the main character is like really young in the first book, and then it kind of takes is like his life from like a very young man all to a very old person, right? And there's huge gaps between each individual book. It's very well done. It's a very excellent fantasy series.
Was this the one that you were talking about, the Long Price Quartet?
Yeah, the Long Price Quartet.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I part of the problem I have with epic fantasy is usually it has so many volumes, so it's hard to actually.
Yeah, I'm not big on it either, right? As far as multi-volume fat fantasy novels, but that's a good one. He also wrote another series. I've not finished it yet, but I've read like 3 or 4 of it. It's more conventional in its setting, like as far as a medieval type setting. It's called like the Dragon's War or something. I can't remember, but that was good. I mean, what I read of it was so good. It was good. I haven't finished it.
You're asking what makes a good epic fantasy?
Yeah, I guess that's your question.
It's probably best a question for Jeremy, since he's a real fan of epic fantasy, whereas I tend to lean more towards like enjoying like magic realism, fairy tales, and things like that.
Right.
Magic realism is awesome, definitely. But epic fantasy, okay, you have to have a strong central conflict. And it has to affect, a lot of different locations that may be far away from each other, different cultures. It helps if the hero has either an animal companion or a really, like, amusing sidekick. I hate to use the word sidekick in a medieval, story, but... there has to be an otherworldly amount of determination for them to be willing to travel that way, because most villagers back in those days in real life, they probably never traveled that far. Once a village was settled, they probably stayed there for the remainder of their lives because land, was fought over, same as it ever has been. So not many people would travel the world, unless they were warriors or thieves or gamblers or something like that. So there needs to be a little bit of a rogue aspect to the main character, I think. And maybe like a love interest that it's like, I wouldn't touch him with I wouldn't touch her with your dick, oh please, I would never kiss him. That kind of frustration between a man and a woman in that type of setting helps. Is that making sense?
Yeah,
I mean, it's definitely setting and character, right? You've got to have both, right? I mean, the setting, but character is also, I think, equally as important in an epic fantasy as the setting, right?
Yeah,
you got to have characters that you can root for, and they've got to be likable.
And a larger than life antagonist, like Sauron was an eye in the sky. That was one personification of him. The other was the necromancer that Gandalf defeated off page in The Hobbit, I guess. Kind of stave things off for about 100 years, But you need an antagonist that's big enough that it could be equivalent to an eye in the sky or a giant dragon or something.
You can get away with a cartoonish character like a over the top villainous villain.
And you have to have lower antagonists, secondary antagonists who are willing to die for this gigantic thing, that see something that's not there, that's not really there, like a glory or purpose, that they see in this hideous creature commanding them, that they would be willing to die for. I like that. That is good in epic fantasy.
Yeah, and I guess another way for it to be successful is to make sure that the world building is spread out and sprinkled throughout in a natural way, that there's no info dumps, right? There are as few info dumps as you could possibly get away with, right? You've got to follow the characters through the world. You can't just dump the world on top of the reader, right? That
so I used to write fantasy stories, and I tried to get them published, So I was like reading a lot of those magazines, and the info dumping was super hard.
Yeah. I mean,
Because
it's not that people don't do it, and it's not that people
Yeah.
can't break that rule and still be successful. But generally,
well, so this is the thing is like the reason why I'm asking is because like I have my own ideas of what I think probably good epic fantasy would be, but it's not necessarily just about the epic fantasy. It's more about how you can use some of those genres, or even merging some other genres like magical realism or fairy tale to create something. You know, I mean, an example would be The Dark Kid. That was fantasy, even if it was inspired by the Talisman a lot. And I wouldn't call it epic fantasy per se, but it does kind of like lean a little bit on like Lord of the Rings and some of these things. I think what Lord of the Rings did very well, because I'm reading it right now, and I started Return of the King. The world building is incredible, and I find myself enjoying it for enjoying the complexity. But I think that it's really hard to pull that off.
right.
So I'm very interested in that because I think there's a lot of potential with fantasy as a genre and some of these like other subgenres. And I know epic fantasy is pretty recognizable, even if like, you know, people aren't always reading like George R. R. Martin or something. Although I think his books are actually pretty popular though. But
I mean, I liked them. You know,
Really?
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
George R. R. Martin's books. I mean, I like his epic. Well, I guess it's epic fantasy. I guess you know. And
Yeah.
then he's got this. What is it called?
Wild cards.
No, Fever Dream or something. It's a vampire book. It's like set in maybe antediluvian South.
would it be a stretch to say that even like the Marvel movies count as like some degree of that kind of fantasy element? With like,
It's more science fiction.
oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I just meant because of the world building.
Yeah, I mean, it's I mean,
'Cause, like-
as far as something that's fantasy that's got a lot of world building in it, would be more like Star Wars or Dark Crystal or something, right?
Really?
Well,
Okay.
superheroes are they're sort of a mix of sci-fi, fantasy,
Right,
in a contemporary setting most of the time.
right.
That makes sense. Yeah, I've been fascinated by it with thinking about Lord of the Rings, and so probably my top 3 influences for like thinking about this kind of genre or these genres is of course the Talisman, Lord of the Rings, which probably include the movies even though I haven't seen them in years, and then probably Harry Potter actually, just because I loved the world building in that series. So, you know,
Yeah, I
and-
liked. I only read books, I think 4 through 7 in that series.
really okay.
Yeah, and I really disliked much of 6 and 7 in the Harry Potter.
You disliked it, really?
Yeah, I disliked much of the last 2 books, or maybe the most. I don't know. There's one book where they're just hanging out in the forest forever, doing nothing. You know what I'm
Okay.
talking about?
Was that in the Half-Blood Prince? I can't remember.
It might be.
Well, actually, no. I mean, it would probably be in the Deathly Hallows.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
point
because
where
there was. Well, I thought that was a point of tension because they were expecting a smoother journey, and
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a point of no tension. It was just people hanging
Like-
out in the woods forever.
that's
You
fine.
know, but I especially like books 4 and 5, and my favorite's probably 5.
Okay. Yeah,
The
5 was good.
Phoenix one, the Order of the Phoenix.
Yeah.
I recall, I think I read the first 2 books in the Harry Potter series, and I never read beyond that. I never really got into it.
It's interesting for me because I grew up with like the movies of Lord of the Rings and then the movies of Harry Potter and the
Mhm.
books too. Like I literally grew up with them. Like I remember seeing the first movie when I was literally Harry's age in the series.
Right.
It was crazy. So I think that's why it's identifiable with me. Again,
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I think some of these stories really resonate with me because I did grow up with them. You know,
Oh,
I mean,
that's
Gregor, you
totally
said you weren't-
understandable for sure. Yeah.
yeah, you said you weren't impressed with the Talisman, but you understood like why it would influence me.
Yeah. I mean, I also read that as a cynical adult, right? Right. So I mean, if I would have read it younger, I might have liked it a lot more. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Well, based on those 3 descriptors or examples, you are probably not looking to make one that's like very dark or violent or cynical. You're probably wanting to make one that's more not childish, but more benevolent, maybe
More action adventure oriented.
Well, here's the irony, though. You might find this interesting. So, to give you some background on the story that I have in mind, so I wrote the rough draft in 5th grade. I lost the copy, but it was like 40 pages front and back of just writing. So I had like the original vision. I lost that, but then in my teenage years, I kept trying to bring it to life, and I kept rewriting it over and over again with so many renditions. But I never finished it at all. In fact, it was just getting convoluted. But originally, I was really influenced by, it was Stephen King for sure, but it was like horror. And so like I'm actually wondering how much of those dark fantasy horror elements I want to embed in it, if considering that was one of the original intentions when I was writing in high school. Because like I wouldn't say that I would shy away from the horror. And I know what you mean, Jeremy, about being benevolent, but I do have some ideas of like how it might go into like a dark fantasy turn. And I think that potential is there. I just don't know how I would match it with the kind of hopeful optimism that you probably see in some of my writing. So,
has anybody here read the Aragon books by?
No,
I
haven't either. I bring it up because that guy published that when he was still a teenager, I just wonder, was it worth shit to read? If anybody has, and I guess not. So.
I mean, they're very popular books. I mean, there's 3 or 4 of them, right?
They made a movie. I mean, How did he get that published as a kid? I mean, how did he get that published as a teenager?
His parents were in the publishing industry.
Were they? Is that a fact?
Oh, well, that's not a surprise.
No, that makes more sense. Yeah. It was. It was a birthday present, basically. Hey, publish your book, whether it's good or not, right? So,
I mean, I think they helped him along with the editing process, and I'm sure, right? I mean,
that's not a thing that I can't see it.
I mean, it wasn't like, it wasn't like they were advertising that this kid's parents were in the publishing industry, right?
They never do.
Like he was a wonder kind, right? Well, it's not the case. Parents both in the publishing industry, right? Which is fine. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. But
Yeah, I mean, how many people actually have gotten like books published as like a teenager that they'd actually be proud of?
Well, how many teenagers have even published their books?
I mean,
I used to be on this program.
What?
Zach Magaha.
Oh yeah.
He published stuff when he was a high schooler,
student.
But
that's cool.
He really dislikes the stuff now, even before he converted. But he really didn't like it.
I mean, it wasn't like it was. They weren't self-published. They were publishers that published it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Burning Bulb, I think. But here's the thing with Zach is that I'm not totally sure, but the way he talked in one of our last conversations was that he may even be disowning Indie Rock Cabin. And
I think he actually took that out of print because he wanted to tell a different story with one of the characters.
That's what it is, yeah. But I mean, and that's not a bad idea because I think that the character that I'm thinking he wants to focus on is a really cool character that comes alive in that story. But I mean, geez, man, he put it in print like a few months ago, and it's already out of print. I mean, what is he doing? Restarting the universe? You can't go back.
Well, I'm glad I read it when it was out because I like that book.
I still have a copy of it.
It was really good, wasn't it? Yeah.
Maybe it'll be worth money someday if he.
There are no do-overs, Zach. You made your choice, and I warned you when you gave me the advanced reading copy not to do that at the end. I told you not to, and you didn't listen to me. And now you have to read. You do it all over.
But I do recall that I think Bret Easton Ellis, Less Than Zero, I think that was published when he was like 19 or something.
Less Than Zero is pretty good.
Yeah, that is a good book. I actually found that one more disturbing than American Psycho.
Huh. Well, because it's understated, right?
Yeah, it's just like the Clay character is very is very flat, and he describes all these horrible things happening with just this flat affect. Whereas American Psycho is actually very funny at times.
Oh yeah. It's like I mean, I don't. What's the word for grand?
Grand Ganal. Yeah,
it's like that, right?
Yeah. There's the one chapter that makes me laugh where it's like him having. It starts in the middle of a sentence and ends in the middle of one. It's basically Patrick Bateman having a breakdown in Manhattan, and he does shit like buy a rock of crack from a dealer and just eats the whole thing right in front of him. he goes into a Jewish deli and starts cursing them out when they won't give him a cheeseburger. He makes calls to cancel appointments he never made. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean that book really is good. I mean I mean you know, I remember when it came out and it was getting all the the press, right, and people were shocked and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I mean at the time I was like, yeah, I don't want to read that. It's
like the
too
violent
hyped, right?
Yeah.
So I waited 30 years or something to read it or whatever it was. But I really liked it. I read it within the last couple of years. It's great.
I mean, the violent fucked up scenes are really fucked up and violent, but like I said, they are balanced out by like the goofy moments, and the aspect that Patrick Bateman is the most unreliable of narrators.
Oh yeah, I mean that book's fantastic. Yeah, I mean it's really a good book. You've not read it, Phoenix? Or
No, I only read Less Than Zero.
Yeah, I highly recommend American Psycho. It's a great book.
I may read it though sometime. It's kind of a fairly short read, isn't it?
Not that short, but I think it's a fairly breezy read.
So I've been trying to and granted it's hard to do this when I'm reading so many books, but I've been trying to branch out and read things I don't always like as much or that don't resonate as much. Would you prefer Charles Bukowski or Bret Easton Ellis in terms of maybe?
They're not really comparable, especially
Right.
I mean, they're very different both in terms of their style and the kind of people they write about. Obviously, like Bukowski writes about poor and
Skid
working
Row,
class people, and Bret Easton Ellis writes about rich people.
Well, I thought that might not be an apt comparison, but the reason why I mention it is because I'm A, hesitant to read American Psycho, and B, I can't seem to get in Bukowski because people really like his style of writing, but I can't seem to get past I think the word would be erasability, and I know that's the point, but I can't get past that.
The what ability?
Are you reading his novels or like his poetry?
So erasability is kind of a frustrated, cranky perspective.
Oh, okay.
Irascibility.
Irascibility. Okay, all right.
Yeah, he can't. You do kind of have to get used to him being, kind of grumpy. But
He
I
wrote
think
a
that is one of the
poem about a
charms.
broken shoelace. That's what I hate about poetry right there.
Well, that's a good poem. It's basically a poem about how it's not like major things that finally make people snap. It's things like a broken shoelace.
I guess it's a good point, but
So, I mean, I really like Bukowski, but
Okay. Because I've tried, I tried reading Ham on Rye, and I couldn't get past the scene with the kids.
I like his novels better.
Miserable.
I like his novels better. Post
I think Ham on Rye is great. But have you read his short stories?
Yeah, and I couldn't get past those either.
Oh, well, then don't read them.
Well,
Maybe give his poetry a chance.
I've read his poetry, and yeah, I do like his poetry for the most
Post
part.
Office is worth.
Is it?
trying.
Okay.
Yeah, I've spoken to people who work in that atmosphere who have said that they like that he got it right, and I mean he did work for most of his
Yeah, I
life.
mean, that's a good book as well. I mean, I like Ham on Rye. I think that's my favorite novel of his. But
Yeah, definitely. It's a little misogynist, but I do recommend Women. That's a good book.
yeah, that's a good book as well. I think I've read all-
There's a great quote in Women that has always stuck with me. It's he's actually signing books, and this woman comes up to him and asks him to sign, and she's like kind of giving him an attitude, and he says something like, I could destroy you, honey, admiring her beauty. And she says, don't bet on it. And then he says something like, you're right, cunts are indestructible.
I mean, my favorite
Let me
scene
pull
from
it up. Let me pull it up, and I'll do it better justice.
my favorite scene from the book is where he's walking around a girl's. He's just done like a reading at a college, and he's walking around a girl's dorm drunk, and he does shit like he yells like, "I'm gonna bang my dick on the door," and just knocks on the door with his fist.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not your thing, Phoenix, it's not your thing. But
Yeah.
But is the appeal because he's so direct in a way that writers, because again,
think
this
so.
contrast of flourish versus just raw
You maybe have to somewhat share his cynical viewpoint to really get into his novels and his prose. But because his
Yeah.
poetry is where he really lets his soft side out.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll go back to his poetry then, because I feel like, but I do want to get post
Yeah,
office.
you're right. You're right about that, Ben. That's for damn sure. Yeah, because his poems are a lot. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of humanity in it, right? There's really.
Yeah, that's where he's very soft and open. Whereas in his prose, he
Right.
does tend to be. That's where he tends to be at his most cynical.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, because I like to challenge myself anyway, and so I think it would still be worth it to, maybe I could pick up Ham on Rye again, or even try Post Office, or even just go back to
Yeah,
his
Post
poetry.
Office is a novella. It's really
Because
short.
I don't. Is it? Oh, it's a novella. I thought it was longer. Because I feel like Bukowski, there's a reason why people tout him. I mean, he's and I do think he's a good writer.
Found it. I found the quote.
Oh, okay. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, this is from Women by Charles Bukowski. Then this blonde, about 19, with rimless glasses and a smile, walked up. The smile never left. I want to fuck you, she said. It's your face. What about my face? It's magnificent. I want to destroy your face with my cunt. It might be the other way around. Don't bet on it. You're right. Cunt is indestructible.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
That's
I mean,
Prime Bukowski right there.
It's especially funny because if you look at Bukowski's face, he was never a good looking guy.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, he talks about how in Ham on Rye, how throughout his teenage years he had like acne that was so bad he had to have medical treatment for it,
Oh yeah.
and you
Yeah.
can see the scars on it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I really like that book, but Phoenix, if you don't like it, don't read it.
Yeah, stick to his poetry. I think.
Yeah, you
that
definitely.
might resonate with you a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I like his poetry a lot. Oh yeah, there's another thing I've been reading. I've been reading poetry every day, Phoenix. Just so you know.
Are you still doing that?
Yes, I still
That's
am doing
awesome.
it.
What are you reading right now?
Well, what I've been reading lately is I've got some book. It's like 101 great American poems or something, right?
Okay, yeah, that
Like,
sounds.
It's just like various different poems throughout American history, or poets rather, are featured, and there's like maybe one, I don't know, anywhere between 1 and 5 poems by all these, famous American poets that I'm sure you've heard of before that I've not read really anything by. I mean, aside from some of the, the big ones or whatnot, but a lot of them I'd never heard of. But I'm enjoying it,
So what got you on this quest to read poetry?
I think it was probably something to do with this program, right? The
Okay.
topic of poetry has come up and treated with disdain or whatever. I mean, I've never really. I mean, I can see where Jeremy's coming from in his opinion related to poetry, right?
Well,
But
yeah.
I've always liked it, and I've written quite a bit. I mean, I've written, hundreds upon hundreds of poems, right?
Okay, that's cool.
But I don't know. I just it seemed like a nice ritual to do with my coffee in the morning.
Yeah. Well, it sounds
Read
fun.
a poem,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you read Stephen Crane's poems?
I bought that book that you mentioned. The Black Rider, is that what it's
Black
called?
Riders and Other Lines. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have read some Stephen Crane after you mentioned that, right?
Yeah.
There's a website called like poetryfoundation.org or something to that effect.
You can find pretty much all of Stephen Crane's poems free online because they're in the public domain.
Yeah. So what I read on that was I really liked, right? I really liked the Stephen Crane poems that I read there, and then I got the Black Rider. And I plan on reading that after I'm done with my 101 Great American Poets, anthology essentially. So I'll probably start in on that here soon. Almost done with the 101 Greatest American Poems or whatever the hell it is called. But what I started just to kind of get a little sample of that Stephen Crane book that you mentioned, and I think I'm going to love it. I really do like his style. Yeah,
I do. Like some other recommendations, I definitely recommend Langston Hughes. He's pretty great.
Langston Hughes, yeah.
And I definitely recommend Amiri Baraka's early poetry. His later poetry is kind of mad to me, but his poems from Preface to a 20-volume Suicide Note, those are just great poems.
You said his earlier poems were better?
Yeah.
Because
Who
I
is it?
was just going to say real quick that I read him, and I think he was too strong.
Well, his later book work is very virulently political. His early work is a bit more emotional, especially
Amiri
since-
Baraka.
Yes.
And which book?
So I actually studied some of his. Oh, go ahead, Ben.
I was going to say the book I'd recommend from him is Preface to a 20-volume Suicide Note.
And that's not a political one. That's
There are some political ones in there. There's one. There's a really good one in there. It's like the poem goes, "I can pray all day and God won't come, but if I call 911, the devil will be here in a minute." I like that one a lot. He has a poem. He actually has a poem. He actually has a poem about the shadow in that too.
Oh, nice.
It's
What
called,
does that
like, In Memory
imply?
of
I
Radio or
don't
something.
get the. I mean, it sounds profound, but what does that really mean? What is he trying to say?
He's talking about the police, the popo.
Yeah, the police.
No, but the police won't be there. The ambulance will.
Well, it's 911 is for both,
Okay. Yeah.
the police and for emergency services.
Okay.
It's basically just a cynical view of religion and of authority, especially being a black man in a mid 20th century America.
So Baraka was interesting because I studied one of his poems in a book in a class I took in college on it was called the Black Radical Tradition, and he's really interesting in that context because a lot of those poets are very experimental, but also very, like, I would say, radical in a political sense, not just in a aesthetic sense. And I was surprised that even though I like that style, that the poems didn't resonate with me as much. So I might have to go back over the collection you're talking about.
Why would you? He hates you because you're white. I'm joking.
No.
I'm joking, but that's why I don't like him, is because he's so, and there probably were some horrible things done to him because the color of his skin, but I just, I don't go for all that, myself.
What's
I know
your
who
opinion?
Mary Baraka is. I'm aware of him.
Oh, really?
And I get
what-
his anger. I get his anger, but it's not for me,
Well, what's your opinion on the radical aesthetic, though? Like, what do you think of
I
that?
don't know what you mean when you say that as like a college curriculum almost.
I mean, don't overestimate that.
Like radical experimentation in film.
Yeah.
and such.
I don't have a problem with radical experimentation as long as you're still like making sentences with Well-Dressed Wound, where there were just like periods or random letters going down the page. Like I said with him, even when he was a guest on here, I don't like experimentation taken that far. That it feels like, the experiment actually has to have an aim and a purpose for me. So
that makes sense, but I would say that I think that's what I'm trying to pair, is that the experimentalism is hand in hand with the politics. That's at least what I got out of it. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's everyone's cup of tea for sure, but
what
I
was he experimenting with? That's what
I mean, that's fair too. I would say just using unconventional language. I mean, he uses very unexpected. Yeah. And I don't want to overblow experimentalism either, because I think it gets exaggerated on like its effect. And I'm still on the fence of whether or not I find experimentalism, whether in prose or even poetry, to be effective. I just find it interesting aesthetically. Like, I guess, because that's what I was going to say earlier when we were talking about some of this related to this, is do you think taste can be, taste in terms of like opinion and enjoyment of literature can be flexible, or do you think it is more fixed? The reason why I ask is because I do actually try to read a lot of things that I wouldn't necessarily like, but that I wonder if like I could pick up something from. So like Picasso would be an example.
Well, Tarantino once said that you can learn, as a filmmaker, you can learn more from really bad movies than you can really good movies, but there's the guy who like steals direct, lines and scenes from other obscure movies and puts them in his own, which
Okay.
is still awesome. But I mean, yeah, you can learn more from something that's bad than something that's good. I think.
But even not in something that's bad, something you don't even like. Like there are things that I read that I learn from, but I don't like.
You can learn from books you hate. Yeah. If
But
you read
that's what-
what you wrote. If you
But that's
read,
what yeah. That's what I'm wondering, though, is like, is taste really that flexible? Because I think usually when you talk to people, they talk about what they enjoy. They don't usually talk about things that, not all the time, obviously, but it seems like in art, you're supposed to enjoy it. Otherwise, it's a waste of time.
All right, let's say it's the jazz age again. And you get someone from the higher class, engaged in like a little cocktail conversation around the table talking about F. Scott Fitzgerald's Tender is the Night. And somebody, who's not drinking a martini, but they're probably drinking like T-Bird, out of one of those little silver, what do you call them, things,
The shot glasses?
No, the silver thing that you could keep in your pocket. What do you call it? A
Flask.
Yeah, flask.
Yeah. And he's a reader, but he reads like dime store cereal detective stories, and stuff. If those two could get past their biases, where he's like thinking this guy reads F. Scott Fitzgerald, he's a snob, and the other guy's thinking, oh, you read pulp, huh? Oh, lucky you. If they could,
and the thing is, like, there's a sense where a lot of things that were sort of considered pulp are now considered, classic American works. Dashiell Hammett, Raymond Chandler, and I think one that's really underrated is Jim Thompson. Like some of his work is definitely very dime store pulp in a lot of ways. But I think that The Killer Inside Me is one of the best explorations of the fractured, American psyche that I've ever read.
Yeah, I mean, I think that taste, right, obviously changes as you age, right, but it also changes based just simply on your mood, right? I mean,
yeah.
With this more, Lamort d'Arthur, I couldn't have read that when I was in my 20s, probably, right? I would have just never even had the patience for it, but for some reason now I'm able to have the patience to read it. I don't know why, right? I mean, it's just, and generally, like, I don't know. I have no idea why I'm in the mood to read it, because it's not a book that like propels you through it, right? As far as it's not a plot driven thing. It's all really just disconnected episodes almost, right? And it's also written in archaic language. I have no idea why it is really that I'm in the mood to read that right now, but I am,
So Jeremy, you think that if you can work past the biases, then you can actually have interesting conversations?
Yeah, like the Tender is the Night guy and the dime store cereal guy, if they could get past their own, bias,
themselves,
they could learn something from each other. Like, the guy, the snooty Tender is the Night guy, probably wouldn't know how to fire a gun, but the guy who is drinking the T-Bird out of a flask, talking about, Dashiell Hammett or Robert E. Howard, he probably knows a thing or two about that, and the other guy knows about business and how to get a lucrative job, and could tell, they could learn things from each other, because even though their reading tastes are vastly different. So,
but I think everybody on this call has a pretty broad range of what they would like to read. I mean, from the lowest of the low to some pretty highfalutin crap, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
I thought it was
Man and Star Wolf, but I love them anyway. I mean,
well, Jeremy, I noticed that you had reviewed Rogue, which I only saw because I looked up the book, because it's actually not connected to my profile on Goodreads, but I saw that you still gave it a shot. Like,
yeah, but I like your long form fiction. I do think you could tend to pare it down a little bit, but I think the same thing about Anne. I think you guys have so much to say, that it's just.
Well, what would be an example of something you consider pared down, but also has that complexity you like? That's not poetry, obviously.
I don't know, man, because
Garbage Man.
I've only finished one of your books. Besides Rogue.
No, he's talking about in general, not his books, right? You're not talking about your book.
Yeah. I'm talking about just
By the
books.
way, Regina's joined the room.
Regina Watts.
Hi, what's up, guys?
Hey.
And I know she's got a book to be raving about soon. But what was the question?
Well, I'm just curious, like, what books you read that have the complexity you like, but that also feel just really, really crafted very well in terms of the precision and even concision you're talking about. Because you have a wide range of books too. I mean, you have things that you like, but you also talk about stuff I never would have thought. You know, so like I guess what I'm saying is
Beaver probably is his answer. Is my guess.
What is it?
really.
Book of Beaver. Is that your answer?
I love that book. Yes, I would gladly be buried with that book in my castle. But also Ghosters by Ralph
Yeah.
Richard Moore or something. Ralph Robert Moore.
Yeah, that's an
Yeah,
excellent.
that's on my list. It's on my list.
And I
And
got to
you-
really remember to pick up another one of that one dude's books. What's the guy? The guy that wrote the Beneath the World of Sea that we had on here.
David Beckett or something.
Charles
I got to
Beckett.
read another one of his.
He was selling me really hard on Dark Eden when he was on here. Said that that deals with similar concepts. So and being actually hit on a point that there's almost a synchronicity between the stuff that happens in Beneath the World of Sea and Jeff Vandermeer's Annihilation trilogy, right, Ben?
Yeah.
Did you think that you embarrassed him? Do you think he blushed a little bit when you made that connection?
I actually don't remember what his reaction was. I think he had said he hadn't read it.
Right.
Well,
So
but I don't think that's
synchronicity again. That's
yeah. I don't think that's something to be embarrassed by. You know, there's a lot of, you know, you can't read every book out there, and a lot of people arrive at the same like ideas and conclusions based on their similar influences.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, and I also think that guy's a better writer than Vandermeer, anyway. So
Really?
yeah,
I could see it. I can say this that the books that I compared earlier that all deal with a major world-ending blizzard, you know, in the middle of spring or summer. Those three different writers with that wrote three different books about that same premise. I approached Rich Hawkins, who wrote The Cold, with the question, you know, about why these other two books are so similar to his. And he says, I don't know, but I kind of wish I hadn't written it now that other people thought of it.
Yeah.
I think I'm
I mean, but that's such a. I mean, to my mind, that's like such a.
I ruined
I
his
don't
day.
It doesn't seem like that great of a premise to me. Like that premise in and of itself would not sell me on a book, right?
Well, it would never
it's
happen in real life, though.
It's just a case of, you know, what do you do with it? Like,
right.
Like you could argue that those premises are just a stone's throw away from like Stephen King's The Fog, or you know, any of the other numerous books that are about, or The Mist, yeah, or any of the other numerous horror books that have the premise of like a big storm moves in and, you know, carries something supernatural with
Horror
it.
of the century. So Stephen King thought of it before them, I guess.
Well, I mean, you know, like it's a template, right? I mean, it's a template type story, like Ben's saying, right? I mean, I don't know. It's just
Or
not
you
a
could
premise.
probably like go back to like, I don't know, the plagues of Egypt as like a template for that.
I just can't believe the guy felt so, you know, angry about finding out that he wished he kind of regretted writing it. That just because the other guys thought of it at different times, neither of the others will answer me when I approach them with this.
What a weirdo! Why the hell are you even approaching?
What's up? Why do the other guys have the same book as you, man? What's going on here?
But
Spill
you know,
it,
to kind of go back to what Phoenix was saying about books that are not, you know, complex plot wise, but have a lot of detail. I would like go back to Jim Thompson, like you know, The Killer Inside Me and Savage Night. Both of them, like one's about a corrupt sheriff, the other's about a hitman, and they are like fairly, for the most part, fairly straightforward. You know, dime store stories. You know, they have a lot of grand ganol and things like that in it. But the way he like examines the psychology of the character is like so direct, but so excellently done, which I think is what.
Yeah, I mean, it's
them such great
deceptively
books.
simple too, right? The prose is very stripped down and bare. You know what I mean? And it you know,
Like
you can
there's
enjoy just surface level too, like as a dime novel, right? But there is a psychological depth there that's I don't know. It's very odd how he pulls it off. It's hard to even understand.
There's a part in The Killer Inside Me where I can't remember the name of the sheriff, but where he's interrogating someone, and before he kills them, he talks about how he feels that he's been standing on like a fence that continues to grow underneath him, and how he was never able to jump from one side or the other before it split him in two. And it's a really great metaphor of his kind of, fractured mind and the way he deals with it.
Yeah.
So,
Regina's here. Regina's here.
Regina.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. But Anne, if you stick around for Anne, assuming she comes on, she said that she read some of the Hanover books, if not all of them. So I know you still have to wrap early, Gregor, but she did. If
she comes on, I'll ask her what she thought.
Yeah, she did. She wanted to tell you last week, but
I'm assuming she liked them enough to read all three of them. So
I think that's what she said. Regina, I know you've got at least 2 books to talk about, right?
Books that I read? Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see. I just actually finished listening to the audiobook of Gone to See the Riverman today by oh my god, I'm completely blanking. Yes,
who was on here with John Wayne on New Year's, I think.
Yeah, man. No, he was a really cool guy. They were both really great, but boy, I really loved Gone to See the Riverman. If I had read it last year, it would have been on my best of list for 2020, no doubt. That was just really, I thought it was like really tight. See, like we've talked a lot on this show about how I'm of two minds when it comes to things like horror and transgressive fiction, where I feel like a lot of indie horror is just kind of there to shock you, and it doesn't really have any spiritual depth necessarily. And I felt like Gone to See the Riverman was like a really elegant and very tight and very professional examination of kind of the consequences of violence in terms of like what it does to the individual soul, and how it affects their life also. And it was a really good book, and boy, I fucking hated that narrator so much. Not the audiobook narrator, she was great, but I mean the viewpoint character was just, what a bitch.
What was it?
She was hateable in a good way, I assume.
I mean, yeah, hateable in that I felt like I was supposed to be hating her, and she was successful, but like just her character, she was just an awful character who deserved bad things to happen to her. So
did bad things happen?
Oh yeah, a bad thing happens to her, definitely. Many bad things happen to her throughout. Like, I think the review I wrote on Goodreads is like, if I had $1 every time I found myself screaming, "What the fuck, main character?" I would split it between Christopher Triana and the audiobook narrator. It was just like wild how much they were able to make me just. It's like Christopher really nailed a certain type of person who completely lacks self-awareness and who like probably has very severe undiagnosed borderline personality disorder or like worse, and is just really like completely just waltzing through life, destroying everything they touch sort of a person. Wow. And it just oh man, it was a really good book. It was great.
This is about fans, which is short for fanatics, right? I mean, in particular fans of rock stars. What's this?
No. Well, okay, so basically the premise of Gone to See the Riverman is it is about this girl named Lori who is obsessed with their like local serial killer who has been incarcerated, and she writes him letters. And one day the killer is like, in a letter, he's like, "Hey, since you're not like the other girls, why don't you come on down here and we'll have a conversation about something I need you to do for me." So he tells her to go to his old like cabin, which is off of the river, kind of like on the bayou sort of area. And she has to go and get a key and bring it to someone who the killer just calls the Riverman. And of course, it's like the area that she's being sent to is called Killin. So it's just like, it's very much a very specific metaphor. But she intends to go alone, but her disabled sister Abby wants to come with her and insists on coming with her. And they're both like in their 40s, but Abigail is heavily brain damaged and it has a lot of motor problems. And we're brought to understand that she wasn't always this way, but something happened to her. So the B plot of the book is kind of exploring like what happened to Abby, what happened in our main character Laurie's past that has like made her so obsessed with the serial killer, and kind of like what's made her go to the point where she's gone to see the Riverman. And it's a very interesting book. It's definitely very much a classic kind of consequences of selling your soul to Satan sort of a book. Just really a good story, really good, and very
Sounds pretty
fucked up.
great.
Yeah.
I'll have to put that on my list because that sounds really great.
I know it's not all.
Isn't it? Probably isn't. I have to look through my list of what I've read this week, though, because I have just been working my tail feather off lately. Might have been the only thing I read this week. I did start Cannibal Jungle by John Athan, though, and I'm already like, oh, yes, of course, I'm looking at the screen now. Jesus Christ. Yes, The Unwithering Flower. Why didn't I? Because I was like, 100 days ago, I feel like I finished that. Really good one.
Yeah. It's a
Did
short.
you like it?
Yeah, it's short, snappy. Why don't you do the synopsis or whatever?
Yeah, so this one is about a merchant, I guess, who is coming to a city that's renowned for its ladies of the night and gentlemen of the night as well. And
It's Sodom
he
and
gets
Gomorrah,
there.
basically, right?
Yeah. And he kind of gets there and he finds out it's being beset by a plague. And he's like, well, shit, now I can't pick up whores to bring home to my country where I was going to set up a brothel using these expert world-renowned whores. So what do I do? And so he happens to bump into this necromancer, and he strikes up a deal with this necromancer that they're going to take the hottest of the hot women who have died of this plague and reanimate their bodies to, work at a new brothel called the Unwithering Flower. And so it's like really dark. I found it to be like darkly comic, but some people might be offended by it. And it's a kind of a fantasy, very dark fantasy setting. Very fun. I loved it. I thought the environment was very rich. BJ Swan is somebody who has read and reviewed a lot of fiction in the splatterpunk community, and so I was kind of a known quantity in the community, and then suddenly started releasing great books too. So that's been great to see.
This one's been making the rounds in a lot of the literary circles I see. I'm attached to on Goodreads, and it's short and to the point. And I think the necromancer character, the female, she's a lot more, fascinating than the surly merchant.
Same.
At first she was just gonna, try to open a little side business where she can tell people if they have the plague or not. And he's like, that's bullshit. That's not good. Yeah. People are only going to want to hear, that they're not sick, and if they're sick, then they already know they're sick, and so you're not going to make any money that way. And so they work that out eventually up to what you were talking about. So I thought it used a lot of common sense with an out there, concept. So.
Yeah, it was definitely kind of an interesting reflection of current situations, but also in a good fantasy setting and with a really funny, interesting premise. And it's really interesting, too, because the day I started that book, I was just thinking to myself that morning, I was like, I wonder how legal brothels in Nevada are doing right now. Like, how do you own a legal brothel or have legal sex work in a COVID world? That's a very interesting question. And then I immediately started reading this book in the evening, and I was like, well, interesting. I guess the answer is find a necromancer to help you set this shit up. But yeah, no, I really loved it. I really enjoyed it, and hopefully we should be getting BJ Swan on the show at some point here.
Cool.
So stay tuned on that because I'm very
Sweet.
interested. And also, so BJ just released his first novel, Our Lady of the Scythe, which came out on January 31st, and I've just like barely grazed the surface of that one, but it's really good and tight prose so far too. Really enjoying it. Fun concept.
I don't know if I like that cover, but I can get past it.
You know what? I wasn't super crazy about it at first, but it's grown on me. I've seen it many times since the first time I saw it, and I think the art style is just one of those art styles that you have to look at it a couple of times to really accept. But I like it.
Did he do it himself?
No.
'Cause I looked over here.
So, no, he links there. He's got a link to the person's Instagram or something somewhere. I can't remember. Maybe it's on his Facebook page.
If he's using that as his avatar, and I'm assuming that's not from some old cartoon, I mean, it looks like
I think it is.
Really?
Yeah.
It looks like he's using a very consistent kind of art for his covers.
Well, I
Well-
think the Unwithering Flower cover is actually by the same artist who does Aaron Beauregard's, and
Oh.
somebody can correct me if I'm wrong.
it kind of looks like the same style.
Yeah. And
It's
then I'm
more
not,
artsy than nasty, though, because Aaron Beauregard's covers are pretty
Here she is
nasty.
looking like a librarian.
Hi, Anne.
Oh yeah.
Hello. Oh wow, I can't see all of a sudden. It's too dark.
So, and I hope that you, your cats, and the door to your threshold are all still intact.
I got a $20 fortified steel bar from Amazon that I can
Good.
prop up against my door. It says that it can resist kicks of up to 1,200 pounds per square inch.
It actually
Wow.
said that on the package or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. So I feel a bit
and-
better.
Did we talk about how Swisher Sweets is going to be shutting down their production line soon? Last
You
week?
did mention that. I'm
And-
hoping, like, this is best case scenario. That will cause the suicide of all of my neighbors. Be like, oh God, we can't smoke normal shit like regular people.
They'll just buy Dutches instead.
So
Yeah, that's
Gregor and is going to have to be he'll have to wrap out eventually in the next hour or two, maybe sooner, unfortunately. But you did say that you read the Hanover Block series, so now might be a good time to tell him, key him in on your thoughts on that.
Well, first of all, it's very well written and well executed. I found it very gripping, but God damn it, where's the fucking fourth book? It's not on Kindle, asshole.
Yeah.
It's very close. I mean, it's been written for a while. I've just been editing it.
Okay. And you know, I enjoyed it so much. I don't even know why I'm on this podcast, because I'm not really a horror fan because, you know, usually it gives me just too intense nightmares to the point where I can't function, especially since all the awful shit happened to me. But I'm not going to give anybody spoilers, but the metaphor in the book is a really good metaphor, and it's really timely right now. And
Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, there's. And the fourth book also has some stuff in there. Yeah.
So I've really enjoyed what I've read, but the complaint I have about it is the complaint I have about marketing in general these days. And this is what I did not do with Electra, which is divide it into 4 books that are like 70 pages each, dribble it out, you know, nudge the reader into buying, you know, more installments instead of just paying a flat fee. And this is what it costs to read this book. So on one hand, I'm like, wow, I really enjoy this. And then on the other hand, I'm like, God, this is everything I fucking hate about the industry right now that I have to like.
Well, the first book was not. I never had intended to write it a series. So I mean, the first book was written as a standalone. And then a lot of people said I'd like to read more in this universe. So I said, okay, I will write more. No.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that makes it more forgivable. And I noticed the third installment is longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fourth one is the longest of the bunch, and that's another reason why it's taken a while to edit it. So I've got like it's been written because I wrote the second, third, and fourth books back to back. So it's been written for a while. I've been doing a lot of editing on it for quite some time, and I've figured out that I've got like 2 scenes I need to add, and then once that's done, it's going to be another round or 2 of editing, and then I'll be ready to release it. But I've already got the book covers done. The synopsis is done, or whatever, the back cover copy, and so the story is actually has been written for quite some time. So
this is the
it'll
last
come out
one
this year. I'm just not sure exactly when.
This is the last one, right?
Yeah.
This is it. This is where hopefully you explain something. You will explain something and not leave it all blank. Right?
Yeah. I mean, it's.
I really want
stuff
to
is
know
explained.
what the actual hell's going on. I know there's an agency that's secretly on to what's going on to a degree, but they still seem clueless too. And I don't know, the female illustrator. There has to be a reason that her book was mentioned in such detail. And I know it's written already, and you're the god of that little universe. But I really hope that by the end of this one, I understand, like better than ever, why the flesh mounds were here, what their purpose was, if they really wanted to take over, or if they didn't even know we existed, if they knew they were preying on us, or what.
Go ahead.
Most of the reason why the illustrator's book is described in such detail has already been elucidated in episode 3. I mean, that satisfied me enough already. I mean, she was interviewing people who saw things that other people couldn't see, and she just thought it was weird hallucinations. And then, boom, a few chapters later, she finds out that the truth thing was a real thing. And
But see, what if and I don't think Rick likes this idea.
Jeremy wants me to expand.
If the mounds are real, why can't the other things he mentions?
Right.
He mentions that are real.
Yeah.
Well, I accept it as just hinting that there might be more fucked up shit out there that might not necessarily be part of this plot. But if the mounds and the tentacle dicks can exist, why not all the other shit?
Who here would succumb to the temptation of the mounds if this was a real thing?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I would.
Who else is raising their hand right now?
Well, I still need to read them, so I don't know what the temptation is.
I bet you would.
But just looking at the things on the covers, like, I don't know, am I supposed to stick my dick in them or something? I don't.
You're supposed to stick your whole body in there. It's like a warm little womb.
Well, see, that's the thing. At first, everyone who sees them is just repulsed, which is the natural reaction that you would have. But then they get drawn in by their own, shadow personality and the way these creatures connect to it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed them. It's very, very flattering for somebody that's knows how to write. So.
Thank you, sir. I kind of feel your pain with getting stuck on getting the last one out, which is another reason that I released Elektra all in one clump at last, because I know how my life goes, and I didn't want to have people hooked up to like episode 3, and then get attacked by a pit bull and lose one of my hands, and I don't get it done till 2 years later,
Yeah. So I mean, it's very close. I mean, it should have come out last year, and it didn't. But it is very close, and it'll come out this year.
Gotcha.
You said February, didn't you?
I lied about that, but not intentionally, right? But I'm very. I edit the heck out of stuff, and I'm not very good at figuring out how long it takes me to edit something. So
yeah, me too. I have the same problem. And with Elektra,
I've been buried pretty deep in Elektra today. But
maybe
no, the thing is that I had an epiphany while reading today, because I made more progress on it than I ever have. Because it's a monster of a book. It was a monster of a book before you like took the first book and added on like 300 more pages and made that an unedited, clump of a mess. But I mean, I'm not saying I'm not enjoying it, but I had an epiphany reading today that
What's that?
There's never a sexy moment in this book. Everything always ends up gross for some reason. You know?
Yeah, that's the point.
That's intentional, right?
Yeah. I don't really particularly enjoy writing sex scenes, except for one, which is going to be in my next book. That's a straightforward sex scene. But most of my sex scenes are parodies of sex scenes because most of the time when I read a book and there's a sex scene in it and I'm alone, I'm just pissed off because I'm not having sex. And usually the descriptions are terrible and I don't want to be reading them anyway. You know, the things that are sexiest about books are, holy shit, that person doesn't have their dog tied up. Man, people out here are stupid. Fucking California.
Oh, I thought that was actually what you were talking about. Like,
Yeah. What
No,
is there a
no,
dog
I just-
running around?
I just had a dog staring at me and growling. That was not.
oh, that's not good.
What
What
kind of
was-
dog?
I don't know. It looked like Cujo, but that's probably just my fevered brain. Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about?
About how gross your book is.
Oh yeah. That it's kind of a deliberate parody of most fictional sex scenes. Because the
I'm
things that
I'm gonna spoil something because this disturbed the shit out of me. When she's can I do this? Is it all right?
Yeah,
You don't
go
care.
ahead.
Anybody in the middle of reading it that doesn't want me to do this?
Go ahead. It's about
Go
the
ahead.
time.
I mean, I'll likely read it, but go ahead.
I'm a little bit on the fence about that only because I wanted to read it too, and I don't know if it would spoil it.
Okay, plug your
Yeah, you
ears.
can just
I'm
mute.
gonna-
Yeah,
you can just
step,
mute the
step
stream.
back for a sec.
Plug your ears or mute me.
Yeah.
Or something, because I'm going to do this. When she's finally caught for her transgressions, her crime, so to speak, and she's in prison and sweating out the withdrawals, which sound like the worst withdrawals ever. It makes the baby with the 360-degree head in Train Spotting look like, literally child's play.
Why,
Okay.
thank you.
when she's she has to use the toilet in the prison cell, and all the guards are like gathered around watching her and laughing, and she finds out that there's a mic in the toilet. In the toilet. Is that a
Wow.
hallucination? Am I going to find out later that was a hallucination, or was that real?
No, that's real. That's just my slight exaggeration and parody of just the way people are.
Is that how you feel? Do you feel like voyeurs are around you all day, like trying to sniffing after you like that? Is that what that is?
Not all day. Not all day. But
Lawyers
whenever-
constantly on your tail trying to watch you take a shit.
I think that's scarier than any kind of monster. Somebody microphoning a toilet. That's scarier than
Yeah.
anything.
I'm kind of right there with you, buddy.
Yeah, it's like some Chuck Berry shit.
No, it's actually,
Yeah, he did do that.
she's kind of a political prisoner, but she's also a drug offender. And
They put the mic in the toilet as like a way of
humiliating her.
Oh, it's done to humiliate her. It's not a way to prevent from trying to do drugs in the toilet or something.
No, she's so sick and she can't get any drugs. That there's no way for her to do drugs. It's just there to humiliate her.
Phoenix,
I guess-
had to go. Phoenix said he had to go a while back. So anyway, continue.
He's just disgusted.
I know.
but that was kind of inspired by my experiences in mental hospitals where
Oh no! Please tell me that's not what they really do. No.
it's kind of a metaphor for the things that they do in mental hospitals. Most of the nurses who work there, and a lot of the nurses who work in hospitals, like this whole nurses are heroes COVID thing. I know a handful of good people who are nurses, but mostly that's the one job that you can get that makes a shit ton of money that you don't have to be particularly smart or get, a 10-year-long degree to do. You can
And
study
have
for
you
2
noticed
years.
how unattentive they are? I have had enough experience in hospitals now that I have literally seen them on their phones when I'm trying to get my dad a wheelchair so we can get him out of there. Okay,
Yeah.
to go home, and I'm seeing 3 of them on their phones at the desk. She's saying, "All right, it might be a while, but I'll be back, okay?" I yell outside of the room, boy, it sure would be nice if we could get a wheelchair, in here, because they're so busy. And then one of the girls finally got my, got where I was coming from, and she came in and she said, "Well, I believe, it's better to do something and apologize later." Then, she was inferring that she got a wheelchair without asking permission or something. But we find, nurses are not that attentive these days, most of them. So, yeah.
No, it's not really a vocation. I mean, because the wages for all other unskilled jobs have been depressed so greatly, people go into that job without, any desire to be a nurse. They just want the money. And so they resent the patients because they're getting the money, but they're doing things they don't want to do. And the more they resent the patients at the beginning, the more they resent them as time goes on. I mean, when I was proofreading once, I was, crunching the data. I was supposed to be a proofreader, but they had me analyze the data for some reason. Anyway, I'm crunching the data on these surveys given to nurses who had no experience yet, but they were just coming out of nursing school. And they already had an overwhelmingly horrible attitude toward patients. Just like they'd been on the floor a couple of times and already just hated the people that they were caring for. So, if the phlebotomist, like I've had a phlebotomist fuck up so bad that I had blood just shoot across the room. And I mean, actually, the worst thing a nurse ever did to me, I just don't even feel comfortable discussing it right now because it's so personal. But, and then on top of it, if you're a drug addict, the way that we penalize and imprison, people who are caught with drugs for personal use or even small dealers, like the obscene amount of punishment that's doled out to these people who clearly have problems that they're trying to medicate is just gratuitously cruel and humiliating. So
I agree. Do you believe in rehab? I don't.
In what?
I don't believe rehab is helpful. I believe if people choose drugs, then they chose it for a reason, and as long as they're not robbing anyone or stealing anyone or hurting anyone.
Well, the thing with rehab is you can't really force someone to it. So like sentencing someone to it is a fool's errand. You have to want to get off it.
Right. And the other thing about rehab is that most rehabs have been for lack.
Oh man.
No, we lost them. But like the thing with a lot of like so-called rehab is like it's not really a rehab, it's punitive. It's there to punish you. It's like, oh, you're going to rehab. No, you're not really going to rehab. You're going to like work in a chicken factory or some shit. Like
you can do a full sentence, or you can go to drug, counseling, or you can go enter a rehab facility, and that'll cut the time in half. Yeah, but it's still a prison. Like in the words of Rorschach from Watchmen, a prison's still a prison. Our prison's a prison.
Yeah, but that's why you gotta do.
Schools resemble prisons. Hospitals are prisons. Everything is a prison. Foucault was right.
Yeah.
You really think schools are like prisons?
Yes.
Yes.
Unironically, yes.
Even more so now than they have ever been. Yeah.
I know a couple of people who are in prison, and they definitely, I feel like it's like elementary school forever for adults, but with like a touch of high school level aggression and pecking order shit. It's insane. And it's like all, stand on this line and wait here and do this and move now. And it's like
and most jobs are basically schools, which are prisons now.
The hands on the wall thing, I don't know why, but that looks particularly hard to do as anyone with any kind of pride. The whole, put your hands on the wall and assume a position where you're like prostrate for them to touch you wherever. That seems like that's instilled. That's meant to humiliate. That
I think it's probably meant to do as much as it like when they're looking up your ass for stuff.
Strip searches and shackles and leg irons and God, man, it really is. And see what else? What else is?
They give you fucking
what else
baggy clothes that don't
Jeremy, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, I did write an erotica about it, but I mean, that was
Well,
that was different. That was different. That was a female. That was a female guard. Doing
yeah.
it.
We've eroticized the terrible system we live in to deal with it.
Yeah, hey, maybe that's true. Yeah, but yeah, we were furthering your commentary on how horrible institutions are. Like that. Apparently, these guys even think schools are like prison. You agree with that? And
especially K through 12, maybe not college as much, but definitely K through 12.
Definitely.
I haven't been in a school since they started putting metal detectors in them, but if there's a metal detector on it, you're probably not going there of your own free will. But yeah, sorry, I was gesticulating so much that I accidentally hung up on myself. But
what are you doing right now, by the way? Where are you going?
I'm just wandering aimlessly because I wasn't getting any reception in my house, and the hotspot I got for my apartment isn't working. So I'm just.
Do you have any idea how many miles you walk a day, Anne?
Not really. I don't know. I guess
it seems like you walk all over the place, right? Everywhere you go.
Yeah.
It's a good way of staying in shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
How many
my vision's too bad to drive, so I have to walk if I want to go someplace or take the bus. And if I don't get some kind of physical exercise before I try to start writing every day, I can't sit down and concentrate. I just can't. It's my brain.
I've really been finding that to be true, man. I lapsed on my working out, and I just got back to it, and I've really been noticing just what a distinct focus difference I have on days I work out when it comes to my writing. It's such a huge fucking difference. 'Cause I went to the gym for 2 or 3 years straight, and it was great, and I was having a good time, and then obviously I couldn't go to the gym anymore. And I got a bench and weights and all this shit set up and yada, 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 just, whatever. But I finally got back to it. It's boy, my brain feels so much better now.
I know. And lately, as you can tell, I've gotten into this really bad habit of sitting there trying to work before I go work out, which I know doesn't work. But every morning, I get into something and I'm like, all right, I'm going to finish writing this section before I go out. And I'm going great for about an hour, and then my brain just can't focus anymore without some exercise. But I keep trying. Before I know it, it's fucking dark out. So I have to walk around in the dark, which not only doesn't relax me before I work because I've already spent hours and hours working and burned myself out, but half the benefits of walking out around the landscape and seeing things move by are erased because it's fucking dark.
So you don't walk during the day at all?
I should be. But like I said, I've gotten into this really bad habit, and the depression of being isolated and, just being a little bit agoraphobic, it just snowballs into this bad habit that I gotta quit. But obviously I'm not quitting it. So here I am walking around in the dark.
I'll be right back. That's basically what I was trying to do.
Ben, do you walk?
I usually, not every day, I walk to the gym and back.
Yeah.
That's pretty much most of the walking that I do.
Well, you're walking to the gym.
Yeah.
I'm sure you get some endorphins in there.
I walk every day, but not like what Ann does. I mean, you probably walk about 8 to 10 miles a day, probably, Ann?
Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 12. It's just depends on how interested I am in what I'm seeing and how tired I am. And, how if I get an idea that I need to write down, I just turn around and go home.
Yeah.
But
it's Dickens, I think, walked 20 miles a day or something crazy like that. Jesus. Have you guys read that?
Wow.
Yeah.
I assume people, used to walk a lot, especially.
But he was even more so than your average human, right? I mean, he would walk just crazy amounts of time every day. Yeah.
Right.
Well, there used to be a term for dandies who did almost nothing except walk around town. I think the term was flaneur or something like that.
Oh, flaneur.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
really
they
interesting.
that comes from a verb in French that they actually still use.
Huh.
It wasn't like a Baudelaire kind of like that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
totally.
Yeah,
But,
I knew
um,
somebody at the reader who used to call it the sport of poets because he was a poet, and I guess the sport of prose writers doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
Right. But I mean, I think that it's pretty common that writers are big walkers. I mean, I got this book. It's called like I can't remember what it is, but it's basically just the daily habits of various different writers or artists or scientists or whatever, right? Like folks that are creative types or whatnot. And in walking, it's like a huge habit that's shared across all these different writers and creative individuals.
So interesting.
I 1000% do most of my best writing in my head while I'm walking. I don't know how I would write otherwise, because my thoughts would just be in this frantic snarl all the time.
Right.
Yeah, but I think we kind of got off track. You were saying like rehab has a tendency to be like humiliating.
Yeah.
And that's why you base that scene in Electra's Revenge off of.
Yeah, it's kind of a comic exaggeration, but it's kind of like rehab meets the prison system meets, the way we feel about drug addicts meets, just a kind of a comic exaggeration of how fundamentally sadistic and horrible people are. I mean, it's basically the prison edition of America's Funniest Home Videos. If you're too,
go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, if you're too young to remember that, it was basically, they should have called it the Sadism Show.
I want to watch people get hit in the nuts.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that. It's like that scene from Idiocracy. They should have just called it "Ow, my balls."
Yeah, exactly. So,
did you know that they're still running that show? By the way,
America's
are you
Funniest
serious?
Home.
Yes.
It's like you can find funnier shit on YouTube.
I know. That's what I always say. I'm always like, why would anyone go on this show when they can just put it on YouTube and get ad revenue? I'm so jaded.
But there's actually a YouTube channel called Memory Hole that's basically someone who had access to like old archives of America's Funniest Home Videos, and they just upload like the most weird and surreal submissions that they were able to find.
Huh.
Wow.
No, that sounds like it could have some good stuff in there.
But yeah, I could imagine that being like a TV show. America's Funniest prison videos. And it's just like security cameras of, I don't know, guards kicking prisoners in the nuts and shit like that.
I mean, unfortunately, I see that like right around the corner, right? I mean,
yeah.
Use this to manufacture consent about how good prison is and how much we need it and shit like that.
Right.
The whole squat and cough thing, that's like dehumanizing, and not in a pussy way. I'm saying, anybody with any kind of dignity, should shirk at that or cringe at that, or
Yeah, the whole point of
is a deliberate
wait,
process.
everybody has an opinion on this. One at a time.
well, the whole point of the prison system is to dehumanize you and to institutionalize you.
Well, they say it's to reform, but why can't I know why can't they get some more reform like practices instead of
because capitalism needs an underclass of workers and people who have criminal records that are institutionalized.
Why has it got to be about capitalism?
Because it is. That's the root of it.
But Ben, the whole thing about being in prison is when you get out, it's impossible to get a job, which is why so many people go right back in because they get out.
Because when you're in prison, you're an actual, you're an underclass in there, and you do bullshit labor for the state in there.
Right, that's true. But Ben, they're not being very productive in there. Once again, the point of prison labor is not to make great profits. I mean, usually in California, most of the prison laborers. well, most of the prison laborers make furniture for state government buildings in California.
For $1 a day, $1 an hour, or something like
They
that.
also do shit like put out fires.
Yeah, that too. I mean, I'm not saying it's never practical, but just like everything else about prison and drug rehab, the point of it is humiliation, not making a profit.
Well, exactly, yeah. They
The
somewhat go hand in hand.
You know, the private companies that run prisons and make a obscene profit are being paid by tax money. They're not being paid, by prisoners making license plates. That's just given to them to humiliate them further. And then they get $1 that they can spend in the commissary.
And I bet the prices of the commissary go up too, to where they can't even get anything for that $1. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that people who do terrible things should pay their debt to society or be rehabbed, but prison really does neither of those. And sometimes I think the reason for it is nothing systematic.
Prison if somebody's a maniac, right? I mean, at least it isolates them from the rest of the world, right? But I mean, just, Yeah,
that's the one benefit.
That's the only thing, right? I mean, most people I don't necessarily think need to be actually isolated from the rest of the world. There obviously are folks who do, right? Not a dude smoking a J-bone or smoking some crack. I mean, for sure, right? I mean, those folks don't need to go to jail.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're doing heroin not because you want to steal car stereos. You're doing it because you're self-medicating. Right. And I mean, people do a lot of shitbag things on drugs, and I hate a lot of them for it. The guy who
it'd be a lot cheaper for society just to give them the heroin instead of locking them up.
Yeah.
Why can't people handle their drugs? People can handle their liquor. Why can't they handle their narcotics? I can.
Because they're self-destructive people.
I've never killed or raped anybody on narcotics.
Prohibition of drugs is
actually something to live for.
Yeah, I guess.
The prohibition of drugs is actually, made it worse because, cocaine or crack came out of trying to make cocaine cheaper, and crack was way worse.
Crack came out of the CIA, which I used to think was a conspiracy theory, but it's
Gary Webb died for exposing that. There is two shotgun shells to the head, and it was a suicide. That is to send a clear message. Don't fuck with us.
The authorities took a look at that, Jeremy, once people were questioning it. And they looked at it again. They said, "Yeah, it was suicide." So I mean, it's got to be right. I mean, it's got to have suicide.
Like right? Jeffrey Epstein, it was definitely a suicide. Definitely
another. And don't fuck with us. Yes.
And they recounted the votes in Georgia, so nothing could have possibly gone wrong there either.
Okay, let's not go there because we will end up in a flame war if we do.
We'll end up in a re-education camp.
That too, yeah.
But that's another example. Like the government can do the most ridiculously illogical things to cover up its shit, and you see, they use human psychology. You see people around you going, "Well, I guess if the government said Gary Webb shot himself in the head twice,
well, the thing
Gary
is, like,
Webb must have shot himself in the head twice."
The thing is, like with that, especially and with Epstein, I'm pretty sure people don't actually buy it. It's just there's nothing we can do about it. Like all the Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself memes aren't going to do anything.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the latest thing is that he's actually alive.
Well, there are people who
I heard
think that
within days of it. I heard that somebody saw him driving over the bridge.
I personally just go by what do you call it? Occam's razor and just say he's probably just dead, and they probably did the most half-assed cover-up,
right? I mean, that's obviously the case, So
they didn't even They didn't even try to cover it up. That's the scary part. That's
the trend of the day, right? Is that it seems as if our betters are just thumbing their nose and just rubbing our noses and everything. They just do whatever the hell they want, and it's like,
Is it okay to mention the time confession?
I don't know
the what.
The what now?
Oh, did you guys hear about Time Magazine this week?
Oh yeah, that's pretty amazing.
What happened?
I don't keep up with the news anymore. What?
Time Magazine printed a kind of gloating, triumphal account of how, and these are their words, a conspiracy. They also use the word cabal to describe themselves. a
True.
conspiracy / cabal of quote unquote labor leaders. They're actually career quote unquote activists, the AFL-CIO, the Democratic Party,
Corporations.
and corporations, even, Republican officials colluded to quote unquote fortify the election by suppressing quote unquote misinformation, like everything Hunter Biden left very clear evidence of him and his father doing.
Which I personally think was stupid, because what Hunter Biden is supposedly guilty of is it's a lot of like dumb meat-headed shit, but it's like ultimately nothing really bad outside of like, oh, he does drugs and he likes to fuck whores.
Well, that's the funny stuff that was on the laptop from hell.
I mean, there's stuff about like him being invested in Chinese corporations and whatever, but I'm pretty sure like most major companies are to some extent.
Joe Biden
He's not a company.
to take away $1 billion in aid from Ukraine if they didn't fire the investigator who was going after his kid's connection to Burisma. I mean, there was stuff in there.
That was pretty
There was
obvious.
stuff in there that, Joe Biden should straight up be impeached for, and his whole family should probably be in prison for. But we all know that's never going to happen.
No.
So Ukraine is in a vulnerable position because they have tried to divest themselves, separate themselves from Russia, right?
Correct.
And I think it was under the Obama administration. The United States was like straight up providing money and guns to what were basically Ukrainian neo-Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, we've probably propped up both sides at one time.
So Ukraine
or
should not be separate from Russia then, or what? I don't
care.
Whether you agree if they should be or not, that's not something.
It's not relevant. Yeah,
exactly. That's not something we should be fucking around with.
Right.
Oh, as in American interests in general, we should not get involved, is what you're saying.
Right. I mean, we don't understand.
There's a reason why most of the world sees America as the biggest threat to democracy worldwide.
Just like
Because we
Reagan
will go
propping up the terrorists in the 80s. What were they? Was it Iran?
The Contras.
Contras, yeah.
There was a thing on Twitter where this woman who I think like one of her father or her grandfather was straight up a Contra or something like that, and she was on fucking Twitter like celebrating Biden's inauguration, and people dug up old tweets of her saying shit like to people about like, if you need I still have connections to the Contras and shit like that, and she's just an absolute fucking ghoul. As a
Twitter post?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
I have a proposal. Let's audit every American election ever.
Oh, yeah.
Audit every single one. And I guarantee you most of them that won cheated, and the losers probably were trying to cheat some out too. I mean, I don't understand any of that stuff. So to me, it's quite plausible.
We've probably never had a legitimate president, and this election was just the time that they went so fucking far over the top that half the country noticed.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I don't doubt that there were Republicans who were trying to cheat, but the Republicans were not in collusion with the entire, military, industrial, technocrat complex, and were kind of caught with their pants down, especially when, Republican secretaries of state and governors and legislatures were in on it. And, if you read, you guys should all read.
And
the
thing is, like,
I can't believe that's not a bigger deal this
well,
way.
the thing is, like, it's nothing new. If you look up Operation Mockingbird, the CIA pretty much straight up admits that they paid, journalists to spout propaganda. They probably still do. The entire media's purpose is to manufacture consent for everything. Every horrible thing.
What the few people who have noticed this Time article, which is astonishing because I think this should be the news of the decade. Time magazine admits to everything and then laughs in our faces. The
Oh,
few
yeah.
people who've actually noticed this, aside from, useful idiots who are like, hooray, we saved democracy from democracy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty astounding. It really isn't astounding. It's like, it's like they couldn't help but to brag, right? Like
Yeah,
they just
exactly.
couldn't, like they couldn't like just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their conspiracy, right? They just
Right.
they loved it so much, right? They feel like they need to get credit for it too, right? So
Exactly.
So I may not understand. So does that mean that the people at Time Magazine could be looking at some kind of blowback later because of this article, or is
about the only blowback I think they get is the fact that print media is been suffering for a while. But like I said, no, this isn't anything new. It's like the media's whole job is to manufacture consent for the system we live in. And it's been doing that for years. It's been openly spouting propaganda.
It's like just dropping the mask and saying, "See how great we are at all this," right? I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's not just like your average Time article where it's just a pack of lies or spinning something, right? This is like, we and people like us and these various different, organizations and corporations, and we've all been working together in tandem to make it damn sure that this dude's not going to win, right? I mean, with all these things that aren't necessarily illegal, right? It's just like everything that you suspected folks were doing, and they're like, yeah, we did it, and we're really good at it, and we won, and these are, this is what we did. You know what I mean? It's just very, very bizarre.
I have something I wanted to talk about before the show ends, and I don't know when that'll be tonight. So while I'm just pausing this for a second and saying, let me know when it's okay to change the subject, but, don't stop talking now about it.
It's okay to change the subject.
No. But Ann had something to say.
Right? I mean,
Ann had something to say, but
okay, go ahead,
know
Ann.
when it's okay to talk about something more lighthearted, because I want to get this out, before we close tonight. So go ahead, Ann, and continue as if I didn't just say all that.
Okay.
Way to go. You made me forgot what I was about to say. You're part of the conspiracy.
I'm Max.
Yeah,
You guys should really read this piece, because like Gregor just said, it's not your run-of-the-mill propaganda. It's like if you've ever dated a clinically narcissistic guy or girl and you ask them, why did you do all this shit? And they look at you and they smile and just go, because I'm a terrible person. Hadn't you figured that out by this point?
Do you know what the name of the article is?
It's called something about the shadow campaign to save the election. You can find it if you just Google Time election cabal. It'll come up. It'll come up with a few, misspelled quote unquote think pieces about it in like right-wing publications that are poorly edited, and all of the think pieces are disappointing. I have yet to see a good analysis of this, because most people like me are just sitting there right now going, why did they just say the quiet part loud? Was this the other shoe falling, or are there like 10 more shoes coming? Because they're gloating to the point where I control F'd the story. They use the word conspiracy 5 times in the article.
I'm starting to read part of it, and sorry, go ahead.
3 times they use conspiracy with the word theory to denigrate everyone who thought the election was stolen, because they still, have to defend their position that no one but us can talk about this. And 2 times they use the word conspiracy to admit that there was a conspiracy. So like the level of gaslighting where they're still telling you that Donald Trump was spreading conspiracy theories, and then saying, literally, in a way, Trump was right. We were a conspiracy. Like it's like the worst relationship you've ever been in, but you can't get out of it because it's the whole fucking planet.
I read the first few paragraphs here, and so far it doesn't quite sound as sinister as you're saying, because it's basically saying that when it was clear that Biden had won the election, like a lot of business leaders turned on Trump, which makes sense to me because it's in their interest to have the current system continue as is. They don't have an interest in upending it to keep Trump as president. But I'll read the rest of it when I get the chance.
Yeah, read it a little closer. What they're really insinuating is that they threatened business leaders with more riots if they didn't play ball, which is terrorism.
I don't
which
know
makes
if that
it
was
even more ironic that they're talking about drone striking American citizens for being terrorists.
I mean,
not
we've
in that
already
article,
done that.
but yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah.
That's already been done.
Now,
Yeah,
wait a
we
minute.
know.
Are you talking about
We know
Christopher
it's been
Warner?
done.
When you say that they've done that?
No, I'm talking about under Obama, at least there was an extrajudicial killing of an American citizen.
I think there was
Christopher
one
Warner
under
to be a
Trump
terrorist.
too. There was one under Trump early in his presidency, and there was one
I mean,
under Obama,
Christopher
and then there's
Warner
all
was
kinds
the
of
one they did,
close.
right?
I mean,
not
I
on
know
American
with the
soil.
well, there was the U.S. Marshals that basically gunned a guy down, and then Trump basically bragged about them just basically assassinating him.
No, but Christopher
Right.
Warner was the guy under Obama who got drone struck, right?
Did
There
they
were a
drone strike
couple.
him? I know that the cabin he was hiding in got set on fire, but I didn't know if it was a drone strike.
And somehow his wallet survived. His wallet was intact. That's something else on it.
But see, what's worrying now is, people were warning when all that happened. Eventually, this is going to come onto American soil. They're going to be killing American quote unquote terrorists on American soil, and here we are discussing it because a fucking retarded vegan shaman ran naked into the Capitol.
What?
Yeah, the Q shaman.
The Q shaman. Yeah, you can't make this shit up. But he's their justification for discussing drone striking Americans in America.
That's another thing. I mean, I'm all for. I was all for a red victory, but the thing is, what the fuck did they didn't even have a plan? What the fuck did they think they were going to do? They were just going to march in there, and everything was just going to be, well, it's ours now. No, that
they didn't do anything cool or set the building on fire.
The YouTuber Baked Alaska,
that fucking retard.
On an
Oh God,
phone,
he's the worst.
and now he's a fugitive.
I think they caught him.
Yeah, they caught him. If there's anyone who deserves to be in a dehumanizing prison.
I mean, he's probably gonna sing to something to try to get a lesser sentence.
But the thing is, every state he traveled to in that RV or whatever that van, he was getting arrested or cited for something. I mean, he would make people in the eyes if they came near him. That's like the thing with like IRL streamers is they insist on being like that one retard who. What was it? He went by the name like Arab Andy or something like that, and he went into a college classroom, and someone on the text to talk speech, put out like a bomb threat, and he got arrested for it and spent like 2 or 3 years in jail. Those people get arrested like every state they're in, and how do they get out of it? How do they get away with it over and over?
With Baked, I don't know. It's just with Baked, I think it's just because he really only got arrested for being kind of a jackass. He didn't really like do anything illegal. It wasn't until the Capitol riot that he really fucked up.
But the whole, storming the Capitol or whatever and going in, that was stupid. They didn't have a plan, and it was
just a riot. I mean, it wasn't an insurrection. I mean, the fact that they call it an insurrection is idiotic.
And it was pretty hilarious how Trump was all like, "I'm going to join you," and then he just walked into the White House and ignored everything.
Yeah. Well, nobody expected the mayor of D.C. to basically not put any security around the fucking Congress. So when they were able to break in, they were probably shocked. They had no plan because nobody expects the U.S. Capitol to be that easy to break into.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing's fishy for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, and the fact that they call it an insurrection is, like it's just like it's just so insulting. It's like, okay, I guess we're just going to say insurrection because we just figured that most people don't know what words mean, right? And that sounds scary,
Exactly.
And I especially don't really buy that it was like a coup attempt. That like, I guess like if you really like it with the goals of some of them, like you could stretch it to say like. Yeah, it was, but if that's true, then like what Yukio Mishima did before he committed suicide was a fucking coup. It was just like a nothing. But
Well, I mean, the thing is, like,
What
I mean,
did
have you
he
seen like the footage of that shaman guy going into
Yeah.
the what? I don't know if it was the. I mean, into what the Congress? I don't know what it was. Right? It was this. It
and
was
then we're
the
just
Senate.
like security guards standing around, like, could you please leave? And
Yeah,
they're like,
yeah.
no.
It's like what? So I mean, if they're saying,
Like,
"Hey man,
I
that's
kind
like
of
a really sacred area where you're going right now. Can you please step down?
I
Come on, man! Like that's
I
an
kind of
insurrection right there. What? I
I
mean,
kind of understand where the security guard was coming from. I don't know if they had guns or anything. If they didn't, then they probably don't get paid enough to fucking
well, I mean,
tackle a
what? No,
guy
what
who
I'm
walks
getting
in
at
a
is this,
Vikings
right?
helmet.
That is not a scene from an insurrection. Some whiny security
No.
guard asking somebody politely and kind of begging and whining to
No.
get off the thing, the dais, right? I mean, come
Like,
Yeah.
on.
like
Well,
there
I
were
just-
cases of people in there with like zip ties and pipe bombs and shit, but you know, they were like very much in the minority.
Right.
I just yesterday I rewatched some footage, and I think it was ABC. They were talking about how dreadful it was that none of the people who were filing from the Capitol after breaking through the police line had been tested for COVID.
I mean, yeah, that was a one of those stupid things. Like a lot of those people are like anti-maskers. It's like, you fucking idiots. You're not only going into the Capitol with no mask to keep, you know, anyone from recognizing you. You're fucking filming yourself with your phone. You're taking selfies next to broken windows and shit. You're like saying your name on the news. And are you
Well, I
fucking
have a VPN.
retarded?
They can't track me. I have
I'm
a
an
VPN.
anti-masker. Just saying.
What's that?
Yeah, but at least you would know
I'm an
that if you're going to storm,
Yeah.
well, one, you're retarded, but also
thank you.
if you were to go into were to like storm the Capitol or something, I would think you would at least know to wear a mask there, or at least not fucking live stream yourself.
Or have your work tag around your neck.
Yeah.
while you're in there. But
By the way,
you know, my theory was if they actually wanted to do an insurrection, they failed because they've all played too many video games, and they think just like
yeah.
getting
That's exactly
past
it. Yeah.
getting
It's just
past the
like-
boss into an area is winning.
It's like we're here. It's just like, isn't the next level supposed to start, or isn't this where the cutscene is?
Oh,
Where
God. By the way, Ben, you're a Jordan Crawl fan, right?
yeah,
I think this is the longest book he's ever written or produced. It's called Life is Easy. Dynatox Ministries feels like a graveyard, basically, now. He's got a few books he's trying to get rid of, but I don't feel like it's an active thing anymore. Am I right?
well, I think his depression caught up hard with him, so he's had to put it mostly on hiatus.
Well, I spoke with him,
So is
and
this
he
the
made me...
subject switch, Jeremy?
No, this was just because I happened to see this book laying around, and I knew Ben liked Jordan Crawl, and he probably hadn't read this book because it's so rare. But
I don't care I don't care if we switch topics off of this.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah,
I think we got a lot of mileage out of that
I
conversation.
think we've milked all the LOLs out of that cow.
Yeah. So, I think he did go through a period of major, depression. But the way he talked, not only is he possibly willing to come on the show sometime later this year, but he's looking to come back in a big way.
That's good. I know that
so-
he's because I'm in a group where he's like putting up chapters of like a beta reads of a book he's working on, and he started posting in that again. So he's definitely working again.
He also told me, and I don't think he was confiding in me. I think I'm
You're
allowed.
really terrible at knowing that. It seems like Jeremy. So
I think I'm allowed to say this out loud, what he said, but he seemed like he was coming back in a big way, and it would include like audio stuff, like
Oh yeah, I do know he's already put out
spoken
some,
word cut up stuff like Burroughs would do. And but anyway, this is check out the names of some of these stories in here, man. I've never heard of any of these. I also got the complete Motel Man, because I don't know what that's about. He kept writing stories about somebody called the Motel Man, and that's like some Lynchian thing, the way people have talked about it. But some of the titles here, like The Banana Tick, The Black Magic Bathroom, The Mystical Consequences of Buttering an Egg, Anarcho-Nautical Tongue Experiment, Grub Shutterstar. These are short stories in here. The Book of Akashquid, Journals and Eggs from the Land of Waste, Boosh Boo, The Fall of Because, Paper Host with Blame Gibbet, the sex of imaginary cufflinks.
That's supposed to
Okay,
be
those-
like all of his short stories, isn't it?
He's got more short stories than that. That can't be all of them.
What's that
Those
book
are-
called?
I think it might
Life,
have been up until then. I don't know.
Life is Easy by Jordan Krall,
It's a good cover,
Krall.
too.
I don't know who that is on the cover. It's an actor or somebody, right?
I don't know.
It's
Yeah,
somebody
I don't know.
familiar, but it's not Jordan Krall, obviously.
Man, those story titles are just too random to be enticing.
He
Are
is
those from his Bizarro period or from his more experimental period?
experimental. Explain
Okay.
to Anne his what he's. It's like anti-narrative or anti-plot or something that he's doing now.
Sounds like fun.
He's become very experimental. I think one of my favorite I've read of his was Humanity is the Devil, that has a sort of loose plot about a group of Gnostic terrorists trying to eliminate humanity so they can force a confrontation with the Demiurge or something like that.
That's interesting.
But like it's a very the narrative is very slippery. There are chapters which do consist of like cut ups. There's like philosophical digressions. There's like chapters which basically consist of like the leader of the terrorists like talking with his therapist and things like that.
What is the
so-
name of this?
Humanity is the Devil.
That sounds really interesting.
I did
I
have
love digressions.
I did have the deluxe edition, but I borrowed that. I let Zach borrow that.
So what were you going to change the subject to, Jeremy, that you were so hot to change the subject to that you had to interrupt and say you're going to later change the subject to something?
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone?
Yeah,
Oh,
Is
What
he
a
not
bummer.
handling his narcotics well?
I think he has to check up on his dad.
okay.
My bad.
But
There he is. Look at him.
I know that Krall has put out a few like noise albums recently, so he's slowly getting back into creating.
So what's the subject change, Jeremy?
Okay. How does everybody feel first off about crossovers between characters, between stories?
It can
I
be
don't
fun.
like
everybody-
mashups.
I want
It
everybody's
depends.
individual opinion about crossovers. Like, for instance, Freddy versus Jason, or I'm trying to think of a literary example. What's a good literary
Alien versus Predator.
Alien
Well, that's
versus
not literary.
I thought you said Ayn Rand versus Predator.
Actually,
No,
what I
and
think
you need to write that.
you know what I think would be a really fun idea is a Three Stooges story that stars Ayn Rand, Andrea Dworkin, and Emma Goldman. Three
Oh God,
angry
you guys,
Jewish
let's
women.
write that. Let's write that. Let's make a group project out of that.
A collaboration.
Yeah.
That might be fun.
So individual takes. First, starting with Gregor, and then we work our way down, to Regina. What's everybody's take on
I'm
crossover?
ambivalent about it. I mean, Jason versus Freddy, Werewolf versus Frankenstein, I'm fine with, but I really dislike a mashup like, what's that? Abraham Lincoln versus the vampires, and I especially despise the what is that? That literary match, but like something or other.
Oh,
is on.
God.
Pride and Prejudice and zombies.
Yeah, I hate that stuff. It like that just really just gets under my skin. That genre of thing.
Okay, that's not the kind of crossover I'm thinking about.
Right.
I think that this could be done well if I could pitch it to
But
a
I'm
studio.
fine with the monster versus a monster, right?
Okay.
Like King Kong versus Godzilla.
all
I
Godzilla
can't,
crossover.
I can't wait for that movie. Yes,
I have no desire to see it, but I mean, I'm just saying, I'm fine with it.
I'm
Is
full
Big
in
Monkey
going in.
versus Big Lizard?
I'm on Team Kong for sure. Yeah, I hope he rips the lizard's jaws apart, man. I always liked Kong over Godzilla. Okay, Ben, what do you think about crossovers?
It depends. I mean, like Batman v Superman was like one of the biggest disappointments ever.
But it could
there
have
were
been good.
ones. It could have, maybe if they got someone other than Zack fucking Snyder to direct it.
Yeah.
which they should have known to take him off that shit after Man of Steel. I can't think of there are good like crossover comics.
The MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, that's good crossover stuff right there.
Marvel and DC crossovers, those can be good. I really liked the Super Friends cartoons when I was a kid. I can't think of any like crossovers that I would like really like put up as like great
These
works.
studios have all these properties just sitting around, and all they can think to do is remakes. I like the flash forward 20 years later thing better. I think that's why Frank got me hooked on Cobra Kai. I swore I wouldn't get hooked on another TV show, but Frank got me hooked on Cobra Kai. I'm actually finding that I love the 20 years later, let's catch up with these characters kind of approach. It's way better than remake. I hate remake.
I like Twin Peaks: The Return. That was good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Ann, what is your take on crossovers if you're not getting attacked over there?
Sorry, I was just giving everybody a view of the airport here because it's so exciting that I can walk from my house to the airport. But while Ben was talking, my brain got stuck on how much the Hollywood system of nepotism sucks and how many ways it sucks. Because not only is it impossible for somebody who doesn't have connections to break in, but once you have connections and break in, they won't get rid of you, no matter how bad you are, unless you get your ass kicked by Amber Heard.
Johnny Depp.
Yeah, that's. And is Depp completely off everything? Isn't he still doing a few things?
I'm hoping I can talk him into producing one of my scripts. Now that he's done
Is that a joke? Is that a joke or?
Oh no! Actually, I would have never thought. There actually exists a screenplay written by Emil Hyde of Chicago of my cult novel Nusquam, and it's an excellent screenplay. He did a much better job of the adaptation than I could ever do. And he and I were actually going to produce it, but then he had a kid. He started the process of having a kid, and we figured out just exactly how expensive it would be just to have the child actor that the plot requires. Like just the child actor would be like $10,000. But and I would have never
get a midget instead.
Yeah, I would have never in a million years thought that Johnny Depp.
Perspective.
I would have never in a million years thought of Johnny Depp for this role until this shit with Amber Heard happened to him, and then I was like, wow, he actually knowing what kinds of hell he's gone through in the past few years, he'd be perfect to play this character, and now he's desperate.
Get him.
So if I could somehow get in contact with him to like produce and star in the screenplay version, and that would make me very happy because he wouldn't even need to method act. He would just have to be like, oh, this is my life.
Do you have Alice Cooper's phone number?
No.
Okay, I was going to say you could call him and ask him to get in touch with Johnny Depp for you.
He's a preacher now.
I might, through very oblique channels, I might be able to get in touch with what's his name, Doug Stanhope.
Really?
Oh, that would be pretty cool.
But it would be
get Doug Stanhope on here with us losers. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be
funny.
so starstruck. It would be
That'd
awesome.
be great.
I don't even know who that is. Who is that?
A comedian.
He's a really dark
comedian.
comedian. He's great.
He's a really, really funny comedian. He's the comedian who predicted probably, 10 or 20 years ago, exactly how lame kids today would be. Because
oh yeah, he has a great rant about that. It's like all the kids today, you're just fucking. The closest they get into a fist fight is like, oh, you talking shit, I'm gonna block you from my MySpace page, faggot. I better delete the faggot so I don't get my page blocked.
Yeah, basically they're the first generation in history to be more uptight and less drunk than their parents.
Yeah, what's wrong with these kids today? We used to do crank off the hookers' asses and no one got hurt. It was fine. It was fine.
I know. Every time I go on Twitter, I'm just like, these little fuckers need to go to a punk rock show, get shit-faced on cheap vodka, and then screw whoever is still on their feet at the end of the night. That's what they need to do. That would solve everything.
That would solve a lot of problems, I think.
So, do you have an opinion on crossovers, Ann?
Pretty much like Ben, said, it depends on how well you do it. You know, I'm not like philosophically opposed to it, but and I fucking love watching Godzilla fight with anything. But
Yeah.
That's gonna be
Okay.
fun. Oh, I hope it's fun. If they fuck up like King Kong versus Godzilla, like that's something we need to start riots over.
I just thought of another literary example, and it was one of my favorites from last year. Pillowface versus the Lurkers, I think, by Christopher Ruffty. And Pillowface is a badass character anyway. So yeah, that's another example.
You were really big on like the idea of Pillowface versus that
Brain Chew versus Ruffy's Brain Chew versus Pillowface. But you remember during that interview, Ruffy came up and on his own with hey, we could do Pillowface versus the Big Head by Edward Lee, the Big Head, you know, and that might even be more appropriate. And he knows Ed Lee, and I wonder if he's ever brought that up to Ed Lee since. I doubt it, but.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
so.
like there's been a few of those. What was it? There was like Clickers versus the Zombies from the Rising or something like that.
I got a good one for you. Clickers versus Creakers. Creakers are another monster created by Edward Lee. You got Brian. It's Jose Gonzalez's Clickers, right, versus Edward Lee's Creakers. Okay.
Let's hear about your. Oh, wait, Regina, tell us about what you think about crossovers or not crossovers, whatever you want to call these things.
Crossovers. You know what? One of my favorite crossovers is Alien vs Predator, both the video game and the movie. I thought the movie was really fun. It's like, you know, it's not good. It's not Shakespeare, but it's fun, you know. And I have fun memories of going to see it in the theaters. It was, you know, so. Like, I don't know, like same thing, you know, I really like a good comic book crossover too. So I like, you know, seeing sometimes DC and Marvel cross paths every once in a while, as long as Batman wins, which is the only possible ending to anything. You know, that's all that really matters. But, so, you know, I'm cool with it. But I also I definitely agree with Gregor. Did you know that Jane Austen fan fiction, just in general, is like its own genre that's very popular and wide selling on Amazon? It's even so popular.
Who never got laid in real life. I bet Jane Austen has been laid like more than any other person in fiction.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, I mean, I've never read Jane Austen, so I can't really say whether or not I like that, right? But I don't want to read about the Pride and Prejudice and zombies. I mean, that's just terrible.
Well, that kind of shit is trying to have it both ways. Like, look, I read literature, but I'm hip enough to do genre fiction, and I know somebody at a publishing company. So look at this shit, and you're just like,
yeah. So Jeremy, you brought this up for a reason, and I want to hear about it.
Well, the one thing I thought of was Nick Momadis's book Move Underground, which is the Beats versus Cthulhu.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't really get into that book, to be honest.
Really?
I should have. I feel like I should have.
That's because you're illiterate.
I still haven't read that one. So.
I mean, there are like funny moments. Like there's a hilarious moment where Jack Kerouac is trying to throw William S. Burroughs onto a train and keeps throwing him onto the sides of closed ones by accident. That part's pretty hilarious. But for the most part, like I don't know, it just didn't connect with me.
Okay, so the premise is E.T. finally comes back to Earth, okay, to see Elliot again after all this time. And he goes to the same house, assuming that it's Elliot's that's still Elliot's residence. But now it is occupied by Billy from Gremlins. Okay? Now Billy is trying to manage an aging Mogwai and he has to constantly lie to veterinarians to say, "Oh no, my dog or my cat is too sick to even go outside. Please, can you just give me the medicine? I can take it home." And he manages to get medicine out to Gizmo that way, but Gizmo's getting older. He accidentally feeds some of the medicine to Gizmo after midnight, and he starts turning into starts exhibiting symptoms of turning into a gremlin. E.T. finds a way into the house, and he heals Gizmo. Okay, so now Billy's got this freaky alien he's never seen before in his house, and Gizmo, who's still sick, he's not entirely healed or cured from the gremlin thing, but E.T. can sense that Elliot is somewhere in that area, whether it be that neighborhood, that state. He can just feel him nearby somehow.
With his heart light.
Huh?
His heart light.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh God, that was the worst song.
Okay, and
Thanks
so
for putting that in my head.
So gremlins start popping up off of Gizmo's skin again, right? Isn't that what happened in the first Gremlins?
Yep.
They like popped off of him and turned into like evil mogwais and then gremlins or something, right? So that starts happening again, I guess. And so for half of the movie, Billy would be dealing with E.T. and somehow Gizmo like would get lost, and he would end up with Elliot somehow for half the movie. They would be changing, weird looking creatures for half the movie. And then they'd all end up together about midway to the end, in this big smash up because the government has detected ET's ship, or, somebody saw the Mogwai Gizmo that wasn't supposed to and called animal control. You got all these elements, smashing together at the end, with Billy and E.T. and Elliot and Gizmo, coming together and say, all right, we got to do this, and let's go. We don't have much time, whatever, but I mean, it's E.T. versus Gremlins, basically.
I mean,
he could use his powers as for offense, not just positive things. He could use it for destructive reasons to protect them from the Gremlins.
Sounds like more fun than the original ET.
I know.
Yeah.
Now tell me this wouldn't be a good crossover. If I could get someone from a studio to listen to it, I swear, would you not into a theater watch this?
I would co-write it with you, Jeremy, if you got me the money that it would, warrant, right? I mean, if they paid me about $3 to $5 million, I would write it. So get on
This is like our fantasy show.
It is. This is The Quiet Place. This is The Quiet Place in everyone's brain. This is where you say all that stuff. So why would
I would have no desire to write it for any
what about just for the
fan
love?
fiction thing, right?
For the love.
No, never write that for the love.
Write for the love.
I would never write in anybody else's sandbox for the love. You have to pay me.
Yeah,
Why?
exactly.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, yeah.
Because there are enough characters in my head that I could keep writing every day I'm awake until I die and not get done. Why would I write in somebody else's sandbox if they're not paying me?
I don't see them as sandbox. You know what I see as sandbox? All of fiction is one big sandbox to me. That's why I can pick up on similarities between things. I could think this would be a good crossover between these two. This is related to that totally. That looks totally unrelated over there, and somewhere in there, maybe my characters will exist someday. That's how I see. I see the whole art of storytelling as one big sandbox universe. That's how I view it.
So you're a communist.
A what?
So you're a communist.
Oh, come on.
No,
don't
I'm just
innocent and make it.
Just read The Tower, Stephen King's The Tower, over and over again for the rest of your life.
But as far as like,
Tower,
yeah, as far as like, for something like that, besides the fact that you'd either have to pay to use it or be paid to write that, then if I could somehow, no way in hell I'll ever have the connections to do it. But if somehow I could get like the connections to do that and get paid decently for writing a script like that, sure, I'd do it.
Here's the thing. I'd be willing to give it to a studio for free if I could see it on the screen. If I could see it realized on the screen, that would be payment enough for me, I swear.
That's like it. No, that's how they get. Yeah, exactly. You may as well just like go up with like a huge giant red neon sign on your forehead that says "I'm a sucker."
Yeah.
That's how a lot of these like writing, how a lot of these like a lot of these places fucking get you, because they think, oh no, you write for like the love of it. You write, because it's a passion, and we don't have that way, we don't have to pay you. But it's a good.
I honestly don't think
it's a good start.
I honestly don't think I'll ever be a career author. I believe that I will finish something one day again. I really do believe that, but I don't know that I could ever turn it into a career like you did, Gregor. You're doing a good job with that, and Ben, you're kind of doing a good job with that.
Not really a career.
It's like someone says they want to pay you an exposure. How about I expose my dick to you to suck?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
I believe in storytelling too much to be hung up on.
Doesn't sound like if you're worried about even finishing something.
I mean, my own view is, sure, I'll write for the love of it when capitalism is abolished. I'll write for the love of it when capitalism is abolished and I don't have to worry about basic necessities.
Don't you understand, Gregor, that I am plagued by others' visions? I have such a deep, abiding love and respect for everyone else's fiction that my own fiction suffers by not being realized.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, right? But I'm just saying that I'm not going to write fan fiction, and I'm definitely not going to write it unless somebody pays me, right? So,
I am not afraid of writing fan fiction if I believe the idea is good enough.
But that's fine. Well, I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine.
The thing,
I wrote a jailhouse erotica, a guy like getting talked down to by a female guard while he's in shackles. Do you think that I have any shame when it comes to this stuff?
No, that's fine too.
No, I mean it's good to have fun when you're writing, and there are things that I write just for fun. But when you're thinking about working on what is someone else's legacy and what in the end is going to be mostly someone else's profit, you got to think about the fact that your life is only so long.
Exactly.
And most of us who are writers have infinite ideas and a limited amount of time, and it's hard enough to winnow down your own ideas to this is what I'm going to devote the next year of my life to.
Right. And frankly, if you don't have ideas, you shouldn't be a writer, right? Like there's all these books out there that are like geared towards how to come up with ideas, right? If anybody needs to buy that book, they should not be a writer, right? I mean, I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. You know?
Yeah.
You got to hear my idea for a Goonies follow-up then.
I mean, I'd like to hear your follow-up for Goonies, for sure.
Okay, so all those jewels and rubies at the end of the movie didn't seem like very much that was left, right?
Yeah.
Upon appraisal, don't you think that they would not be able to save every single house based on what was in that little bag, that little satchel?
It depends on the quality of the gems.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
also,
let's go with whatever your flow is there.
Okay.
Jeremy.
Also, don't you think because of the whole One-Eyed Willie legend and everything in that area, that the government might step in and say that they have a claim to this treasure that's found
certainly
in
possible.
So they may not be able to save the Goondocks at all. All we see is a snapshot at the end of him. Just because he tears up that paper doesn't mean that that rich dude is going to stop pursuing what he's pursuing. Right. Now, it may be that they save half of the Goondocks or something. But 20 years later, what is it? Would it be 30 years later now or what?
Let's say 30, yeah.
Okay. Sloth and Chunk are a professional wrestling tag team. The Fratellis opened a ministry. We're totally reformed, and God rest your soul, mother. They've got a picture of Mama Fratelli, like in front of a statue of Jesus. Like it's more prominent than the statue of Jesus. Bless you, rest in peace, Mama. We're reformed from our terrible ways. But that donation plate, they really know how to swindle people out of money with that. Fratelli Ministries, it's a great racket for those kinds of characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
something gets going between all this where all these elements congeal. I don't know what exactly. Mikey would probably follow on in his father's footsteps and manage in that historical museum or whatever downtown. What else? I don't know what would happen with Mouth and Data. Maybe Brand, because he was wearing a police uniform at the end, because there weren't enough towels, like when they hand out towels to people who've been through a crisis, police do that, but they put a police uniform on Brand instead of a towel, I think that would have been good foreshadowing that Brand became a police officer later. See, the elements are there. This would be a great follow-up of that, yeah. It's not a plot. It's not a synopsis. It's more of just certain elements that would make for a good story if they all came together the right way.
Wow, it didn't occur to me till after I studied Italian as an adult how lazy some of the naming conventions in that movie were. Like the Fratelli means brothers, so they named them the Brothers.
Nice.
Maybe they could get married to like a couple of twins named the Sorelli.
Yeah, there you go. You can add that to your script.
The plotting in the Goonies was so tight. I'm telling you, it was so tight.
It was an enjoyable movie.
They're in the attic, okay. They tie Brand up, when they go on this treasure run. Brand has to steal the bike because they took the air out of his tires and whatnot. How does he know where to go? Because they were just in the attic. I mean, it's tightly plotted. They were just in the attic looking at the map. That's how he knows where to find Mikey.
Jeremy.
What?
Jeremy.
What?
Here's a crossover idea for you.
All right.
Right?
All right.
We're still with the Goonies, grown up, like you say, right? But it's got to be have something to do with like a hidden treasure, right? Mm-hmm. So we cross it over with the Nick Cage, National Treasure series, and he kind of gets involved, and they go on a big treasure hunt together, right?
Okay.
I mean,
I'm
Nick
not
Cage.
a fan of National Treasure, but
it's not any good at all. But I'm just saying, right? It would fit in with
Can you work Face Off into there somehow? Anyway.
What's that?
Can you work Face Off into there somehow? Anyway.
Yeah.
Faces with John Travolta. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Hey,
I think we should.
Wait. How about Indiana Jones and Crocodile Dundee teaming up? Huh?
I mean, if they're
I thought about that.
69 in it, yeah, that'd be sweet.
How about Indiana Jones and Arthur Dent?
Who?
The Joker.
No. Arthur Dent is the Two-Face.
Arthur
Dent.
Arthur Fleck.
Oh, sorry.
Here's one. A crossover a crossover with DC's The Joker and Twisted Metal's Sweet Tooth.
Yeah, I'm liking it. Yeah, we just got off on this like same tangent that we did when I brought up the Busey Mania. It feels like I love it. Dan and Gregor, you remember the Busey Mania episode?
Yes. Yeah.
That's what this feels like. I like it though.
How about John Waters and Pee Wee Herman?
Yeah,
well,
that would be a good.
You know what?
That would be great.
That would actually, and I may have said this on a previous episode, but as a kid, when I heard that news item in the 90s of Paul Rubin getting caught masturbating in a theater to one of those, what do they call them? Blue pictures or stag pictures or whatever?
Porn.
Yeah.
It's porn.
Okay, porn.
He reads those funny books too.
Couldn't you picture Paul Rubin there, like going, whoa, like handle it like and making noises like Pee-wee while he was doing it. Whoa.
It's a case of now they wish that most of these celebrities would just be caught masturbating.
Right.
They should he should get an award for keeping his hands to himself.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah, that whole thing was just ridiculous.
He didn't hurt anyone. It's just that he decided to pull his dingling out while some vice cops were out to ruin people's fun.
Yeah, and it's
That
like
would
it
be
was
a
at an
joke.
adult movie. What are they fucking doing there? Art appreciation?
Yeah.
No.
Well, in a sense, they are.
All right, boys, let's go down to the porn theater and see what they're doing down there.
Yeah.
It's just one of those cases where it's just like they only do that to like jack up revenue.
Yeah.
Jack up.
Regina, you're making a lot of coin with this whole like underground erotica stuff, right?
Well, mostly it's the Burning Soul saga that I've started releasing and working on, which is the fantasy harem adventure novel about Rjurik Burning Soul, the paladin, and it's like definitely my Richard Wagner, like, I don't even know. I guess it's like my Richard Wagner crossover fan fiction, actually.
Wait a minute, this
That's kind of
sounds
an
more
interesting
serious.
segue.
So, this sounds more serious than erotica.
It's much more serious than erotica. It's like there's a lot of sex scenes to lure you in, but it's like I'm very serious. So this is about, this paladin gets enslaved by these dark elves, but he's pursuing the scepter of a god who, we find out more details in book 2 and whatever, but it's like, it's an interesting fantasy, and I was excited to write it, and I'm excited to, like, the second one has a lot of elements of Parsifal and a little bit of Tannhäuser, so I'm really excited to kind of explore that. But, like, before all that happens, it's up to 30 reviews already after being out 2 weeks, and, like, this whole community has just, like, really become very interested in it. And it's doing really extremely well. It's
First book you're talking about, or the second one, or both?
just the first one. The second one isn't out yet, and it probably won't be until the end of
When
March.
did the first one come out?
The first one just came out like 2 weeks ago on the 25th.
Nice. How long is it?
Like 240 pages on Kindle.
Okay, so it's a novel.
Yeah, it's a novel.
Very nice.
So it's fun. And I'm excited to see, kind of how the series develops and what happens when it's done. But it's number 22 in dark fantasy in Amazon right now, and it was like number 30 something in Sword and Sorcery books, and like number 1900 in the whole store and all this stuff. So it's like,
Nice.
it's blown me away.
Sex sells. It's never going to be false. I mean,
It sounds like you've got it all. You've got the TNA and you've got a story. So sounds like we've got a lot of crossover appeal there.
Yeah, it's been really, really nice, and people have been leaving really nice reviews to that effect too. Because what happened was I signed up for a group on Facebook that deals with this subject of book, this niche. And somebody posted the book there and was like, does anybody know about this author? Because I had been advertising, on Facebook a little bit. And so somebody noticed it and posted about it there. And I happened to be a member of that group. And people immediately they'd already been pre-ordering it, because that genre just inherently has people who, I don't know if they searched that term like every day or what. But boy, people, were quickly signing up for that book. And then, it went apeshit during the Facebook thread. But there was, a general vibe that it was like, oh, look at this woman with her smut coming in to try to pierce the impenetrable harem romance genre. And is it even a harem romance? And I had this one fucking neckbeard really grilling me during this thread. And he was like, well, what about this? But what about this? Are there any other men involved? Because if there are any other men involved, you could get banned from this group. And it was like,
Jesus Christ.
Well, all I can say is I'm trying to write to please genre conventions,
I didn't think harem romance had, I can see, neckbeardy guys being into that, but...
I didn't understand,
what?
but it's incel fiction.
The purity spiral of the harem romance community.
It's like, dude, if you either can jerk off to it or you can't, calm the fuck down. If you can't jerk off to it, go find another one.
Why do moderators in general take their I won't even call it a job so seriously?
I think there has to
bit
be
of power.
Yeah, it's like that security guard at the mall who, becomes just a complete power tripping asshole and yells at every kid who's not even doing anything wrong.
Yeah, they probably missed out on their promotion at Staples because they got caught jerking off in the back room. So.
Exactly. Like they don't realize they're basically a glorified janitor, so they just start going around abusing their power. It's just like, you ain't not post that, you're gonna get banned. My dick feels 8 inches now.
Like what, if you're gonna have a harem romance and you're afraid it's too gay to have too many men in it, just make it a lesbian harem. Like go whole hog.
I know, that's what I really wanted. Because like what they really like to see in this community and throughout all harem books that I can see is like people like to have like a family saga kind of where we follow like the next generation at least for a little bit. So because people get so emotionally invested in a specifically fantasy, but I think also sci-fi just a little bit, but mostly fantasy I think is where the emotional investment comes in. But it's like boy, so people want to see like multi-generational stories and things like this, and it's like you can just crank these things out forever if that's how you're inclined. And I don't know about that, but I could write 3 books about the main character and 3 books about his kids, and but I want to
write a review here that says it's more femdom erotica than fantasy harem.
There was one, I know, I love the one that's just sucks 1 star, and then the text for the whole review is just sucks.
I've gotten one like that, and weirdly enough, I think it was like a 2-star review, and it just says started. This is all I need to say. Started. That was a review of Elaine.
I don't get it.
I don't know. I think maybe they were really offended by the first chapter. That's all I can figure.
Why did this?
No, wait. That was a 1-star review. I don't know what they meant by that. I can only assume they were really offended by the first chapter, but which is pretty brutal. But I think another one that I really like was a 2-star review that just said no.
Elaine? For Elaine?
Yeah.
What a loser. Who takes the time to do this shit?
I really didn't think Elaine was that brutal. I thought it was kind of random at times. Like maybe Catherine's trial-ish, but I did not see what was so offensive about it. It was more.
The first chapter is pretty graphic, but yeah, that's about it. So I can only assume like he read the first chapter and was so offended by it, he just left that review.
Oh, it was a dude?
Well, I don't know if it was a dude or what, but
if it was a dude, he's a simp. But
what
is this about a new book from you? What is this about a new book from you?
I don't want to give too much away, but I will say that I have signed a contract with a press to put out a book of plays. So that's what I'm currently working on. Yep.
You wrote plays?
Yep.
Well, you should get involved in some kind of local acting troupe or something.
Well, the guy who runs the press is, a theater person, in addition to being a horror person. So they are going to try to... That would be a good
thing for you to get in.
Yeah.
You'd probably be a good actor,
Well, I don't know if I could act, but they are going to try to, get connections to, drama houses and playhouses and stuff.
I would hope it wouldn't interfere with this, but, whatever. I know everybody's gonna leave me eventually. So, it's just a matter of
I don't
first, but...
no, you've seen me on here. I'm a stuttering idiot. I wouldn't be able to do stage acting.
You could be a leading man. You'd be a leading man material. You really would.
Well, I know I'm
handsome
enough.
Wish you all the best of luck in the world, Ben, as long as it doesn't interfere with the show.
Yeah.
Well, I know I'm handsome enough to be leading man material, but I don't have the acting chops. I really don't.
That's where you learn them is through
just being one of Regina's movies. Then
there's got to be some sort of local, I don't know, drama club or acting troupe or something. If you're writing plays, but what made you write plays? Where is this coming from?
Well, there's a play in my first book of fiction, and that there's a couple in Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah, but I just really like. I really like plays. I really like Samuel Beckett. I really like Heiner Mueller. I like Bertolt Brecht.
Okay, so Brecht was one of those experimental types too.
Well, he wasn't as experimental as like Beckett or Mueller, but yeah, was pretty like you know, he was
Is he
pretty
the
out there for
rhinoceros
his time.
guy?
No, he's most famous for the Three Penny Opera.
Okay.
That's UNESCO.
I know you've read Waiting for Godot and Death of a Salesman, which are like
Yeah,
crucial.
Death of the Salesman
But
is good.
have you ever read Talk Radio by Paul Bogosian? Or
I haven't read
Eric
that one
Bogosian?
yet. No.
Okay, read that instead of seeing the movie. Tell me what you think of that. Talk Radio by Eric Bogosian, Bogosian. That's a good. It was a play first, and
Yeah.
it's one of my favorite movies. I watched the movie first, but read the play first.
Yeah, and as far as like ones that I really like, the Black Rider. You know, where Tom Waits did the music to that, and it was written by William S. Burroughs.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah, I really like. I've seen the stage version of Hedwig and the Angry Inch, and I like that a lot.
Oh my god, me too. It's so good. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, I actually think it works a lot better on stage than it does as a movie.
Yeah, it's so
But
good.
let's see. I also saw like a few. Like I've seen the stage version of Sweeney Todd. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Let's trying to think what else. There are a few like scattered plays that I saw when I was in college, and I enjoyed those a lot as well. Like The Night Throw Spent in Jail. Yeah, I just really like plays, and I like the idea of like writing them and seeing what I can, come up with the kind of imagery that could be used on stage and so forth, and how using those can be used to like evoke horror or something like that, because a lot of the plays that I'm writing are very like horror themed.
Yeah, I like plays. I've been in a number of them.
That's cool. What
I
plays
haven't
have
done
you
it in
been
a long time, but
Yeah.
back in the day,
So, but yeah, I kind of want to keep that a little bit close to my chest until I get a lot closer to finishing the actual manuscript, because I was able to get contracted for that with on the strength of some plays that I'd already written, and the publisher really liked them. So I need to, so that's my next major focus, is finishing that manuscript. But to go back to what Regina was talking about with her book, I actually didn't know there was like a huge like contingent of fans for like harem romance and fantasy. I thought it was mostly an anime thing.
Well, yeah, it's really interesting because it was the subject that was one of the things we talked about the first night I came on this show.
Monster
was
Girls,
this
right?
Genre, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's an example. That's a really popular trope. But there are tons. I mean, obviously, there must be a market for these because they churn them out all the time. But I was not expecting. I mean, by release day, I had 82 pre-orders. So it was crazy. I've never experienced anything like it, and I'm
you got a
still.
good cover too, though. That's part of it.
Yeah,
Hey.
but it's like already paid for the cover. It's great. I've already made it all back. It's wonderful. So I feel very blessed, and I'm really excited, and I'm trying to, take that momentum and push it forward more by getting book 2 out as soon as I possibly can.
Hey, remember that quote from that one Monster Girl that I read?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Wait a minute, I gotta do it again because we're all right. Keep going, but I mean, yeah, this is too. I hope I've got it saved because it's so
I'm
like
sure.
melodramatic, but also, let's see. Oh, please tell me I saved it. No, I didn't. No, man. But it was something like, yes, I think of you and get moist down there, and I crave your seed in my womb or something.
My womb is burning or something like that.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you talking like that, it's making me have to sign off for the evening.
Good night.
Don't blame it on me.
Did we?
Don't blame it on me.
Well, I'm just saying it's getting me riled up.
You got to go into the bathroom for a while.
Yeah.
But who's everybody rooting for with Kong versus Godzilla before you go?
Kong.
I'm just hoping the movie's fucking good.
That's not an answer. You gotta choose.
That is an answer.
No, you've got to
That
choose.
is my answer.
You have to choose a side.
I have PTSD from Batman v Superman.
There are no shades of grays here. You have to say Kong or Godzilla. Are you with the primates or are you
All
with
the fucking gray in Batman v Superman. Good Jesus Christ.
Pick Voltron.
Primate or lizard?
That is the true debate of our times, especially since the lizards run the government.
Okay, that's what's going to happen. Voltron's going to come in and beat them both.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Okay, Ann, are you Team Kong or Team Godzilla?
Well, I like the
God,
Godzilla.
she's going to be Godzilla. She's going to be the lizard.
Well, I like the Godzilla movies more, but if you're going to put it in terms of primate versus lizard, I think there needs to be like a giant mutated Chitara that comes in and just kills them both.
Wait, Chitara from Thundercats?
Yep.
What?
Because I'm a cat supremacist. I'm disillusioned with primates, and nobody likes lizards. Come on.
Oh, I figured out who I'm rooting for. Ultraman.
Oh, yeah. Or
there you go.
Spectreman. Even.
He's a killjoy. What are you talking about? Ultraman could be a killjoy in this. I'm guessing that probably Skull Island has probably sunk much more since the 1970s in the last movie, and Kong probably doesn't have much of a home left, the poor guy. So he's probably going towards, he's probably going to leave Skull Island. That's where he's going to meet Godzilla, I'm guessing, right?
I haven't seen that movie yet. Is it any good?
Skull Island, Kong Skull Island is the best representation of that whole thing I've ever seen, including the black and whites. It's the best Kong movie ever. And even though there were a lot of cool things that Peter Jackson did with Skull Island, I like the latest Kong more. He's bigger than Peter Jackson's Kong.
Yeah, he's got to be if he's going to take on Godzilla, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably are going to pull some bullshit where they have to team up to fight one of the other ones, like, I don't know, the Smog Monster or Godzilla or something.
Yep.
King Ghidorah.
Or King Ghidorah or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, is there a Mecha Godzilla in this one? That's probably who they're going to fight, right?
Oh,
No,
he's not in the advertising.
That might be too goofy for what they're going for. That would be like introducing Poison Ivy in Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy. It wouldn't work. That's what I see.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome, though. So she could figure out how to make it work. I would have been down 100%. He could make her like a hypnotherapist who poisons her patients or something.
Well, they could keep her as like a radical environmentalist, just kind of tone down.
I've warped all your minds. Now all the universes are going to coagulate and join together now in your mind.
No.
Everything is everything. That is, yes, I've done it. Go forth and tell everyone, my children.
Okay, I'm doing it. Bye.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
But yeah, I'm just really hoping that the movie is good because, like I said, I'm still disappointed with how bad Batman v Superman was. It's we've been waiting years for that, and look what they did with it.
Yeah, I never saw.
Look what they did to my boys.
What is it? A bunch of rock monsters? What does that have to do with anything?
What?
In Batman versus Superman, I haven't seen it. I never saw it.
It's just bad.
What is with the rock monsters? Who's the villain? I mean,
what the fuck? What was the name of the thing that killed Superman in the Death of Superman comics?
Oh no, not Doomsday! Don't tell me that was.
Oh yeah, Doomsday is in it. He gets revived by fucking Lex Luthor, who's the worst Lex Luthor ever, and he fucking kills Superman, and Batman and fucking Wonder Woman kill it with a kryptonite spear.
This is in Batman versus Superman.
Yes, it
Wonder
fucking
Woman's
sucks.
in there. Wonder Woman's in there.
Yeah, she's the best part of it, but
not
it's
Gal
still
Gadot though, right? It's not the Gal Gadot.
No, it's Gal Gadot.
It is.
Yeah.
And Doomsday's in it, but it's not a good version of Doomsday, huh?
No.
Listen, the Death of Superman versus Doomsday, that's what got me into comics. When I saw on the news that Superman, they were killing off Superman as the character, DC Comics, and it's that opened up the door to my whole curiosity, and that led to so many other things. I got into comics because Doomsday killed Superman, i.e., allegedly, but not really.
Yeah, I used to have a run of a bunch of those comics. I gave them away to someone, but
Are they
I
still
had
worth a lot?
huh?
Are they still worth a lot?
I don't think they were worth that much. I don't think they ever were.
They
that's
were at
kind
one time. People were buying
at
them
one
up.
time, but that bubble burst a long time ago. But it was like I had like the comic where they introduced, what do they call him? The Eliminator,
The Eradicator.
the Eradicator, where they introduced the Cyborg Superman, where they introduced Steel, and where they introduced Superboy. And I thought I always had fun reading those.
Story before Superman, the Reign of the Superman. That was also cool.
Yeah.
I must be the only idiot in the world who thought Cyborg Superman was actually Superman. I must not have been reading too closely because he talked with that mogul guy, and he was overall just not very Supermanish. I don't know why I thought he was the real one because he had Kryptonian metal in him. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, personally, of those four, I actually like Steel the best. And I think that's what they should do. They should remake Steel and actually fucking do it right this time, and not get Shaquille O'Neal to play him.
There was actually a Steel movie. What, you do or don't want Shaq in there?
No, fuck no, he can't act.
Okay, what about Vin Diesel as Steel?
Go sit in the corner.
Dwayne Johnson.
Sit in the corner.
Dwayne Johnson.
I don't know. Maybe Idris Elba or Michael B. Jordan.
Is that the guy who played Creed, Baby Creed, or whatever?
Well, I know Michael B. Jordan played Killmonger in Black Panther.
Okay, who played Apollo Creed's son?
I don't know. I didn't see that one yet.
Oh,
but Vin Diesel, you need to go sit in the fucking corner to say that Vin Diesel should play Steel.
Rjurik is a strange character. I watched Pitch
I love
Black.
the character of Riddick.
See, but I watched Pitch Black, and it's like Rjurik was like almost like a subplot character. It felt like, and then he launched off his back. They launched this big franchise that's like multiple movies. I never saw that coming. I mean, I watched. Have you seen Pitch Black? Rjurik is not a big character. Not that I felt,
But it's like, have you ever played the video game? Oh my god, it's so good. It's so fun.
No. You play video games?
I don't have time anymore. It's really a shame, but I have to play video games a little bit now from the collaborations that I work on with Puppet Combo, which there might be something in the works on that soon. So keep your eyes out because I might have something else coming out.
Collaboration with who or what?
With the babysitter bloodbath person.
Rewind or Die?
No, it's Puppet Combo is the video game company who is collaborating with me on that.
Oh, wow.
It's this person is a really interesting game creator who does a lot of horror games in the style of PS1 and PS2 kind of horror games.
And a lot of them have a very retro throwback feel to them. Like there's one where you play a character who goes into a house and you spend the whole time being stalked by this murderer.
Yeah.
I can't remember what that one was called, but it was it had a name similar to an 80s slasher movie.
Yeah, it's there's Power Drill Massacre.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. There's Murder House.
Awesome. That sounds awesome. Power Drill Massacre.
Yeah, it's a really scary game. It's like some of the games are so scary that I can't play them myself, and I have to watch Let's Plays to find out how they end or find out what the fuck happens because it's just too much. So
survival horror, right?
Yeah. Very reminds me of the original Resident Evil a lot of times where you're always fighting with the camera and you have tank controls, so everything's a little extra frustrating. And then shit just comes out of nowhere. What he usually does is he usually has a lot of sound. He's really good with his use of sound, and he just has horrible noises happen when suddenly you're found by the monster that just comes running out of nowhere, like the Murderer and Power Drill Massacre just comes charging out of the fucking darkness when you least expect it all the time, and it's just like pew. It makes the fucking most terrifying noise, and you're dead. It's like it's too late already.
I've never
Like
heard
my,
of this, but look at some of these games. I've never heard. This is another corner of the internet I've never been to. Planet of the Bloodthirsty Santa is a video game.
Hell yeah.
Can you get this guy on?
You know what? I could talk to him and see if he would be interested in coming on and talk about his work a little bit sometime.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I don't know, because I think he does streams on Friday and Saturday night, and then he's like constantly working on his other games, because he's like, you can see by his library that he is like, I really have admired his work even before I started working with him, because he's got such interesting game concepts and really cool, scary ideas, and the way he builds games is just freaking terrifying.
Splatter Camp, I love that title.
Yeah, he's definitely got that, B movie, that throwback to 80s B movies aesthetic.
These trees are spectral fingers.
Yeah, that one's a creepy, weird one.
Whoa.
There's a lot of like really short games that he has that I think are like Patreon exclusive titles or something to that effect. But then he's got other longer games, like you can see on the right, Nun Massacre there. Night Shift is really creepy. It's about a person working alone in a convenience store at night, and there's a murderer who is coming for them. So it's really creepy. That one is like if you've ever had to work third shift in a convenience store. You know.
They're the ones that did that Ski Freak game, right?
No.
Yeah,
Ski Freak.
Ski Freak is listed down here. Yeah.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like a update to Ski Free where you actually fight the Yeti that comes after you.
I remember. That was the only part of that game I liked.
That shit scared me.
Yeah, it builds it around it builds it around you, like confronting the Yeti. You play like different characters that go after it, and eventually you play like a hunter that shoots it down.
I love that. That's great. This guy, I want to talk to this guy now.
Yeah, I do too. He's got a fascinating mind.
Yeah, this dude is really interesting. And it's a great honor to get to work with him. So I'll talk to him, if we have a project anytime in the future. So some of these I think are what other people are creating and he's just publishing. Uh-huh. So like this is a title that he's just publishing, and I think that might be true of the last one.
I think they only published Ski Freak. They didn't.
Here we go. Here's yours.
Yeah, so that's the one I novelized, and it's a really fun one, and just really scary. Typical slasher movie about a girl babysitting, and the local lunatic has broken out of the asylum and is trying to get back to his house to, kill her. But that's just the novelization, because the game is really just, she's in the house, she gets a creepy phone call, and then at one point she's outside and the killer is there and shows up, and then you spend the rest of the game embroiled in terror as you just try to get the car basically and leave. But it takes a long time to do that. So that's like the whole plot that I had to like kind of build up in the book a little bit. And he had some ideas on how to do that, and I, kind of did my best to fit those ideas into a novel format, and I think the results speak for themselves, because the people who love the game really love the book, and it's been really gratifying to see all the supportive reviews from people who just really were happy with how I presented it. So it was great.
Yeah. And it says here that this is the first in the novelization series, so they basically are confirming that there will be more.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure who is in charge of the wiki. I don't think it's him.
Oh.
But
wikis are usually maintained by fans.
Anne, are you okay out there?
Yeah, I'm at the grocery store and I'm struggling to hold all this stuff because I'm afraid to use the shopping carts because they found. Hey, sorry, I'm just going to use this. Okay,
Okay, proceed.
sorry. I just was kind of confused by an
Yes.
employee who was just staring at me like I was trying to steal something, but
Yeah, because you're a suspicious looking character, aren't you?
I always look
But,
suspicious.
Yeah, I do. Puppet Combo is pretty
Oh,
cool.
shit, I
I
forgot to
dig
do
his whole aesthetic and what he does. Like personally, my favorite horror game is still the original Clock Tower game, which
Yes,
was technically never released in America, but I played like a fan translated ROM, and it's really great. It takes a lot of heavy influence from Dario Argento. Like there are scenes that are heavily inspired by Suspiria and Phenomena. And like I remember the one scene where the Scissor Man like bursts out of the tub while a dead girl is hanging in there. That scene like it scared the shit out of me when I first played it.
Oh yeah.
That scared you more than Silent Hill. The first Silent Hill, Silent Hill 1 is nothing, but when it first came out, I thought these guys are legitimately trying to scare me, and it's working. It's
Yeah.
like I had never seen a game go that far with horror until
For me personally, of the Silent Hill games, Silent Hill 2 is my personal favorite.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with 3 because I was better at that one. But as far as story, Silent Hill 2 definitely wins.
Oh man, I loved Resident Evil. Silent Hill does have a really interesting story, but damn, I just love Resident Evil's aesthetic, and the zombies really scared me when I was a kid. And
Are you looking forward to the new one with the 10-foot tall zombie or vampire lady?
That's
Really?
so goofy.
Yeah, you haven't seen that?
Well, see, they had to do something. They couldn't rely on zombies with the V cell virus forever. They had to.
Well, I think the idea is like she's a Romanian aristocrat who did catch the T virus at some point, and it turned her into a giant vampire lady.
Well, the GameCube version of Resident Evil 1 has like a pyramid head type girl who's mutated, and she'll chase you if you stay in one place too long. I don't know. I didn't have a GameCube, but I know that they added that to the GameCube version of Part 1.
I do know. I remember. What was the name of that one, like, deformed character that had the fucked up face and the military uniform that would, like, chase you throughout the entire game?
Tyrant or Nemesis?
Yeah, Nemesis.
Yeah. So she's sort of like the Nemesis of Resident Evil, the Village. But, she's actually hot.
What, the 10-foot vampire?
Yeah, everybody on the internet has been got the hots for this 10-foot Amazon vampire lady.
Yeah, look her up.
Okay, I bet there's already some fanfic erotica about her.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. There's probably a ton.
What are we up to now? Is it Resident Evil 7 or 8?
Just type in Resident Evil, the Village.
Yeah. No, you know what my favorite one was? Resident Evil 4. I could play that one in my fucking sleep, man. I got so good at that game. I would just play it and almost speed run it, It was just so fun to me. I don't know why I got really good at it, and I became like a sharpshooter practically. It was great. I don't know why I ever stopped.
That her? Is that her right there?
Yeah.
Yep. I think her name is something like Lady Dimitrescu or something like that. And those others are her daughters.
Her daughters look scarier than she does. She doesn't even look like a vampire. That looks like Kim Cattrall.
It looks like they're trying to make you more horny than scared.
Yeah. Okay, she looks a little creepier there. Actually, she looks like Anne right there.
Actually, yeah, Anne should cosplay as her.
Anne, what do you think? Could you pull that look off?
My hands are full. I can't see it. What is this?
It's a vampire lady from Resident Evil.
Let's see. Well, I would need some tube socks to jam in my shirt.
Yeah, she got that big titty.
Yeah. My screen's really too small to really see her, but sure, why the heck not?
Here, let me, how about that? How about now?
isn't she blonde?
No, she's
No.
black haired.
It's exactly.
She got
I
black
must be
hair.
looking at the wrong thing or something. Bloom and Dark, right?
No, that's my book. We're talking about Resident Evil.
Oh, I think the
Hawn.
stream is probably like delayed for her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that has Regina's name on it. I know she didn't write Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, look on the StreamYard.
I'm sure that would be a pretty cool for you, Regina, if you were able to write a Resident Evil novel.
Have you ever read the Resident Evil novels? They're so good. They are honestly one of the reasons and one of the influences on how I'm approaching the Puppet Combo novels, because the Resident Evil novels are like so fucking fun. I was just
Are they
thinking,
better than the movies?
yeah, much better. They're just like the video games. They're very faithful adaptations of the first like 3 video games plus like 1 or 2 book. You know how these things get spun off. But in the meantime, I felt like the first 3 games were very well represented in the books, and it was very fun. It was good. I remember reading them when my father didn't want to pay a babysitter, and he'd take me into work at the computer programming job that he worked at, and I would just hang out in his cubicle and plow through the Resident Evil books, and
What?
it was great.
Okay. Hang on. Sorry. The dude from the grocery
I
store
heard-
just followed me outside to tell me my credit card didn't work. It's not a
Oh.
credit card for starters, but I don't know what happened. I'm going back inside.
Weird. But
Well,
yeah,
the card is like 500 years old, and it always like short. So
Ask him to do it manually and see. Type all the stuff in manually if it doesn't.
okay.
Everything okay?
but yeah,
And
they've,
is everything okay? Hey, Ann, how much was it?
I assume that
Tell me in the private chat how much it was.
It was $50. It's just my Citibank card. It's one of those chip cards, and it's always like malfunctioning, and I wasn't really paying it. Oh, come on. No cash back. Yes.
We are unable to
yeah, but like apparently like they've released a demo of it. It's called like Maiden or something. The demo ends with like with the character you play as like getting stabbed to death by the vampire lady.
I see.
Because her hands turn into giant claws.
Swipe or insert card and follow instructions on pin pad.
Is it working this time, Ann?
No, it's just the machine just keeps beeping, and then it'll sort of process, but it won't actually process. It'll say not authorized. Oh, maybe my bank thinks I spent too much money this weekend. What did I buy? I didn't buy anything, so
Hang on.
We are unable to complete.
well, let's see how much cash I have right now. What a pain in my ass.
Look in your private chat. Okay?
I can only do so many things at once right now.
I know, but it's helpful.
Okay.
We are unable to complete your order.
Okay.
Touch go back to retry or if you have coupons, press coupon.
I'm just seeing how much
Otherwise,
cash I
select
have
your
right
method
now.
of payment.
Okay, private chat. Private chat. Private chat. Well, for some reason my screen is so frozen I can't go to private chat.
Damn.
Ah, God, what a pain in my ass. What a wasted trip. Okay, how much cash do I have? $25, $35, $40. $5. Okay, well, I have about enough cash, so I'm just going to be standing here feeding like rumpled bills into this machine. I don't know what
Are
this.
you doing the self checkout?
Insert
Yeah, I'm
coins
doing a
before
self checkout, and my chip card doesn't work.
Doesn't it ask you after 3 times to slide it? That's what it does here.
Yeah, but then the what do you call it? Then it still doesn't work. So, I hope nobody broke into my bank account. That would suck. But it didn't say insufficient funds. It just said not authorized.
You might have to contact the bank to see if, because the card itself might be malfunctioning. I had that happen with mine not too long ago.
These chip cards just fucking suck.
Yeah, I know.
I've only had this card for like 3 months. Because when I got attacked by that homeless guy, my bank card disappeared. I don't know if he grabbed it or what happened. So I've only had this like 3 months, and it's already just constantly malfunctioning.
That actually happened with mine. Like, I got a new one. I used it a few times, and then one day I'm out trying to use it, and they're like, this card isn't working. And it's like, okay, maybe it's just them. But I ask, you go to use it as another place. It's like, no, this card isn't working. I had to call in to have them send me a whole new one.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go to the branch in, what is it, Indio or something, so that I can get a temporary card.
Are you being like tongue?
I mean, unless someone hacked into my bank account and I don't have any money, but then it would say insufficient funds, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So unless it's probably just the card itself.
Yeah.
I feel for you. I mean, how does it work, Ben? What I'm talking about in the private chat. Why are you sure it takes a day?
Yeah, unless you do like the instant transfer, but they take like a fee if you do that.
Well, I had enough cash to buy my groceries. It's just it's all crumpled because I didn't expect to have to shove it into a machine, so it's taking me 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's the one bad thing about those self-checkouts. It's nice not to have to deal with, a person, but they really suck if you're trying to pay in cash.
Well, I didn't even get that lucky today.
Well, right. I tried to help, but next time you go, maybe you'll have better luck.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I couldn't even get into the chat because my screen's frozen because probably the grocery store is lead lined.
So you still have no idea what I'm talking about then, right?
No, I can't get into the chat.
Okay. Well. All right. I'll just let it happen then.
My last dollar in. Thank you. Have a good night. Wow, that was uncomfortable. I'm finally leaving.
Did you get anything?
Yeah. I had enough cash to buy at least the drink that I had already started drinking.
That's good.
But that was fucking miserable. Because remember when you guys asked whether I was okay before, I was like, yeah, it's just there's this asshole old dude who works at the grocery store who's already staring at me like I'm trying to steal something.
And then they came out and said your card didn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one who came out and said your card didn't work. And you heard his tone of voice. Just an absolute dickhead.
Yeah.
And then he stood there watching me while I'm feeding my cash in. And I'm like, would I have been talking about stealing if I were trying to deliberately steal from you? Clearly my fucking bank card doesn't work. God, I hate Californians. Especially, and I have no intention of being racist towards myself. I never do. But old white men in California are the worst, subdivision of people I've ever met. They're just, they can't die fast enough. And I don't mean that about old white men in general. I mean old white men in California. They're just the worst people on the fucking planet.
LA just does something to people.
Yeah, and also I think, if you have any money in California, and back when these guys were young and at least more good looking than they are now, they probably were used to having their pick of fucking starlets or he starlets or whoever they could whatever like naive little doe was new to the state and looking to get into the movie business, and now they're just old enough that even their money can't get them laid, and they're just fucking bitter about everything, and they're just intolerable. Like, I swear to God, that guy probably got that job not because he needed it, but because it gave him a reason to stand around and bitch and glower at people. Like, I'm trying to feed these, this cash into this machine. Obviously, it's a miserable process. He's just staring at me. And with the mask on, people just look so much like it cuts out all the other bullshit in their face, and you can just see the evil in their eyes.
Well, what's the name of the establishment?
What's that?
What was the name of the store?
Ralph's.
Ralph's what?
Ralph's grocery store. It's a California chain.
Is it actually called Ralph's grocery store? I mean, is that the actual name of it?
Well, they just call it Ralph's. Like you would say Shopco or Walmart.
Okay, what street is it?
Sunrise and Ramon.
Okay.
You probably should have told him that staring at your ass isn't going to get the fucking money in the machine faster.
Yeah, it just made me go slower.
Maybe I should call. What if we call him up right now?
Yeah, we could do a prank call. That would be funny.
Should we?
Yeah, a prank call would be pretty funny.
No,
yeah, absolutely. Call him up and be like, yeah, the world's greatest living writer just went into your store and was harassed What?
Ask them if a Mike Hunt works there.
I'm trying to remember the name of the congresswoman who is kind of infamous for always screaming at people, "Don't you know who I am? And I'm a queen and deserve to be treated that way." Can't remember.
I assume that's half of the congresswomen.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I'm probably gonna duck out.
I assume most congresswomen are Karens.
Wait, what's that, Regina? What'd you say, Regina?
I said I'm probably gonna duck out and go to bed before the prank call.
Why?
You do sound a little tired.
Are you worried about it blowing? Are you worried about it having negative consequences on you? Oh, okay.
I guess I'm an adult with a capital A, and I must admit also that my significant other is an old white man from California, so I.
Oh, come on! No!
I don't want him to die.
I guess I owe you an apology.
No, it's okay. But I just.
He's one of the good ones.
Does he not Does he not stare at people in public gloweringly?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, good.
Oh, come on!
Well, then it's not about him.
You're not going to leave on a bad note, are you? Come on.
No, I don't think it's
This isn't a bad
I
note.
just think I've been, I haven't, unfortunately, I really haven't had much to contribute to the conversations too much last night. I had one or two things to say, but boy, it was an interesting night with lots of subjects of discussion. And so I'm going to bow out prior to the crank call.
Actually, it wasn't a prank call. It was a complaint call is what it was going to be.
Okay, well, I think I'm still gonna keep my nose out of it. Got to keep the old nose clean.
Okay, we don't have to. We don't have to do the call. We don't have to do it. We don't have to do it.
That's okay.
Well,
But
she probably still needs to leave anyway.
I'm very sorry for insulting your significant other. What are the chances?
No, it's okay. It's okay, dude.
Are you going to come back next week?
Yeah, sure, anytime. I am all the time. I just am very tired, and like I said, I really unfortunately haven't had too much to really add tonight.
I think it's been great personally, but
yeah,
you do sound very tired.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am just I've been burning the candle at both ends. And it's when you're just sitting here listening, it makes you kind of sleepy, I guess, a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, earlier you were talking about how great your book was doing, and you sounded so like lethargic about it. I was like, it sounds like she's about to fall asleep. She should be excited.
Well, I'm excited, but it's like I'm very superstitious as well. So I guess it's like I don't want to get too excited about it and curse it and take it for granted. I'm like really excited about it, but I'm not like letting myself feel that vibration of excitement, because that's when you like knock the bike over that you're learning to ride, right? You like get so excited that you fall over. And I feel like that's kind of where I am, where I'm like trying to keep this tenuous energy of being like really humble, but also like excited. And I let my excitement show in like my marketing and in my Facebook posts about the book. And you know, when I look at it obsessively just to see how it's doing all fucking day long, which I've got to stop doing. It's so unhealthy. But it's like so fun to see it rise. But it's like at the same time, you know, because it's so like there's a Zen koan about an old man who, whenever something good or bad happens, his neighbors will comment on it and be like, wow, it was such a good or such a misfortunate thing. And the old man will say, maybe. And then something will happen because of that original thing that is then the opposite, where it's either good or bad, you know, based on the first thing. And so it's kind of this lesson of, you know, hey, this is really good, but it's, you know, every rose has its thorn, kind of a thing, you know.
Right. Yeah. Wow,
So-
Johnny Depp, it's so amazing that this young, beautiful actress is into you and wants to marry you. Amazing.
Yeah. That poor man.
Oh man,
I feel so bad.
things got really awkward around the stage of white old men in California and let's call up this establishment. And I feel bad about it now. Like you're leaving
No,
us
no.
with spite or disappointment.
Oh,
on
no,
it.
no, no. I am not disappointed at all. And I
Okay.
can stick around. I'm just a little tired, I think. And I'm a little. Because, you know, when you're sitting around and mostly just listening rather than contributing, I think that kind of brings it down. I was mostly just kind of interested
You have been
in
contributing though. You've been
Hanover Block.
contributing Puppet
I-
Combo. Puppet Combo.
Yeah.
I did not know about that until you brought it up.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. You know, I think it's a really great collaboration, and I think it's really good fun. But so I am just gonna probably go to bed. So thank you guys as always. Love talking to you, and I will always be back, of course, next Sunday.
Okay. Well, thank you for all you've done for the show. You know, really.
Yeah, man.
Which
No,
is-
no problem.
All right.
Look at it, Regina. I just dropped my phone.
Well,
Oh no.
like I said, I hope it won't be
Well, I don't
awkward
think
next
it's
week.
perfect.
Ann didn't mean it literally.
No. Oh no. No. Please. It has nothing to do with Anne.
Okay.
I don't really care about what Anne said. It was like, you know, I just felt the need, I guess, to throw that out there because my
Well, sure, yeah.
friend is they're from
Before I put my
California.
foot any further in my mouth.
All right. Well, yeah, get some rest and like I said, thanks again for everything you do. So
Oh no, man, no problem. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Anne. Good night, Ben. Good night, Jeremy.
Good night,
Guys.
Regina.
Good night.
and you scared somebody else off.
Me and my big fat fucking mouth, whether it's talking about like angry black women attacking me or old white men from California. I'm always like,
And then that other time, it was just, you know, your choice of wardrobe or lack thereof that did it.
and then the time I didn't wear pants.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, I
But-
thought you said words. You said wardrobe.
yeah. But yeah, Elektra's revenge. Yeah, the whole thing is like majorly gross. Like even when she's trying to be sexy, it's like,
Damn it! I
gross
cannot get
now.
my headphones in my ears.
Huh? But yeah, like I said, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. It's just I went to the store and bought a brand new pair of headphones, and then I just lost them in my house that I just moved into. How am I hiding shit from myself in a house that I've only been in for a month? I don't understand it. It's not like I've got that much stuff. It's just I don't know. The COVID isolation and depression are slowly driving me insane, just like everyone else.
Yeah. So I mean, Elektra's revenge though, it's like even when something sexy is supposed to be happening, it's like somehow you made it gross. You know, like they realize they've got a booger hanging when they're talking about how, you know, they're gonna get together later. I mean, that's that kind of, you know, feeling like all throughout the book, and I guess that was intentional.
Yeah. It's just I mean, I really have no business writing genre fiction because I'm too depressed, but I've always really loved science fiction. And I knew my take on it was going to be humorous because that's just my take on everything because that's how I survive. I knew it was probably going to be dark humor because the plot sort of necessarily has to delve into themes of the darker side of human nature, which these days seems to be taking over everything. So as Regina said, every rose has its thorn, and in this fictional world, most of the roses are made of thorns and vomit and microphones in your toilet just to humiliate you.
Yeah, I guess I have questions that I guess the story itself will have to resolve, because I guess there may be some people who may actually read this thing, you know, that listen to this show also, but I'm wondering.
Yeah, I'm hoping there are some people who actually read
Yeah.
this thing.
What I'm wondering right now is, in her current position, I'm just gonna say it because I don't really care about the people who cry about spoilers, because it's like it never dulls my ability to read or watch something. It's like it just increases it if it's really interesting. If I hear that something happen, it makes me want to read it or watch it more. So I'm going to go forward with that. I'm just going to flat out put it out on the table. And sorry, Ben, plug your ears if you don't want to know.
Yeah, I mean,
what I want to know going forward, and I'm at, let's see, I'm on page 395. Is she going to be mortal again now that she's off the time or thyme or whatever? Or will that linger still? I mean, I never thought she was really an immortal. I thought she was deluding herself. But I think she thought that time in her system meant that she was immortal forever, but that's not the case, right? She's
right.
Immortal,
right. Well, the thing is, everybody who thinks they're immortal is deluding themselves. Like there's no biological difference between mortals and immortals, except, you know, in the years of class, and also because there's much heavier gravity on Earth 2 than there was on Earth 1 or on Luna 2. Mortals are just physically stronger than immortals because of natural selection, but they're, you know, it's still the same basic Homo sapiens hardware. So,
is this what I would have learned if I had read a little further, like say 100 pages? Is that one of the big twists or whatever, that nobody's immortal?
Yeah. I mean, the immortals are deluding themselves. The only difference between mortals and immortals is basically immortals get access to the second secret drug and mortals don't. But if you are wondering what happens to Elektra, let's just say it's good to have friends who have nothing left to lose and who work in a whorehouse.
I've gotten that far. That's I'm seeing that coming into play. Geez, the way that you wrote the scene where the GOs come in and kind of just wreck the brothel's whole operations, and like keep forcing those, they keep jabbing those needles in the wrong place on purpose just to make them bleed. I mean, geez, that's a rough scene to read.
Sorry.
I mean, it's probably happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's all based on, well, all of reality is kind of based on the Stanford prison experiment.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, some phlebotomist kept missing the vein when they were giving you a shot or something, right?
Yeah, when I got mugged and I was in the hospital, they were trying to give me an IV, and they just didn't give a shit and they were just hacking at my arm, and all of a sudden there's like blood spraying across the room, and I almost threw up. I was already in shock. And they just didn't give a shit because they get paid the same whether they hurt you or kill you or not,
The guy that she's married to, they just don't seem very married. Hipparchus, is that his name?
Yeah. The guy that Elektra's ex-girlfriend is married to, you mean?
Oh, Elektra's not married to him?
No. Her ex-girlfriend, who she's trying to get revenge on, is married to him.
Okay.
And
I guess that wasn't very clear to me. That may, if you were going to have something edited, you might make that a stronger indication. I don't.
Okay. Well, the first scene in the book, the first scene after the prologue is Elektra going to the married couple's house because she's still having her affair with her ex. Okay, they're not supposed to seem very married because Elektra's ex-girlfriend broke up with her by marrying this immortal, which you can totally understand from the ex-girlfriend's point of view, because when you marry an immortal, you become immortal, you become rich, all your dreams of having your artistic ambitions come true. If you're in the theater, she's a dancer and she quit her career, but for her it's a marriage of convenience. She doesn't really love her husband. She still fools around with Elektra, but she still fools around with other people, like she found out like Elektra finds out in the first scene. The first scene in the full epic, the final book, is after the prologue where Elektra's a little kid. You fast forward to when she's in her late 20s, and she's standing in front of their mansion waiting for a romantic rendezvous with Miranda, but Miranda just snubs her and goes to a romantic rendezvous with somebody else. And she's in the middle of a fight with her husband while she's going. So Elektra sees her husband looking dejected. He wanted to really marry her, but, she just married him so she could be immortal and rich. Mm. And so that's when Elektra sort of seduces Hipparchus to get back at Miranda. And she comes up with this plot to have an affair with him in order to break up their marriage. Because she's so emotionally stunted from all the drugs and alcohol she's been abusing that she's stuck in this relationship that she had, in her late teens, who left her for totally reasonable reasons so that she can be rich and live forever. But, Elektra's very hurt by it because, the old question, what's he got that I don't got? Well, he's immortal. He can live forever. He can make her live forever. He can give her everything. And so Elektra just feels betrayed by, being dumped because of something, you can also understand Elektra's point of view because it's something she can't do anything about. She can't help it that she's not immortal. But, you can't really fault Miranda for wanting to live forever. She's looking at it from, okay, I'm going to toss away one love affair with this woman who's, it's obvious from the start that Elektra's a little bit emotionally stunted because her family is so abusive.
Yeah, I think it's a few hundred pages too long, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, when a book is kind of long, and you've taken several months to read it, you do forget stuff, so it doesn't seem to really hang together. I don't know.
That's my fault. Yeah, partially. I don't remember Miranda. I know Ismene. Ismeanie. Ismeanie and Elektra come from a Sophocles play. I took the names from a Sophocles play, and they have the same attitudes as the characters in the Sophocles play. Okay.
But Ismeanie is Elektra's best friend who has a crush on Elektra, but Elektra doesn't even notice her because she's not
the one making the big racket right now to get her out or get her, better, accommodations or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. She still cares about Elektra enough to, bust her out of jail.
Well, how come she never has any like alpha dude trying to, intervene for her?
Well, that's because of Hipparchus is the closest thing to an alpha dude.
No.
The sort of mental, what do you call it? Mental experiment.
Yeah. Okay. The Stanford prison. Excuse what you said before.
Oh well, no, that's just what I based the guards' behavior on. Well, that and actual guards and nurses. But the mental experiment I was doing when I was writing the plot was, this moon that they're living on is very small, very limited real estate, very limited resources, and a large chunk of the population lives theoretically forever, but just till they get murdered or commit suicide, but they still live hundreds of years.
I still don't understand. What does the sky look like to them on this moon? Does it just look like space? Or, do they have, like, a blue sky during the day?
Well, there is an atmosphere on the moon, if I remember right.
Huh?
Yeah.
There's an atmosphere on the moon, so it's not just going to look like space.
Okay. That's one thing that I've wondered from the beginning, and it was not clear to me. And maybe that's because I should have known that going in. But
yeah, it's usually dark in most of the scenes in the novel, but that's just because Elektra has a fucked up internal clock and she's a night owl. It pretty much looks like our sky, but instead of a moon in the sky, there's a giant red planet in the sky. So
okay, this might be the week that I finish it. This week coming up. What's going on with your current one? Do you want to say anything about it?
Oh yeah, I'm just working away on it bit by bit, day by day. It's all like kind of emotionally unpleasant shit for me to go through, but finally enough time has passed that I can just like be funny about it. So I've got most of the material written down, which is never the problem for me. It's organizing it, tracking to make sure that every theme that I covered is in it, tracking to make sure that my facts are all correct. Because this is the first. I've written like 10,000 word non-fictional cover stories for a newspaper, but I've never written a non-fiction book before, except for Disaster Fitness, which was really short. So, most of the work I'm doing right now is the not fun work of like structuring and stuff. I
think you should compress the amount of social scenes, the casual social scenes that happen, and try to focus more on propelling the plot forward inch by inch. Every scene maybe should like advance the plot a little more. I think like you dabbled a little bit with the social and the casual socializing in this one.
I'm trying to make. Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Well, I was going to say I did recall that I did really enjoy the scenes from the first version where, she's at her day job as a waitress. I actually like those scenes a lot. I think they work to kind of ground the thing, the whole thing that, she's a very put upon working class person. And it just rang very true if you've ever worked in a restaurant.
Yeah, thank you. That's the thing. This is kind of why I say I don't really have any business writing genre fiction, because I'm not saying that characters in a lot of genre fiction are bad, but sometimes even the best stories, because you're going to kill off the characters so quickly, they don't really come alive, and stuff like this guy's a working class guy is portrayed by like, he hooked a thumb in his overalls and, just a lot of shorthand. Whereas I get bored writing shit like that. I need my people to be real people for me to give a fuck about them, because, since the likelihood of gaining fame, glory, money, etc. in the writing game is so low, I'm not going to write stuff that bores me. And it's not that reading stuff that has not totally developed characters bores me. It's that the process of writing stuff that has not totally developed characters is just a step too far and spending too much time on something that's not really feeling like I'm dealing with actual people. If that makes any sense whatsoever.
There's kind of a shortcut to developing a character that writers take, screenwriters in particular, and maybe you've heard of it. It's called Save the Cat.
I've never heard of it, but I am. Oh yeah, right.
Where the main character does something that he doesn't have to do, but is nice early on. Like, for instance, in this one Al Pacino movie where the guy is doing a sting operation, with the police, and he tells this guy who's going in with his son to a drug deal to turn back. There's nothing for you here. So he saved the cat there. Or like when like in the old 90s Disney movie Aladdin, where they whip one of the kids to get out of the way, and Aladdin catches the whip, and wraps around his hand. Aladdin saved the cat there.
Right.
That's a good shortcut to developing a main character into making them likable. And I don't think that's a negative that it's a shortcut. I think it's a good thing to know for any writer. Save the cat,
Well, the thing is, I don't like doing things that are obvious. I don't like doing things that just, wow, I can see that writer used the save the cat device right there. I mean,
So you like the things to develop more organically than formulaically. That's what it is, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm a masochist with a work ethic in that I think that kind of thing. Well, as I said earlier, if I were getting paid to do the kind of work.
I'm listening.
Sorry, I just finally got frustrated and pulled out my headphones altogether. If I were getting paid to do something that formulaic, of course I would do it. And I know all the tricks because I've seen them. And the fact that I've seen them dozens of times is why I'm really not interested in watching most movies, because they're boring because of the fact that people use tricks like this.
But I love Save the Cat. I love the idea that they've got a shorthand term for it, because, like, I don't know, it just makes me feel good to know that that's something that a character can do to endear themselves to any reader or audience. I don't know. I just like it.
I kind of wonder if, like,
wait, hang on. What, Ben, and then Ben first, then Ed.
Well, I kind of wonder if, like, the fact that they've tried to put these things down to, like, formulas like that is why so many things these days just feel flat.
What did it? Was that right?
Huh? I'm
Where'd
pretty
you
sure. I'm pretty sure her connection just cut out.
Okay, go ahead.
But I'm pretty sure that's why there's, like, been a sort of flattening among a lot of movies, especially, like, major blockbuster movies, why they tend to feel very samey.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, if I'm going to get paid to do that, sure, I'll use all your tricks. But if I'm just out on my own, independent publishing, I don't have the skills to even get published by the social skills to even get published by a low-level publisher, because the minute they piss me off, I'm going to piss them off. I'm too old and I've been through too much shit to take shit from people. I'm not going to pretend I like somebody to get a publishing contract, which means why should I use a trick to complete a narrative in a way that bores me, in a way that feels phony, in a way that feels like I'm manipulating the reader? I'm just playing like a chess game with them. I'm not actually telling a story. I'm just plugging things into a formula. If I don't have the social skills to make millions of dollars writing bullshit, why should I voluntarily write bullshit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
I mean, if I were not autistic and I were an extrovert and I liked bullshitting with people and I had no problem pretending I liked somebody if I figured they could get me somewhere. Sure, maybe I'd consider learning all the tricks. But if I'm going to be doing this the hard way anyway, I'm going to invent things and I'm going to learn things. And if I'm going to steal things, they're going to be from Thackeray. They're not going to be from a team of hacks who wrote the terrible Batman versus Superman movie. You know?
Yeah. I don't know. I think the Save the Cat is cool. I think that even if it is formulaic, I think it's a cool thing to know about and to pull off. I just like it. It tells me that character is somebody who's not afraid to take initiative, and I mean that doesn't have to be formulaic. I mean that's what human beings do. You know, it's like that guy said in that one movie Adaptation. You probably haven't seen it. Ben, you've probably seen it, but Ann, you haven't, right? Adaptation.
Oh, the name is
that's what it's called?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that.
The guy goes to this writer's workshop, and he asks this writer who's running the workshop. He says, "What about?" He's saying, my ambition is to write a screenplay where nothing happens. The character goes through, a lot of hell and learns nothing from the experience and is not the wiser for it. And then the guy says, who's running the workshop says, he said, because the guy says, just like life, where the character doesn't learn anything from the experience, it's just kind of like life. It's boring. And the guy who's running the workshop blows up at him. He says, "Is that what you think life is? You think life is boring? Every day someone, sacrifices their life to save another life. If you can't find those kinds of things in writing, then your book is shit. And why the fuck are you wasting my time with it?"
I think I've seen that clip and I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that clip. It's I don't know. It feels a little like whoever wrote it just made up this weird straw man.
Yeah.
I don't know what they were trying to accomplish with it.
I kind of agree with it. I mean, anyway, James says he likes the shirt. It's Disney on Ice. Disney characters all strung out on meth, if you can't tell.
It's just sort of like that.
That's awesome.
Goofy's missing all his teeth. Cheshire Cat's missing a bunch of his. He's got meth mouth, and then you've got the Pinocchio snorting stuff off something, I don't know. And you got the dwarves over here. Dopey is getting laced, ready to shoot up with Snow White. So that's what he's talking about.
Kind of reminds me of that infamous Disney Memorial Orgy piece of art.
I don't remember
but before I forget, this whole discussion has reminded me of a book that I want to write, a couple projects down the road when I get a couple of other things I need to get finished. I want to write a book that uses all the formulas and conventions and the beats and the five act structure that they teach to all film students. Yeah. A, to show people that I can do this easily if I want to. It's just that I don't want to. And B, the plot is going to be, it's a satire of somebody, and this is pretty much how a lot of Hollywood careers get started, I suspect, or at any rate, I'm going to parody it. So, somebody who has no real talent or interest in writing movies or movie scripts, but he's a hipster and he gets the chance to write a script for a big studio, but he wants it to be really amazing, but he knows he has no imagination. So he decides he's going to write a confessional about his real life, and he's going to write it to all the exact beats that, the producer is, giving him the quick version of film school. He's like, well, this is just all you have to fill in. So the guy starts trying to squish his life into these beats, but he realizes his life is so boring that he can't fit the beats, and his imagination is so poor that he can't make anything up. So he starts putting himself into terrible situations to get stuff to happen at the time that it needs to happen.
Okay.
And that just I'm just gonna sketch it as an outline, and just fill in all these beats. So he's trying to write the script to the beats while my actual script is following the beats, and by putting himself into terrible situations to see what happens and trying to force beats to occur so that he can write about them, he just gets way in over his head and eventually is kidnapped and tortured to death.
Wait, this is your idea or what?
Yeah, this is my idea. Like,
okay.
He tries to, tailor his life to fit these beats because he doesn't have the imagination to write anything fictional, and his life as it is boring. And he just gets in so deep that he winds up getting kidnapped and tortured to death.
By who?
I haven't decided yet. He's going to go into some really stupid situation and just...
This isn't Blobwick, is it?
No. Blobwick is nonfiction.
Yeah.
Nonfiction. Yeah, I'm basically going to parody and torture the kind of jackass personality I ran into a lot in LA, essentially.
Yeah. So Jim Goad and Doug Stanhope. How do
I don't know Doug Stanhope. I know somebody who knows Doug Stanhope.
How do we con either of these guys to come on here? I mean, I can kind of see how Jim Goad would be busy all the time, but I also kind of can't see it because he doesn't have like official representation, does he? How can we con him onto this show?
Well, he records his show on Sundays.
Oh, at this time?
Around this time, yeah. And also, our show is so long. It doesn't matter what time he does it.
All right. Well, I mean, he wouldn't have to stay 5 hours if he didn't want to. Nobody has to stay for 5 hours. That's just things happen how they happen, I'm willing to go 5 hours. That doesn't mean I have to.
Yeah.
But where'd Ben go?
I don't know. We have fun on this show, but I get the feeling that the stuff I write is not your kind of thing. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, it is in a way. I guess it's from an alien perspective, though. It's something that I'm not used to reading, in anything. And I don't know that everything I read is genre fiction. I don't know if you were here when I talked to that guy last week who wrote Bound by Rights about the two people who were seeking the afterlife, like pleasures unheard of in this world, in like an afterlife type setting. And he had the really freaky cover that looked where the guy's mouth looked like a vagina. Do you remember that from last week?
Yeah, was that the first guy who was on? Because he just really rubbed me the wrong way. He seemed incredibly pretentious and full of himself.
It was the first guy that wrote Bound by Rights with the freaky cover.
Yeah, the guy who said I'm not like other writers.
Oh, okay. The second guy wrote Billy Silver. That's not the one you're thinking of, is it?
No, the second guy was awesome.
Oh, okay. Well.
Or wait, no. I can't remember. Somebody rubbed me the wrong way last week, and you know how terrible I am with names.
Doesn't everybody rub you the wrong way?
Not everybody. I mean, some people rub me the wrong way more than others. It's just when people say, like, slimy shit, like, I'm not like other writers and I'm so deep. I mean, if you want to know what not being like other writers is, like you say, my shit is written from an alien perspective. And honestly, I'm not saying genre fiction as in like horror is bad or sci-fi is bad. The people who call themselves literary fiction are a genre with formulas and conventions, and they're actually the worst genre.
You know what I think? I think your work is solipsistic. Would you say that's correct? Solipsistic meaning from a singular perspective instead of a plural or universal perspective. Does that make sense? Let me see if I'm using the word correctly here. It's
In that it tends to focus on a single character.
Oh, solipsism is the philosophical belief that only one's own perspective actually exists.
Yeah, okay, I am using it right then. I feel like in this book, that's kind of what I feel. I feel like it's solipsism. I don't know, but how do you feel about that?
Well, that's generally an insult.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
No, that's not an insult. How is that an insult?
I mean,
It
I
usually
think
just means like self-centered.
yeah, I think you've just found a much nicer way of restating what I just said, which is I think my stuff isn't your kind of shit that you like to read, which is fine.
But I didn't say that. I'm reading it. I think it's long in the tooth, but I mean, I didn't say I didn't like it. I gave the original 5 stars, which ended on a cliffhanger.
Well, thank you. Maybe I need more. What's that?
Yeah, I do like it. I could see things that might need tightening up, but who am I to say I'm just a reader? I'm not, I'm definitely not like other writers. I never finish anything.
I just wanted to backtrack to what Ann was talking about, people writing screenplays earlier. I read this story online earlier where someone was talking about how when they were in a New York coffee shop a couple years ago, when you could still go to fucking coffee shops, and he happened to look over the shoulder of someone who was clearly writing a screenplay, and he caught a line of dialogue which was something along the lines of, "Dog, it's my birthday." He talked about how it was such a fucking horrible line that he spent the entire afternoon with his friends just repeating the line in different inflections. You have to wonder how fucking bad the rest of the screenplay was if that includes that line of dialogue.
Yeah.
Dog, it's my birthday.
I promise I like your work. I'm slow to read because I'm reading, 100 other books at once. It all melds together for me. You see, I swear I like it though. I do.
Well, thank you, but you're not required to like it. Most of my friends and most of the people I've dated just don't read my shit because they figure they get enough of me in person.
I read it, but again, like I say with the alien perspective thing, and the solipsism, which I don't feel is an insult. I don't think that term has to be an insult. I mean, it just means from one perspective is what I understood it to mean.
Right.
I mean, a nicer way of putting that would be, I don't know, something like singular vision.
I think I did say that at one point, though.
That just implies that someone has a vision that's focused on a certain thing. Solipsism just implies they don't acknowledge there's anything else outside of themselves.
I mean, if you're aware of the philosophical meaning that, someone who believes that their point of view is the only thing that's real, I mean, to a certain extent.
It's what?
It's to a lot of a radical skeptic, a solipsism is a conclusion they would come to because they technically can't prove other perspectives.
Right. I mean, it's basically, the flat Earth guy.
Yeah, I know that they got brought up there, but no.
Yeah, he's like an extreme solipsist. I'm not good at science, so the Earth can't be round.
But Electra comes to conclusion that are not necessarily in line with the reality of that world. See, that's why I feel like that's an applicable term, right?
Electra's kind of the product of a severely abusive family, and you know, she had high hopes as a kid because right when she was making her career choices, they told everybody that mortals would be allowed in the theater, but then they weren't.
Oh.
So on top of being just emotionally stunted and turned in on herself from, you know, years of abuse from her father who had the same kind of, what is that noise?
What is what noise?
It's got to be you, Ben.
I didn't hear anything.
Crumpling paper or something.
Yeah. Anyway, you know, she's kind of turned in on herself from, you know, just the sort of I guess dissociation that you have to survive severe and continual abuse. And then, you know, she's disappointed. Her job is awful. People treat her like shit every day. I mean, if you've worked at a restaurant, you can get solipsistic because it seems like other people aren't even what we call human. You know,
I work at a restaurant. Yeah.
Like if you go to a movie and you see people saving the cat, but then you go in your real life and every single day you feel like the cat that somebody's just kicking against the wall for no reason.
Mm.
So she does become somewhat solipsistic in the sense that she doesn't trust anybody, and she has a really exaggerated idea of her own martyrdom. You know, because her dreams have been dashed and she's worked hard like anyone does, and she doesn't seem to understand that she has a connection to other mortals who've had their dreams dashed the same way she has, because, you know, the one real connection she made in her life, her romantic connection with Miranda, rejected her. And then she was just too emotionally stunted to reach out and even have sex with anyone else, much less have a relationship. So yeah, her point of view, that's my roundabout way of saying, you're correct. Her point of view is very skewed. I mean, the world that she's in is terrible, but not all of her conclusions are correct. Which I guess they used to call a unreliable narrator, but you know.
Okay. Wow.
She's not narrating, but we're following her.
Is Electra you? In a way? Because I get that same kind of frenetic, you know, energy off of her as you.
Yeah, I guess I'm not interested in characters who don't have a frenetic energy, but I'm really not the theater type.
What's the deal with the lion doorknobs or the lions on the doors? I still don't get it.
Well, I'm not really sure what your page number meant, but have they gotten to the buried shelters out in the Sid district yet?
Honestly, I don't remember. She's in prison.
Oh, okay.
And they're cleaning her up for her first appearance in court. And Ismini is causing a ruckus. So unless, you know, that was one of my blackout drunk or high days, I have not.
Okay. Well, you're going to find out.
Okay.
You're going to find out what the deal with the lion heads is. What you know so far at that point in the story is that immortals are immortal because they have access to these lion heads, and all you have to do to get access to them is to have an immortal activate them and then allow you to breathe from them so that they can recognize you. It's an old computer system that no one in the current universe of the story would have any idea how to fix or create, because they're using all this old technology that they've lost. I don't know if you've picked up on that theme, but they're kind of using an advanced Earthling technology, but like before
but it stops after a certain point. Like it's already outdated, probably somewhere like anywhere else. But right.
Well, it's ahead of our current technology, but once they make it to Alpha Centauri and they set up this caste system, it's kind of like how slavery works on Earth. Once you have a caste system and you have these people living at the top and they can just take everything from everyone else's labor, technological development slows or stops, or in this case reverses, because there's no incentive for them to improve technology. They have all this free labor. So they're still using the remnants of advanced earthling technology, but they stopped developing it and then they forgot how to do it.
Yeah.
So it's a very decadent world.
Yeah, I do get the sense, that they're like they're remnants. They're like relics. The whole thing is a relic system. But the whole thing is, I didn't know all this time that we were dealing with, a planet with atmosphere, the moon. I couldn't imagine it without a dome and everything always looking like night. For some reason, that's something that I've had trouble with from the beginning, and I think that kind of stopped me because they're on a moon, and I don't consider a moon a planet. I don't, or maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know, but
doesn't Jupiter have moons that are like bigger than Earth?
I don't know. But they'd be moons, they wouldn't be planets, right? Isn't there a difference?
Well,
yeah, it's just, but the definition comes from, what they orbit.
Right, exactly. A planet orbits the sun and a moon orbits a planet. So the same size body can be a planet or a moon depending on whether it's like the primary orbiter or whether it's a secondary orbiter.
Okay. Okay, so it's like a Facebook relationship status. It's complicated. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we've just about milked or bled this dry. What's the difference, right? We got a little cat in there. Yeah. If you want to show Stumpler before we go, that's cool. But where are you? Where are you at home?
Yeah, I'm finally home. Is my camera working? Can you see him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can. Well, it's pointing to you.
I see your '80s wet hair look. That works nice for you.
There he is.
He's playing with my strap hanging off my phone.
Hi, Stumpler.
We can't finish a show without showing cats.
Heil Stumpler.
All hail Stumpler.
All hail our fuzzy Fuhrer.
Our fuzzy
The Fur-Reich. Huh? The Fur-Reich.
I like that. The Frederick.
Okay. All right. Who's ready for some new? Who's up for some new metal now? I'm about to close out. And if this is going to upset your neighbors, you might want to mute. Or
my phone speakers aren't that good.
Okay. All right. Well, we're saying goodbye. Let's see. Who do we have on next week? Is it you or Regina that set the next one up?
It must be Regina.
No, I mean, Ben, did you set up a guest for next week? I can't remember. Was that guy coming next week or the 21st?
It's the 21st. He's coming.
Okay, so we still don't have guests for next week yet.
So we'll see what happens to see if maybe Regina can get the puppet combo guy to come on.
I keep asking Anita Dalton if she'll come on, but she, I think she's depressed.
She wrote Night Movie? Is that what she wrote?
No, she runs the blog Odd Things Considered.
I thought she wrote a novel.
No, she wrote a book called TLDR, which is like a compendium of her essays.
Yeah.
And she's also working on a book of where she examines manifestos right now.
Okay.
Jarrett, she basically does the best writing about writing that I've ever seen, pretty much in our.
Okay. We do have one guest for next week, and he was on back in November or October. Yeah, he was back. Jarrett Brandon Early with his second installment of the Station trilogy, the Rott Inertia, and Station is basically like a more cool and accepting version of the Underworld. I don't know. It hasn't been fully explained yet, but I'm digging this series right now, and yeah, this is fresh off the presses. The Rott Inertia. Jarrett Brandon Early will be here next week, and he was really awesome before. Didn't you think so, Ben?
I thought so. Yeah.
So that's at least one guest we have, But hey, we can do shows without guests. We can take them or leave them.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Yeah, I thought this was a good one.
I apologize for some of the awkwardness there towards the end between Regina and Ann, and then me and Ann. This show is all about awkward. So
it is.
We went through the
I don't
most-
think it was that awkward, but I'm so awkward that my tolerance for awkward is really, really high.
We wouldn't be the most unprofessional show online if we weren't awkward. Most
Yeah,
times.
I mean, I almost got arrested right before the awkwardness that I caused by complaining about the guy who almost arrested me. So anything after that was just awkwardness gravy.
yeah, you fucked up good there. No, but hopefully she'll sleep it off.
I don't think she was
Yeah.
really that mad.
No, I think you read a bit too much into people. I'm sure she realized that Anne was joking.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was joking / blowing off steam because she heard what happened. He followed me out of the store,
All right,
and then he
well-
stared at me while I put my cash in.
Well, just like this forthcoming song says, the very worst part of you is me. The very worst part of you is me. So goodbye.
Aw,
That's good night and good luck.
don't be sad.
It's happening now.
Let the soothing sounds of Lincoln Park put you to sleep for work tomorrow.
New
Bye.
metal forever.
Way back pretend